was a color theme going on and I ruined it.
Yeah, we always need one oddball color to really bring the room together.
I have an idea.
Uh-oh.
What's up?
No, I don't like it. You look like the sun.
Wow.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
he's got
because he
privilege.
lights up our... Oh!
Oh.
Hold up.
Hold up. Oh, but yeah, we came to the conclusion that coffee is a smoothie.
Uh-huh. I told you.
Thanks for the
Coffee's a
coin,
smoothie?
Novi.
Yes,
Yeah.
think about
Coffee is
it.
a smoothie.
They came to the
Because
conclusion that I do
coffees are
not
a
agree
berry.
with.
Coffee beans are a berry. It gets
Mhm.
ground up, and then you drink the thing that comes from those grounds.
Hello, cow.
But you're not
Hello,
drinking the
Frederick.
grounds. You're drinking water going through the grounds. That's
Yeah.
like
Yeah. Some
it's
people
like putting
do
a bunch
have
of
the
fruit
grounds.
in a blender and then blending the
Mm.
fruit and then just pouring water through the fruit and drinking
People drink
whatever's
fruit
coming
juice.
out of it.
So maybe not smoothie, fruit juice.
Is
I don't know
fruit
about
juice
you, but it
is
sounds like-
squeezed
Sounds
juice.
like dirt juice to me.
No, no.
You know what? I
Enjoy
like that
the sub,
continuation
Novi.
even more, that
Can you guys
coffee is
can
a
you
smoothie.
hear them very well?
I like
No,
it.
It's dirt juice as far as I'm concerned. Blah, nasty stuff.
It's
What,
You
delicious.
like coffee?
You don't like eating your fruit?
Absolutely not. I eat nothing but meat all day. Every
Oh my
day.
god. Salami.
Understandable.
Maybe
I
the
have one
occasional
single
noodle.
cup of fruit a day.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Rose. I eat your kind. I'm sorry.
dragons?
Rest in peace.
Wow, you eat dragons?
Damn.
No, I
Dragon
eat
these
noodles.
nuts.
All right.
Oh,
Well,
Those are my pronouns on both Discord and VR chat.
Dragon?
Dragon.
Oh, I understand.
But
Yup,
either
yup,
way,
yup.
welcome in chat. Welcome in everyone.
Welcome in,
These are our
salami.
special guests today. We have Icefire, as everyone knows. We have Lena, Epsilon Church. We have our Rose Noodle, and a new face that none of you have met
Oh,
before.
no.
This is Yuki.
Yes. This is my partner Yuki.
Hi.
That is
I don't know why. I don't know why
Hi,
you're calling them
Yuki.
special guests. Origin isn't here.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I said special guest, not special needs, Lena.
Oh no.
Okay.
Damn, I'm back in therapy again.
Mm.
Crazy.
hi, Yuki.
And
How
does
many
that make
days
you
has
feel?
it been?
I graduated November of last year from therapy.
Holy shit, you graduated?
Yeah.
Yeah, 14 years. Crazy. I
I'm
didn't
a
know what happened.
Full adult.
Got held
I didn't know
back.
You could
Do you have your
graduate.
degree?
What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. My degree in surviving.
On the wall, little plaque that says "I get it."
Yeah. I should.
No. Or I'm a Noah.
I'm no one.
Anime.
Took 14 years.
Okay, we ready?
I'm ready.
I am ready.
Ready for what?
I am also
to
ready.
die.
I bet.
No, we're gonna live.
We got
because
this.
we're better.
Okay.
Oh,
I have faith.
I was gonna say, Rose,
Say
if
so.
you unmute yourself, I've turned you down so your Fuki will move when you talk.
Oh.
Oh.
Can I
Oh,
do that without deafening? I can probably make this work.
yeah.
I will talk into the chat and then I will just mute chat.
Welcome, Mickey.
Yeah. How do I just only
There we
chat?
go. Whoa, no, I can't. I have a bug.
You bought me the Go XLR. Never mind. I'm a gamer.
If you mute the chat channel and go XLR, there's a bug and the microphone doesn't work, I think.
I love the excitement. I'm like,
Hmm.
right.
I have tools at my disposal.
I have all the power. Nothing can stop me. Next minute, you walk into a door. Damn it!
Okay, I need someone to talk in Discord.
Cal,
What?
are you still there? He threw my duck. I think Cal's upset at me. I can see him in the corner over there, eyeing us off.
Okay.
Godspeed.
Okay. I think I have it working. I gotta do some wonky stuff. Ah.
Wink, wonk, bonk.
Yes, yes.
You guys can't hear
Oh my
Oh
god, I
shit!
wanna be a
Wonder they
wizard.
added mod view to mobile.
Discord, right?
Finally.
I actually kind of like that we have the little Fuji thing that works while we're using the game chat. It's just gonna be weird when we're away from each other. We see other people lighting up.
Why are you looking at your food?
Damn. Ooh.
Focus on the game. Oh my god, the best item ever! Let's go.
Eye contact, oh god.
Look at he go.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Best potion
wow.
ever.
That's so sweet.
I want to
I
ride.
know we should be scared, but that door opened on its own.
Yeah,
It's haunted.
me. I am special guest. Shine bright like a dime.
Moan for the gunman, please? Oh, you mean, oh my god. I cannot believe that, Io got killed after moaning at the gunman. Wait, isn't that the same thing? Oh, snap. Wasn't that the same time when I was like, everyone needs to be quiet, and then the gunman slides by and she just moans into the mic and gets shot, and then you laugh and then you get shot? Why? Is that a bad idea?
That's an issue. I'm out.
That didn't work. That didn't work at all.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Run away.
Wait, why are they aiming up? There's a toilet up here. No, it's not a toilet. It's just optical illusion.
I like your hat, sir.
Wait, Yuki was the one that died? When Io moaned at the old man yesterday, you were the one that laughed and died?
What? Nah, I don't think. Oop.
Did Rose just die?
Everything is fine.
Alright. Ooh. This is bad. This is really bad.
Oh no.
It's
Why is he-
stuff?
Why is he aiming down? Why is he sliding?
Understood.
Let him go. Oh. Oh, you... Okay, I understand now, Salami.
It's the card. See? No, we didn't.
How's our money looking? You know, he's preoccupied. Oh, he broke it. I tried to beat him up. Careful, he's gonna kick you. I just gotta remember to push to talk. There's a mod for this that lets you toggle your microphone. And I might need to do that. Come on, grab it. There we go. So far with the new update, have you been liking it more? Oh no, who is this?
Well done.
Who is green? Like vibrant green? Who's vibrantly green?
Right? Once you kind of understand how the clown works, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, I just want to figure out who is dead. Did you just slap them with your wad of money?
Showing your authority, I see.
I was excited.
It's okay, I would be too.
That was so rude.
I'm sorry.
Babe, why don't you slap me in the face with money?
Let's grab that. We'll do a quick tier 1 and go.
In the face with pizza? That's a good alternative. Oh, he's in the car.
Did the clown despawn?
You know, today was the day that I could have crash, but it's okay.
Let me
Welcome
heal
back.
you.
Welcome
I'm about
back.
to gain 20 health, so let me give you 20.
Yeah, let me give you 20s. Oh, I don't have 20. I lied. I got slapped around.
Back off, no.
Wait a minute. Oh, you're back. You're back. You're back.
Hey,
Why is there a square on my screen?
Hold
This
it.
place is scary.
Everything is
Yeah.
fine.
Welcome in, mouse.
I know. So
Wild.
we did it.
Yeah,
I think that went
That-
great.
that went smoothly.
Hey, Rose. Rose. I
Wait.
made
Yes,
a
ma'am.
new redeem today on my channel called I Love.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You know that repo meme of I love.
Oh, what's this? Is that the sword?
Mm.
That is the sword, but it's too expensive.
I don't know the meme. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I will
strength for
find you.
I
3K.
don't know the meme.
I like how they're shopping.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like,
I have a delivery.
What is this?
You can't buy that.
What is it?
Hello.
That's
A
that's a
crowd?
baby.
Rest?
It's a baby.
You can't buy that.
I'm a man.
Oh.
human trafficking, I spy.
It
Is
is
this
my-
Wait, no, wait, no, no.
It's life, it's fine.
I need different sellers.
Go. Wait, I can't.
3,000. What do we
Wait,
have
I
that's
can look him. I
3,000?
kind of want him. I formed a relationship. He's expensive.
Yeah, he's a
Jonah.
very
Oh my
expensive.
god, I
For
got
1K.
Joe.
Too many.
Back, Nave. Back, I say.
Oop.
Oh shit.
No, there's still I'm enough
Okay, we're
for
good.
1K. Hell yeah.
Is that everything?
Trying to kill me, I see you there.
You literally beat me with a sword. What do you mean?
It's unsafe.
It's called what?
Ooh. Okay.
All right, let's go.
That's right. I'm eyeing you. I'm eyeing you, Church. I'm coming for
Yeah.
that booty.
Uh-oh.
Look at you, sweet.
Done. Thank you, Kiara.
I wish I could reverse the voice chat. I wish I could have
Let's go.
opposite toggle. I want to toggle only voice chat in stream.
Wait,
Make
do they not have
expressions
the
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
You can hit number buttons and it makes you make faces.
And you can combine faces if you hit.
Do they
down.
impact your
You
tone of
combine
voice?
faces.
No, I don't think so.
Even. Angry.
All right,
Wait, so I
everybody,
can make-
Let's go get that bank.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I can just look really depressed.
Hey Rose, you doing okay?
No, that face is scary. I don't like it. I'm gonna take the stamina.
You know what?
Mine.
What makes me feel better? Live grenades. Oh shit! Put that in your pocket.
Another.
Was that Luna? Oh snap!
I have no idea.
Oh my
I
god!
was just about to say that.
A
there's one
murder
more
just
step, but I
occurred.
didn't. What's it?
And by the way, Rose, you can put it back in your inventory and it'll stop being on. That's a good little helpful hint for later.
That was a good throw, though, right? Like,
I mean, it would have been a lot better on this man.
Oh. I see. When you have the crouch rest thing, it makes it so that
Can someone apologize to Luna?
your stamina recharges faster
I'm just
when
gonna.
you're crouching,
We're just going.
which makes sense.
By the way, we have a shotgun man. Oh, I can't. Because I'm the host, I can't dodge the shotgun rounds. Oh my god.
Somebody may be dead.
This might be perfect. I think Luna was a casualty to a grenade earlier. Okay. Please do not hit that a third time. We got a man to kill.
it'll be fine.
I don't actually know. I don't know how to use this grenade.
Don't worry, someone else. I don't
Due to unforeseen action.
Did I get him?
That church is how you died.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
unforeseen
yeah.
action, huh?
Oh no, we killed them.
He may have sacrificed
Hello.
himself.
Hi.
Ooh.
I
Noel's life
did
grenade
not.
is
Okay.
unforeseen
Five,
action.
five, five.
I don't know if you witnessed it, but the worst timing happened. I was like, I'm gonna give Rose a grenade to hold, and then she activated it and pulled it away from me. Because technically, I could have pocketed the grenade and it would have unactivated it.
Oh no,
And then she yeeted it into the ship.
Son?
your child is
Yeah.
Right at
I
my
love your
feet.
child. He is.
Oh, sorry.
I'm so sorry, church. It was not their intention.
I had just enough time to turn around like, hey, what's that beeping sound? I looked down to see the grenade.
Oh no, Yuki is bad at the duck. Look what the duck did.
Oh
Say
no.
what I think it did. Oh no.
I call that duck
My
Kevin.
husband sacrificed his life to that orb.
Oh, the duck killed my orb.
It's fine. Oh, sorry.
The duck did kill the orb.
That orb was just like an orb to me.
Yeah, I'm done with the cart.
Yuki went.
I'm so done with the cart.
That's unfortunate. At least they don't have to deal with a shotgun guy. Hopefully that ups our survival rate.
How much is it?
Wait, wait,
I
This is a crown in that
found the
one.
diamond,
I
right?
killed
And
it.
Yuki was watching me ever so
I killed
carefully
everything.
moving. I'm like, carefully, carefully.
okay.
Run.
I always
Thank
fucking
you.
destroy these things. Next minute, the
I think we have
gunman,
everything
he
on the
walks
map.
around the corner and ganks me in front of Yuki.
Weird. There's
Oh,
two,
no.
There's two
That's quick.
extracts.
Yeah, I don't know where else we can go. Here, let's finish this extract.
There's this
Can
whole
we?
section over here.
Oh,
Nah,
I'm just blind.
We need like 3,000 more.
Oh no.
Hmm.
If
Here, you-
only some kind of orb hadn't perished on its own.
Oh no.
Right.
God
You
damn
know?
it, Kevin.
That they can do that. They just
That's why-
explode. Y'all can
that's
sit
why-
here. Actually, can stage a play. Oh,
Alright, what do we got going on?
I'm watching Yuki right now, carefully
Yeah,
putting
same.
me in the corner.
I want to see the acting on this.
like a conference room.
It's like a conference. So thank you everyone for
I
joining
don't know
me
Yeah.
on this meeting of
Lost
the
the
dead.
colours.
Yeah.
Hello, green one.
Today's agenda. Who pulled the grenade?
Yeah, so I may have.
I caught it, so
Oh, I mean,
identified
team
someone,
player.
Look, look, look.
activated it,
Wait,
and then
exactly.
threw it directly into someone's face. On
Oh my
accident.
god. Look,
Oh my
it's
God, we
like
caught
it's like they're
it. It's 4K
discussing
admitting.
the green one's dead body.
I'm doing tricks and shit. What the fuck?
Nice. Did a kickflip.
Now they're all having a little chat.
Do another one.
Yeah, it's like you know the memes of you find like the 3 golden retrievers hanging out. That's them having a meeting. Okay, let's
I
go
just
get more
realized
money.
that you and Icefire are dogs,
Yeah,
which
make
makes it
one.
even funnier.
True.
Oh my god, I didn't even know that.
Let's see what Lena's doing.
And
Whoever is watching me right now, I'm scouting.
Oh, I'm glad they could fill us in on what they were doing.
A compass! The compass! Go back,
Yes.
Lena!
not enough.
They're trying.
Oh yeah, there's still a ton of stuff on the map.
Yay!
Now, if only I didn't die.
Oh, you
I
can.
fucked up.
lead
I-
her.
Thanks for the head pets. I
Yeah.
appreciate it, Nox. And welcome in.
You know
I don't
why
know
we're
if
all
I-
alive? Because we're different versions of red.
Oh my god.
Exactly,
Should we all
exactly.
change? Should we all change our colors to red? We can do that. Hit escape. You can go to
Okay.
select color.
Okay.
We should just all go red.
Like red, red.
They all
Like
died
red, red.
because they
Right
were
there.
green.
No, just go.
Exactly.
Yeah,
White
that's
is
the
kind
reason.
of green.
There's like a
White
light red,
is-
a
White has
normal
green in
red,
it.
and then a dark red.
An
Oh,
abundance
shit.
of
I'ma
color.
I went
which
second
I'ma go
from the
includes
right.
green.
Wait, I thought white was the void color.
I'll go the light red.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, wait, no,
Isn't that black?
you know what I'm not
I thought black was all the colors.
What if
I don't know.
I don't know my colors. I didn't take
didn't go
color
to school.
I
theory.
could go pink.
I know.
Oh, go pink.
I think
Why are
it
you-
depends on.
Wait, you said you're going light red
It's fine.
or dark red?
Yeah,
Don't die.
Okay.
light red.
Yeah, I'll go
myself
I'll go
together.
dark red.
Medium you're working with.
Okay, so watch it. Ready?
It's
Yeah.
transparent.
Okay,
That way?
Ready? Just go with it. Just go with it. Go
Yeah.
with it. Ready? So as I was
That's where I
saying,
know the
Wow.
you saw some like cows.
Hello, everybody.
Hey. What's up?
Look, it's like Ice Fire. All the
Guys, do we need
fives.
to discuss safety and grenade management?
Yeah, so
No, I don't think we do.
Okay.
We should talk about the amazing ass accuracy of my throw.
I know it was spot on.
For better or for worse, it was spot on.
I will go activate the next extract, which was this way.
Thank you, kind gentlemen.
I didn't
Oh.
actually know he was behind me. I was just trying to get rid of it.
Matriarch. What's the
You know?
non-gender version of a matriarch?
There is none. I think there's only a male or a female leader.
President.
Matter.
What?
President, yeah. What's you could be like a what's it
President,
called? Like the leader of Canada.
Minister
What do they call those?
or a priest?
I want to give
I
you a
don't
thingy,
know.
but you're just running away from me. A priest is
Who
for
are
a
you guys talking about?
church. We're trying to figure out what's the
I'm
leader of
trying to get
Canada
your map.
called.
You can see the yellow dots, which are item.
I was
And when
trying to think
somebody-
of the
Prime
non-gendered version of a
Minister.
king.
What?
Because I
Where?
wanted to say thank you, king, or thank you, queen, but that is non-inclusive. So I was like,
Say ruler.
matriarch, ruler.
Oh,
That
wow,
sounds
ruler.
my liege.
Ruler is what I have in my desk.
liege.
I've got a compass.
Yes.
Thank you, my liege.
I'm still learning the push to talk button. It's on my mouse.
Grandma,
Here's a vase.
Luna!
Yes.
Here you
Ooh.
go, my liege.
Give myself my liege.
Hold on, I have a gift. There's two!
Oh,
Get the
oh
chance.
my god.
Can't be. I always fuck this up.
No, this is for Luna.
Whoa, I could have killed that.
I know you could have.
Oh,
could fly, I
oh,
would.
that was close.
Oh.
Tempting fate.
I was going to cry. If it broke, I was going to cry.
You have been redeemed now. There you go.
There's something behind the door.
Grab it.
Nothing. Nothing's in here.
It's on
There's
the
been
top.
no
It's
money.
right
Come on, grab him.
Don't say that.
He's emotional support doll. Let me bring him with me.
there. What are you going to call it?
I don't know yet. We call him like George?
Oh,
Yeah, that sounds like a solid name.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with George.
Ding, you right, you priceless.
Oh my god.
Spin.
damn.
Spin.
She called you cheap. You can't be
I'm in a washing
priced.
machine of pain.
You spin me right round.
Oh no.
I deserve this. I'm sorry.
It's a ritual to summon.
And toss the baby. Oh. I dropped the baby.
Yeah. Wow.
April's
Come
character.
with me.
Oh no. Hi. Field trip.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a dock.
Field trip.
Look at you wiggle.
What enemy do we? Oh, we had a shotgun man.
I heard a weird noise. I don't like this.
That weird noise is totally normal.
Oh no.
I'm a ferret.
Hey.
Oh. Kick his butt. One more shot. One more. You got this. Next shot. It'll make it.
I'm back! Fuck yeah!
Time.
I can't talk in game right now. Oh, we go. We go.
Why would you do that?
I was trying to start to.
We gotta leave. Godspeed. Hello, sir.
Ah.
Can I interest you in not murdering our whole team, please?
So much happened.
I wonder if they changed that. There was a time where if
That was a
you
lot.
came in during the self-destruct and left again, it wouldn't count as a loss.
Insane. Can we
You know, we're
afford
doing
a
pretty
cart?
good. Do we need a second cart?
Scream from the next.
Oh, what is this? A
Destructible guns
phase
pretty
bridge?
solid.
What is this do?
Oh, they have a bunch of guns in this and they're a lot cheaper in this.
Phase bridge.
This is a valuable
Oh, I
chopper.
think I know what this is. Is there any
Ooh, mine? Worth?
I think this is literally so that we can connect carts together.
No, it's a bridge. You can
No,
like,
It's a bridge.
you can like stand on it.
Ooh.
There's an indestructible drone, but God, is it worth a bloody penny?
Would you like it?
I think it'd be good for
They're very
stuff.
useful.
Yeah,
Mm.
I think it'd be useful for like big stuff. Hello.
Do I?
Open.
But look,
Open.
I feel like
Open.
strength is still really
oh my God, I
good.
yeeted it on the cart.
This is a
It was so
valuable
amazing.
tracker.
How did I extend?
Beep, beep, beep. It works cool.
It's like I'm looking
How do I
for something
extend it?
valuable.
Wait, you hit E on it and it'll go bigger. Where's the little hole in the
I
roof?
wanted to extend. Oh, it
It
has
is
been.
extended.
The hole's right there, but I can't get in.
Well,
There you go.
Don't say anything, or don't say
Yeah.
anything.
It's about finesse.
I love you too.
I don't know if it's gonna fit.
Oh my God.
It'll fit.
Oh no, I messed it up.
Push him.
Hi, guy.
Good luck. Good luck getting up
wait,
that.
lift it up while I'm on it.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. Oh wait,
wait, let's see.
I was doing it.
because you can do this. And
Don't
then
put
somebody
him
can
in.
pull there, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
just
I'll
let go.
hold it with my head. I'll hold this part with my head. Go.
Thank you.
Ooh,
Nice.
way to use your head on that one.
That worked so well.
What's up there?
There's a bucket. We wasted our money.
The duck bucket?
What's up there?
Aw.
We could have ridden the bucket.
Get in the bucket.
No.
Get in the bucket.
And a frost.
What's up, Titans?
I was not part of this.
I want to
Oh,
ride
you
the duck bucket.
In you go.
Did something
In you
happen
go.
here?
We don't talk about it.
Well, you know, some grenade.
Yeah. Did I kill
Hey, who got killed?
I didn't mean to do that.
Okay, out we
I
go.
didn't think the grenades would kill them.
What happens?
What they have?
Destroying slackers.
I'm sorry. I'm
Come on.
sorry. I'm
We,
so
um,
sorry.
Who
How's
died to
it
that
going,
grenade?
I don't
did.
know.
I
I'm
was
so
a
sorry.
casualty.
Oh no.
okay. I thicked it. So
You know, if I had a penny for every time I got killed by a grenade this session, I'd have 2 pennies, which isn't a lot. That happened twice.
Because I didn't get a perk last time. Can I get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, take whatever you
Yeah.
want.
Do I want this or do I want string?
Oh,
I guess that answers it for me.
Uh-oh, what did you grab?
Not like I didn't want to be
I'm the
strong.
snow cone.
I wish to be a buff woman.
Mm.
Where the fuck
Hey.
are we?
Don't
Oh,
we
we're at the
all?
museum. Wait, did I have a thing? Yeah. about 50.
Wait, can I?
Get your thing.
How did they do this thingy?
You can have that. And don't forget your upgrade. Did you use it?
I
Nice.
think I did. I have 50. So.
Oh, wait a minute.
Right? Because it's like 40 to 50, right?
Meow.
Ow.
I'm sorry, I've got excited. I can make the cart make me zoom.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
You need an upgrade?
This is the best way to use a cart. Hands down. Can I steer myself? He's dead.
Right.
So sad. Is there something up there?
No.
No, he's parkouring.
I thought there was.
Ooh, the most cursed pacifier.
Where's the cart?
I have the cart.
I have a gift.
Oh boy, my favorite, a brain with a cap.
I got it just for you. I'm like those cats that bring the dead mice.
Oh,
You're
thank you. It's
welcome.
what I've
Be
always
thankful.
wanted. A snack.
Ow! Go in.
Come on.
Go forward. You can do it. Here, get little. Press R.
Are you helping him into the vent?
Got it.
I've actually never gone into one of the vents.
Exit right over here.
Come here,
What's
my
in the vent? Can I
love.
just... Oh! I came too fast.
Not like normal. Okay, press R.
I just crouch in.
Good job. Yeah.
Hello. Can you open the vent? That's terrifying. It looks like a mosquito.
Right?
Wait. Oh, I hear screaming. Let's figure out what's going on.
Nothing up here.
Wait, there's an upstairs.
There's the Reaper.
Uh-oh.
Well then.
What's up here? Huh. This is quite the tower. Oh, that's a cliff. Can I? No. Oh, oh, that hurts. Oh, that's bad. Nope. Okay, look away. Can I just?
Oh, the Reaper's right down there.
Oh, that's bad. Can I kill him? Oh, he didn't even notice me. Can I? I need that on. I need that on. Landmine, I need you to turn on.
Look out, there's a Reaper over there.
I think he's following me.
Don't look at him.
Back. Gotcha. It wasn't enough. Did we lose another one?
Yep.
Unfortunate. Is there? Oh, it's a head. It's a red dot. I see. Okay, let's grab that dot. We'll give the head back to the point.
Yep.
No.
He got killed by the Reaper. The Reaper's almost dead.
If we want to feel ballsy, we can knock him over with something.
So they nerfed it. It's very hard to... Wait, no, we're on level 1. I think we should be okay. They changed the knockover mechanics. They changed the knockover mechanics and made it a lot harder. So now, I think actually under round 10, you still have the original mechanics, unless they haven't added that. I forgot to do the collar!
No, Patty.
Oh.
Welcome.
Uh-oh.
I
That was a good time for this.
Watching him just follow you down the hallway.
Dude, I didn't hear... He never screamed because I never looked at him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me refund that and I'll put the collar on. I saw the redeem and I was like, why don't... Wait a minute, I forgot about the collar thing.
Great.
That's a tricky.
I do too.
Okay, we got this.
Icefire, why are you red?
Oh! I know what you're talking about.
He was out in the sun too long.
This is very much... Exactly.
Gonna drag
This is
out-
like a maroon, I would say. Chad?
Why didn't
Oh.
she say anything?
I'm running for my
She
life.
doesn't?
She just watched me die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, who is this? Who is
Okay.
this?
I have the collar on. Let me give you a refund.
Hello, random citizen of the... How are you?
Up. Duplicate.
We are currently
Hello.
in the stream playing...
Welcome in, Momo.
Luna's schizophrenia is sitting in.
Same.
It's okay if you whisper, she'll be...
No idea what is gonna happen.
Say hi.
Anybody
Jack.
have Nerds gummy clusters before?
I just
No.
Yeah.
die in front
Yes,
of
it's
me.
They're
freaking
so
addicting.
good.
They're like cocaine, but in candy form.
It's a problem.
Literally, everybody that I know that has eaten them have said the same thing, that they've gotten
Jesus
addicted
Christ.
to them.
It's the
Currently
textures.
carrying the head of my
It
family.
really is.
Maybe.
Oh, is this a dead
They
end?
unlock a secret.
Okay. It has been refunded, Momo.
think
Thanks
this
for
is
petting my
over.
mouth.
Gonna be
I
on it.
appreciate it, Novi.
No, I have faith.
We're
I have so
currently
much
dealing
faith.
with death at the moment.
Do they know that there's a last one alive? We should all change our color to the same color.
What color should
Do
we
you change
get?
mid-game?
And how are
Yeah,
you?
if you go to the escape menu, you can
No, I
click
see.
on it.
What color are we gonna be?
Ice, I joined VC without knowing you were streaming. Oh no. Yeah, we have it all muted. We have 6 people though. I don't think we can fit anyone else.
How is your day,
But that's pretty
That'd be
funny.
bright pink.
Bright pink. The one that's on the left.
I have the Discord calls actually like muted
Okay.
right now.
It'll show
We'll
once we're
spawn in and
revived.
Just say
Done.
nothing and just stare at it, right?
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Stare.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's a reunion. Oh wait, what color do we want to be?
It's
Pink?
okay.
We're doing the bright
Okay,
pink.
that's
Bright pink?
Just
Like
said
Oh,
pink.
tell me
Yeah,
if there's
okay.
anyone alive. No.
we're gonna be beautiful.
Yep, we are not gonna say anything. We're just gonna all pop up.
Yeah. We want to like avoid the conversation if they ask about our color.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good. That's good. I like
But in
that.
like a really
Yeah,
obvious
no,
way.
exactly.
Yeah.
Just be like, anyway.
Yeah.
Weather.
Look at her go.
They are determined.
I like that she's
Go.
talking to her
Finally.
chat, but we don't technically know that, so it just kind of looks like she has schizophrenia.
It's the invisible man. Oh, motherfucker.
The Gooner.
The Gooner's here.
Oh no.
It's the invisible man. He's come to get me. Come.
I saw a really funny post today that it's like back in my day, we didn't call it gooning, we called it.
Called it.
Oh, that
Called it what?
See,
Rose?
I shouldn't say that.
Oh, no, please go on, Rose.
The last time we streamed Rebo,
That might be a bit
dude
silly. It's okay, Zoe.
fucking,
It's just me.
he
Oh,
kidnapped me right at the end after we just completed 3 of them. And
Oh.
we were all running to extract, and between us and extract was a whole army of gnomes, a clown, death,
Oh.
and the ghost grabbed me and ran me past all of it to back to the ship. And it was just the funniest thing ever.
Wait, so
Oh
it brought
my
you
God.
back to the ship?
Yeah, because we were really far away from the ship, so he tries to take you
Oh,
far away from everybody. So he just happened to bring me to the ship.
that's
I never
so
understood what he
cool.
was trying to do. I just assumed he took your place.
I assumed he's having a good
Right.
time based on what he was sounding like.
Right.
Okay.
yeah.
He always takes me
Oh,
to some corner
there he is.
somewhere.
Uh-oh.
The pants in my ear.
Okay, sir.
Oh,
She's been gooned.
Sir,
Oh no.
sir, please.
What does she
Uh-oh.
Please, sir. Release me. I'm being kidnapped. Release me.
Be gone, demon.
Poor girl.
he didn't
Are they
take it very
running?
far.
No.
Nope.
Good news. I've newly discovered that even if I'm under something, he can still grab me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's the little arm.
Concentrate.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
They're on a mission.
She needs 4,000 more gold.
There we go.
Oh, surely.
I don't know if you
But
can lift
She
that.
lifted that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, she didn't get the strength, did she?
Nope.
No.
No, I had, even with the 2 strength that I had, I doubt I could lift it. It would take
Yeah.
pretty much all of
Heavy.
us to lift it.
Surely there's gonna be something a bit. Like
Is it- Is
Why
it
is the
golden?
cart moving? Oh, the gooner.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God
Uh-oh.
damn it.
Oh no, she's dead.
No, she's okay.
She has- Oh my gosh, she has like no health.
She's got at
Yeah,
least
in there.
10.
Stupid.
9.
9.
8.
No, we don't need this countdown.
Countdown to death.
7.
Right.
No.
If
I don't want to know what
6.
happened.
4.
You remember when you were a kid and your parents would count down like, you better do something or I'll count down from 5. Yeah, that's how it feels.
All right, y'all.
Terrified.
The plan is, I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. So,
Yeah?
Don't love it. Great plan.
Okay,
But you guys
Icefire,
can
how
tell
does your
that-
game look so crisp and mine looks so grainy?
Are you looking at my stream?
the
Yeah.
golden
Okay, you gotta escape.
Or attempt to.
You go to your settings.
Can't promise anything.
Uh-huh.
I'm
Go to your
not gonna lie
graphics.
on my
Uh-huh.
Scroll all the way to the bottom
Try.
and
Uh-huh.
turn pixelation to
Yeah,
small.
just turn off the.
Oh.
Also turn like grain off and chromatic aberration.
Oh. I can see. Oh.
Yeah, you
Okay,
turn all that
grain
stuff off,
Yeah.
and then boom, you can just see so well.
I feel like I can see it. This, you know, Icefire doesn't have glasses. This is what it feels like when you go from having no glasses to a prescription that works. That's what that feeling is.
I had mine to small. I didn't even realize that wasn't the default.
Did you already change yours just a long time ago?
It's not visible at all.
God damn it.
You turn it up, and it's just like hard to see anything.
Jesus Christ. Why am I coughing so much? Okay.
I wonder if they made it not the or they made it the default to have it off now.
Go out there
It has been a while.
after I take
No,
all
it says
the-
default.
I guess you're right. Default
higher
is
settings.
very
See if I
pixelated.
can get the golden fruit.
Your face is pixelated.
Come at me, bro.
Got him.
Damn savage.
I
Get
never in
wrecked.
my life thought I would be opening a bloody packet in my life.
I think it's kind of cute that since it's using the little guys from Discord, she knows we're all just yapping.
Yeah.
Right.
It's true.
It's just lit up. We yap.
Yeah, no, definitely.
She only needs one item.
She's got this.
Oh, there's the Reaper.
I hate the little fingers.
Fingers, like the little hand on them.
Yeah, her.
Win. First
Mhm.
place. World of Tag.
I think we should have bought health, you guys.
No,
Nah.
health is for the weak.
Okay.
That wouldn't have saved me.
I needed another grenade, and that would have saved me. I couldn't kill the
I don't
Reaper.
like the idea
Man,
of
what would
that.
happen to that?
I know.
If only somebody who was really stupid didn't like mess with the grenades and punt it into, you know.
Into cart.
Oh no, I was actually gonna buy another grenade in the store. I had a landmine, but I didn't want to use a bunch of money.
Oh, so all they need.
Still not
Mom?
enough.
What?
Anything little?
She has enough now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think she graduated math class. It's okay.
That's okay.
Oh,
It's
that's
because
better.
she's Australian. Everything's upside down,
Something little.
Yeah.
including the numbers.
Can confirm.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm a little scared. I said something little, not something huge. What the fuck, game?
Oh, the stop sign.
Sign. Oh no.
I can't let that go to me right now. I gotta find something little.
She does have enough,
Wait,
right?
What happened?
I did the math.
It's either just under.
I found second extraction.
We need the math.
Well, I think the cart says 4,000, right?
Yeah.
much is
she
in
only
the
needs
cart?
4,300 and
Okay, what do we got on the cart? We're almost at the cart.
I'm gonna risk it.
4,396.
40 or
396.
5, 6, 7,
She's
8.
off by
Yeah.
3.
Oh my god, that's so
No,
sad.
No, she did the right math.
We're the
did it.
fools.
We are the fools.
We are.
Oh no.
Oh, is that the end? Oh no, she hit a corner.
No.
No, she doesn't know the map. Oh, 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 oh.
Oh no! Oh no!
Now
Oh
she's
my
at 1
God.
HP. You want to count down to
There's no
0?
way she's not at 1.
If that had any higher tick
Oh my
rate,
god, by
she'd
the
been dead.
skin of my
Yeah.
teeth.
Oh no, something's breaking the cart.
Oh,
They're damaging the
Is that a
thing.
baby?
Something's punching it. Oh no, the baby head is just rolling. The baby head
Yeah,
does that.
The
It's
Gooner is
You gotta be
stuck on
kidding
it.
me.
no, the baby head rolls when it activates.
No.
It'll start bouncing and hurting itself.
The baby committed Sudoku.
It really did.
well,
It said, "Oh, it's coming for her."
God dang it.
Now she's back
She
at
just needs to
0.
grab the poop.
Grab the golden
I'm gonna be
poop.
able to lift this on my-
I think
think
they
she can do it.
fixed it. You used to be able to roll items into the cart. You can slide it. If you might be able to lift it on one side
Oh
and
my
kick it with your feet.
God. Trying.
Well, this is going to be fun.
That does
Oh,
not
no.
look like a safe spot.
She went to hide. Just
wish I had a
stood up
weapon. I
and
just
stared at
thought,
it.
Oh no!
Yeah, I think the only thing she could really do is just drag the poop.
Oh, she
back to
could.
the
Yeah,
thing.
that's true.
Yeah.
Oh no!
There's no way I'm gonna be able to.
So what
She's
is
got
that?
this. So it turns. It's a
Ah.
stoplight. It changes between red,
God.
yellow, and green. Usually used to direct traffic,
That's
like
what sounds
vehicles.
exciting.
Please help me.
so
Yeah, yeah, that's awesome. That's cool. I hope
Yeah.
you walk in traffic.
If that light's red, I should be okay.
Oh no! Hey, maybe the Gooner will take her to a.
To the next item we go.
No.
Yuki can see the future.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
also that stoplight has a unique feature, by the way. If someone's touching it while the light goes red, it explodes.
Yeah, that happens too. Man figures that important. I thought the traffic advice was more
It's like a regular
interesting.
stoplight.
Yeah, that's true.
It's looking pretty
Yeah.
bleak, I'm not gonna lie. I can't find anything.
I brought him back to the point.
She can go to the right, right? There's more to the right.
Busy, man.
Probably.
Isn't gonna get me.
Yeah,
I
there's
wish I
no
could
way
see the
that this
map.
is all that there is. Like, we have a whole nother extract to do.
Yeah. Oh, there's nothing. Oh, hey, that's me!
Oh, you've been
Hey.
found.
Me! Mom, I'm famous. Look at me.
You think she's putting together the murder mystery?
I'm on camera.
Yeah.
Murders.
I think she's found all of our heads then.
I
Yeah,
believe so.
Now she just has to figure out the murder weapon.
he is hope collector.
There we go.
They kind of look
Like
like
plain
Easter
flu.
eggs.
Don't forget
Why
we're all gonna be the same
me?
color.
Yeah. I
When
am.
we
I,
respawn, I'm
yes,
pink.
I changed it. Yep. There's no way those two are the only items left.
No.
No, there's got to be another direction that hasn't been gone yet.
Yep.
Might be something up here that I
Like up
can-
these stairs.
I went upstairs. I couldn't find anything.
Please, for the love of God, let there be
I went up the
something
stairs and fell down the vent hole.
up here.
That stairs is what I went down, and then the nun touched me.
Nope,
It
Normally
was
it's
a
a
bad
priest.
time.
just the
None. I think she's in.
Tell me
I
I'm
don't
for
know
the
what she
fall
is.
up. Epsilon.
Where the nun touched you.
No.
Did we play
the dream right now.
War Thunder?
Thinking of the fingers. Ugh.
I remember your name, I think on Luna's stream
I
for some
remember they
reason.
Damn
exist.
it, I
She's
should have
back.
taken the string.
He's got this.
She does got this. Just rotate. Rotate.
Rotate. It doesn't work anymore.
Rotate.
I think they fixed that. Some
Yeah.
items, if you spin on a cart, you can get them to go in.
I think it still works. I have faith.
What?
She can
I got
walk
no
it.
choice. I have to try and pull this thing. This ain't no way I'm traffic. Come on.
I don't
Perfect.
think you can pull it. I think you have to walk it. Like you walk. You push it while you walk.
This is the biggest turmoil of my life right now.
Damn.
She's going through
And
it.
everyone's watching.
The last item
Oh, it's a hockey puck.
summarizes the entire situation.
Yeah.
I have to do it. My team is dead. They're relying on me to
No pressure at all, don't worry.
The real question is, if this is the last item, what are we gonna do about the rest of
I
it?
don't
No,
know.
there
I
has to be
think there's
more.
another way, and it's just
Yeah, this is going big.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That gave her so much flexibility before it took her last
Yeah,
health.
What the fuck?
Come on. Gonna get you to point.
I know, poor Luna.
oh my gosh.
There
she's
has
got
to be a
this.
branch of this area that we haven't looked through yet.
Yeah, I
I
think
feel
so.
like
Yeah,
we're setting up for
definitely.
the biggest, like, disappointing thing ever.
No, you have to walk it, girl.
Come on.
I have to
He's
take-
getting there.
You're already a pain.
I
in
love
my
that there
butt.
hasn't been a Reaper in the last, like, 10 minutes.
Don't jinx it!
I'm on my way.
The Gooner!
Not the man. You
No!
Oh no!
There she goes again.
Back to the cart.
Let me go.
Oh my god, it's taking her.
Oh, that's quite the
That was more
stroll.
serious than it would seem.
I think they've been up there. I don't think there's anything there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this was the top winners.
This next expansion, if we don't get a gun.
Oh. What does that sound?
I heard that sound too.
Every
Gooner's back.
Oh no, it's gonna grab her again.
Back to the corner.
She is Sisyphus and this is her hill.
Oh my
Push the
god.
road.
Wanted to be in that room.
They really do.
She looks so defeated.
I just
She hasn't given up yet. I would have. I would have hit that self-destruct long ago.
Damn it.
She's a goddamn hero.
Yep. Staying strong. I hope there's no more eyeball. I'm scared.
First I'm dealing with death, now I'm dealing with
Oh, he's back.
No. No.
Oh, no.
My god.
Off.
Oh my god, poor Luna. Oh
Oh no!
Is this my hell? Is this my
She's gonna take him back multiple times. Oh no. Imagine there's like 3 gooners. That's what it is. Ugh.
It's in the room with her.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm trying into the fucking building.
She's trying so hard.
no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, he didn't notice. He didn't notice. He's good.
Run.
Yeah, she's making a break for it.
Okay.
They think I'm gonna make it to the turd.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh, was that the end? No, she went to the corner. Wrong corner.
That's the end.
No.
Oh,
No.
Oh no.
I
Those
had
gooners
never
really
in my
wanted you.
life-
Oh my
I
god.
don't know if y'all heard me.
We did.
I should have taken the strength. I should have taken the strength.
It's true.
Oh my god, that was wild.
I tried, sir.
Ow.
yeah.
Leave me. Leave me in my sad world.
Now.
Oop. Oop. Oh, don't wait. I'll survive this. Cube.
Here now.
Wait a minute, I have another idea. Nope. Come on, let me grab.
I don't care.
Oh.
I got a frying pan.
Oh.
Gotcha.
No.
One more. No,
No, it's so rude.
I'm out of stamina. It's like a windshield wiper.
Oh! Hello. You're the wrong pink.
Oh no.
Welcome to the afterlife.
Okay, I can fix my pink now.
The ball camera, Luna.
Uh-oh. There's a 1 in 20 chance that bot hammer explodes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm crying.
I'm sorry, Luna.
We're good now. It was just a really emotional moment.
What a fight to the death.
Oh my god.
No.
Oh no! I like to think I deserved that.
It's for the suffering in the end. So that was a round. Why is
Are
my...
we ready
there
for
we
our
go.
first round?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
Yeah. Yep.
Why are we all pink? Am I missing the memo?
Anyway,
Do
so
you
I'm
guys-
really excited for this round.
Do you see how warm it's been getting outside?
Yeah.
Yeah,
This ain't
me
no rain
too.
all the time.
No, we're back at the museum.
Wait.
Everyone is pink. I don't understand.
Night at the museum was cold.
The rerun. I hope there's another turd. Oh, it's this thing. Wait, what is that? $1,000. I'm gonna grab this, but it's gonna make you look, so you're gonna want to go around the corner.
Oh.
I think it does it suction or
Yes,
oh,
sir.
I'm gonna speed run it. Back to the thing. No, it's gone now. We're not to touch it. Anytime you touch it, everyone has to look at touch it.
Why is it full of avocados? Oh,
Those are
Look at it.
eyeball. Those are brain. Yeah, they're kind of both eyeballs and brains. I'm just gonna scooch away now.
Never look
Ah,
away.
fuck! I'm turned around.
Never look away.
Come on, I'm gonna make it away. We're good. Look at that big wiener. There's a child in the next room.
Come here.
Okay. Yeah.
Look.
It commemorates what happened last round.
I know. I showed Luna.
What just happened? Why did I hear a scream? Is that an upstream? Oh, it's a Troj. Is that an item? No.
It makes you look at it.
Also, I'm not saying that Rose has picked up the gumball machine. He's running around the map.
Oh no. Oh, do you see the painting over here that commemorates last round?
We should show Luna. Give her like PTSD or something.
It's art. Okay. What do we have? Oh, it's a bar with a giant turd in it.
I have a
You know,
gift for
I
you.
prefer my bar to be a little more sanitary. I
It
need some
even
help.
wrapped it.
Oh, she did. It's beautiful.
Thank you. Oh.
Can I get some assistance with this turd?
No,
Yeah.
I got a banana.
Can I just...
There's only bad things in the other direction.
Oh, there's some cups to teas.
Guys, can
There's
we
some
have
teas
help?
over there.
I need everyone to grab onto the feces.
Now we take it as a
Aw.
family.
Yeah, this is
Into
to
the
show
cart.
Luna how it's done.
Yeah.
Luna
There we
might
go.
be dead.
Oh.
Then they can watch right now. We don't have to bring her back.
Yeah.
Here, wait, before you go, there's teeth over here.
There's something else, yeah.
Good. I'm hungry.
Oh, a tooth. Another tooth.
Yeah, there's a gold tooth and a normal tooth.
You get both flavors.
Are you not hungry?
Yeah.
Been wide, you can't.
Nom. Hello, sorry. Is Luna's head inside the point?
She's not dead.
Oh.
Oh! Is that everything?
Careful,
that's
the
everything on
angry
the
night
map.
guy
I think
is
we're
just
good.
right there.
You should touch him. Okay, maybe not. I lied. I wouldn't want to be here anymore. Ooh, that was scary. Oh, this is round 1. We don't have stuff on the map. I need to get back. Uh-huh. Does he know I'm here? Or is he gonna go back to the ship? I think he's going back to the ship. What? Oh, I'm looking at the child. I couldn't see the child. It was dark. Okay. We're gonna... Ooh. That's a dead person. We're just gonna lay low for a bit. Who are they attacking? I'm still alive. I'm working my way downtown. Is that Luna?
Why are they black?
That's bad. Ooh, I don't like that. Who is... Uh-oh. Was bad. How much time do I got?
Can we leave? Can we leave? Can we leave? Can we leave?
I hope that doesn't kill me.
Well,
Okay, what happened?
I didn't get extra health.
Oh no.
I
You
died
know-
in the ship. I
I think that counted. I made it back with full health.
Counted.
I got back.
I want money.
Got money.
good for you, Ice. I'm so
I didn't
glad.
mean money. I meant health.
You know, that's not a bad choice. Grenades. I got a bear trap. Can I just... Oh, I don't have an inventory in here.
One of my favorite things.
I'm assuming this is Rose by how they're violently trying to hit me with a pan.
But with avocado on it. No. I'm not speaking to anyone who's
Really?
pink no more.
Oh my god. That's pinkest. That's gonna be too much.
I'll change colors.
What color do you want to be? You're gonna be...
Well, it's all be white.
Okay.
Then it's like the colors are devoid.
Yuki, why would you do that?
I mean...
I forgot that it hurts me.
It wasn't a grenade though,
You know
so...
You know what, Trixie? You're absolutely correct. I'm going back
Oops.
to my roots.
What did I just get slapped by?
A smooth
I have 1
criminal.
HP.
My sis has that all the time. Well,
Grab the
here's
health
the
kit
thing.
then.
When you crush up the avocado, you put a little bit of oil and a little bit of salt, and it's the bee's knees. It's absolutely like divine to have. But then again, like I know there's a lot of people out there who don't like avocado,
I know.
so it's not for everyone.
Avocado
I do not like avocado.
smells or tastes like a freshly cut lawn smells.
Yeah.
And the
Oh. I did not. I don't like the texture. Like yogurt.
My favorite item.
Beautiful.
I have an idea.
He's here. I love you, Harold. You see this?
I have a frog.
Wham. Wham.
I love the frog. Wait, there's you can do HTML in the chat. What was the thingy for it? How do I get to text chat? It was like sprite equals 15. No. Did they fix it? I could have sworn it let you do icons. Or anything in the next room. Let's take a peek. And see. Because we're at the first point, so I think I can just take stuff back. It's probably closer than bringing it to the cart. We'll see. We have anything under the bed. Check on top of the bed. Okay, we're good.
Go in there. What's in there?
I'll see. Maybe if I can get some strength built up, I can be a little more aggressive.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like there's anything in here.
And then maybe I can figure out how to kill things. I really want to learn. Is that a shotgun? What did I hear? Oh, it's a head. That's bad. Bad juju.
Well,
The screen did the little flashy thing, which means the head knows you exist. Oh, that's bad. That's real bad. I think someone has died.
Well, there you are.
Hmm.
You're coming with me, my friend.
Balls. He's right there. There's no shot he didn't see me. I was right in front of him. Listen, there's a mouth too. I don't think he can attach while I'm under something though. I swear to God. I swear to God, don't do this to me. I'm not ready for this. Can I get under here? Is that a diamond? There's a bunch of diamonds. Can I hit this man? We're just gonna throw him towards the point. And hope for the best. There's a head over here somewhere.
How did you?
Thanks for the popper,
How did you
Novi.
manage that?
Wait, this works out.
Can I just premonition the head and wait for the little fuzzy thing that happens to the screen? I am a dog. I want an item. Oh, there's a mouth.
Right brown, baby, right brown, like
all
a
dead,
record.
and you were
baby,
suffering
brown,
reached the
brown,
degree that we were going to be pink and then not talk about it.
Wow. Like even the vomit monster doesn't want me.
What just
I think he
happened?
wanted you. She got some. Oh God.
Well, that is some unfortunate timing. What happened to my tracking? Hello? What is happening? Why did this model freak out? Ow! Alright, this is not the time. Why is my model doing an animation, I think? 1 second. What's happening? Are we back? No. I'm gonna switch to a different avatar real quick. Because that one triggered a hotkey on accident, and I need to figure out why. And I don't want to do that mid-round. It must have started playing a little animation. Welcome in, Mythic. Oh, that's bad. Welcome in, Mythical. I need to see where the rest of the group's at. I think Luna died right at the end of the last round. And so I think Luna should be the only one that's dead. Thanks for the head pets. I appreciate it.
yeah, get out of here.
I am tit. Oh, hello there. Can you just kind of... Yeah, you want to not do that, please? Thank you. Okay, we're good. Do we have all the items? Looks like everything's already been gone through.
Oh, there we
Oh,
go.
hello. There's a head back there.
Hello.
I think if we get 3 rooms away, he despawns.
No idea.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
I do know that I saw. Yeah, here's a vase, and then there's like
8,000.
one other item.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. You grab the vase. There's something back here. Wait, is he coming? Oh, you brought it. Nice.
Alright, go find a book.
Heck yeah. But yeah, then there's another item
If everyone's heads,
over here.
we could actually probably bring heads back to ship. Who is who? Taking the one that looks like me back to the ship.
Oh, well.
This is the last quota. So if I bring them back to the ship, they're a lot safer. I hit you on like, every object as we move through here.
Ooh, we want this though.
I'm also lost. I apologize, whoever I've kidnapped. I don't know where I'm going. Okay. Take you all the way back. They're like an instrument. And we'll put you nicely on the ship. Right here. You can watch out from people come back. Why did the ship just make a noise? It's haunted. I don't want to be here anymore.
Just go. Oh my god.
Is there any items left to grab? I think we just gotta finish the last thing. Is there anyone at the actual extract doing the final thing? I'll do a quick little once around, see what we're missing.
There's something just outside the truck room. Top of the shelf.
Do we have someone at the extract? Oh, I need to tumble myself. There is absolutely nothing in here. Well, okay. This is gonna be dangerous. Getting back with a head is kind of spooky. Although there's some tricks and stuff we can use. I thought I saw an item back here. Why did I see something yellow? Okay. Is that everything? I'm not seeing anything.
Believe so?
One more item at the start, but
Oh, yeah. There's a plate right here.
Nice.
We would have missed out on 2,000.
Oh my god, that's actually like an upgrade. Okay. We get this. And then we go.
Anything on top of the top of the bed?
What, I could scoot you up there.
Come on. Yeah. Nope.
I love you. I love you too, Mythical. Luna's head is behind the extract. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Luna, what do we tell you about wandering away on your own? I didn't mean to throw you. I was trying to stop my push to talk. We're gonna have to try chat about this once we get back to the ship. There is an item back here. Wee! Wee! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wee! Wee! Yeah. Oh no. Is that... You think they lost sight? Nice. Let him go. Yeah, yeah. I know. Oh, you saw me. Wait a minute. No, there's no longer anything left on the map to kill, is there? Okay, we need to send this extract. Oh, we're good. Nice. If I take our head under the wall, they can't get rid of them. I haven't been the duck in so long. Welcome back, welcome back.
I'm alive.
We're alive.
This is so nice.
I have a
We know what we
friend.
gotta do, right? We know what we gotta do, right?
What are we doing?
Yeah.
We could kill both of them.
That would be.
We could. But
Yeah?
Lena's out there. Lena's a Chad.
Okay, we gotta save Lena.
We're gonna save Lena.
Lena.
Lena!
You feeling alright, buddy?
Okay.
As soon as I leave this bench, this head is going to detach and try to attack someone.
Bro is tweaking.
What is happening?
Okay, well,
Yes.
uh
Why
oh.
is he doing that?
Why is he
I made a
munching?
new friend, guys.
Oh! What's his name?
Oh, Antonio.
Oh, it's
Oh. That must be Italian.
He's a little weird, but he's kind of cool.
He's a little mouthy.
so church.
Church! Hey,
Hi.
I know what you are.
I know what you are.
What does that mean? Thanks for the head pets. I appreciate it, Mythical.
I mean, of
I hope you guys are
course.
doing okay.
Okay.
Oh, balls.
Can I have a request?
Look at
to
this
give
face.
Drink? If it's
Yeah,
not
take
too
it.
much to
Yeah,
get?
go
Does
for
this
it.
face look amused to you?
We got 36k. We rolling. I want the wings. I want the wings. I want the wings. I want the
Wings
wings.
are actually low-key a great upgrade.
I know. I don't have a single upgrade yet. I want the wings. I was
Wings?
saving
The
for this
wings?
moment.
Wait,
Yes.
there are wings?
Yeah, it's in a
They're
beta.
brand new.
It came out 2 days ago.
I'm so
Oop.
ready.
I
I'm
don't
so
even know
ready.
how many
I want to
days.
do it.
Crazy.
I want the
The
wings. I
wings?
want the wings. I want the
Frying
wings.
pan.
Oh shit. Okay.
What is a crouch rest upgrade? Does that make you gain stamina? Are you petting people with a frying pan?
Yes. So
No,
you
what's
now
with the
regain
frying pan?
stamina when you're crouched at a faster rate.
Yeah. It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
It was the.
Are
the
you
one
happy to
upgrade
see
I've
me,
gotten
Rose?
So far.
Wow.
Very. I can't actually make it any smaller, so
Damn. After a couple hours, you're supposed to see a doctor.
Maybe I don't want to
my
see
doctor's
a
out of
doctor.
town.
Oh, he shot when I dropped it. Wait, does the gun go off when you drop it?
Sometimes.
I'm buying.
That looked like a forcible trigger pull.
How much time do we have left?
Just got the thing stuck in
How
the ceiling.
fuck did you?
We saw nothing, we know nothing, right?
You can't just let my murder be a mystery.
I got the bridge thing stuck in the ceiling.
How much is
What?
the gun? I don't
I'm
know.
kind of impressed. I'm
How much is
alive.
the gun? 14.
Welcome back.
$14. How much?
We have enough.
Oh no, it's 20.
Stamina?
We do not have enough.
20.
God damn it. I was gonna say if we could get an energy stone and the gun,
Hmm.
we could just be rolling and just be like, you know, Black I could get.
Yeah, you want to be
we could
gangster?
We could save the rest of the money we have
Yeah.
and then buy a big weapon next time.
You know
Let's
what?
do
You
that.
know what? I agree with that.
Okay, we're gonna
Thank
battle
Church,
next
I
rounds.
exposed you. They know
Huh?
what you are.
Oh,
I think it's now outside of the map.
what's church?
Queen, run.
Quickly.
Run!
No.
Please.
What happens if you die? Uh-oh.
Oh no! Why?
Damn it.
Why did you do that?
They just simply want to watch the world burn. That's
Yeah,
the
We're gonna battle. He says it's 1 HP. Just because I have 1 HP doesn't mean I don't have determination.
Okay, you guys
I got
ready
a
for
range
this?
upgrade. Ooh.
You're not.
Okay.
You're not
No.
ready for this. Ready?
Beautiful angel.
Oh my god, that's so cute.
Dude, beautiful.
You're like a fucked up housefly.
Oh wait, what? Housefly? Oh my god. Now fly at the window. Make it realistic.
It's like thinking about PTSD. What the fuck?
There we go. That's just like a real housefly now.
Wait. I just realized something. Wait, if you're flying and you're crouched down, does that mean we can throw you further? I'm just saying.
Yeah, if they're in tumble, I think they count.
Yep.
I don't think I went that far.
Yeet.
You still get the brain injury.
Yeah.
Wait here. Let me get. Like,
The brain injury is the friends you made along the way.
you know what, Yuki? I think I know who you are. I think you're the Midori fairy.
Yeah.
There was a lot of effort there.
It was.
Honey, I don't think it's working.
I don't know if you go to me.
Yuki.
We know.
Yuki.
Yes.
Yuki.
Oh.
Yuki.
Yes,
I
yes,
just
yes, yes.
discovered because you have the fairy wings and you're green. Does that make you the Midori fairy? And you're gonna just a bottle of Midori accept church?
Midori fairy. What does that mean?
A Midori
No
is a
idea.
green alcohol and has a fairy on it.
Oh.
I don't
Midori
drink. That's why I
fairy?
didn't know. It's true. I am like what is the hypnosis thing? Hallucination.
Yeah. Figment of your imagination.
Tinkerbell.
Yeah, I always thought you were a figment of my imagination.
Thank you.
Can we get this in the cart?
Oh, there's
No, I'm
some
just gonna
stuff
take
in
it to the
here.
point.
It's right here.
I don't know where I'm
glad
going.
we all can do this together.
It's like cooperative
It's like a
experience.
family activity. Yeah.
Right in the corner.
It's like we're playing a co-op game. It's crazy.
Dude, I know.
What? Okay, I don't want to finish that point yet.
I found
And then there's one more item. Yep, right there.
Ooh.
That was so close.
That's gonna finish it.
That
So
must
put it
cause the
next to
Resident
point.
Evil
Yeah, put it
incident.
next to it.
corn.
Does anyone need health?
loose 3D printer.
I love corn.
Relapse.
I do not
The
like
band or
corn.
the
Corn
vegetable?
is not good.
Do you want to know the number one thing involving corn I actually like?
What's that?
What's the radioactive? Oh,
Radioactive
Nothing.
items are
Nothing
in
to worry
fact
about.
radioactive.
Don't think about it. Don't worry about it. What do you like about corn?
I like that it grows on the plants. Can I? Oh, there's a diamond and a barrel. Can we make this back? Yeet. You know, this kind of works.
When I lived in Japan, you could get that out of the vending machine, and it was
Where's
so
that
warm.
point at?
Yes.
Oh, straight behind you. You got a table. You got a little more. Yeah, there you go. Not to turn the other way.
Like, you can buy it.
There we go. There we go. Straight back. A little bit to your left. You're good. Now we're gonna take a hard left. And then we go right. And we gotta put this right here. Oh, he's wiggly. Right there. Explosive means we gotta hit it harder.
Nailed it.
Then there was a diamond in there.
I heard a noise.
so
I hear noises all the time. That's called sound.
That was targeted. Sorry.
Oh wow! You know what?
Oh no. Okay, are we sending
Bring me
this?
the- Yeah, here. I'm gonna stop touching it so you can put it in. Thank you.
Yeah, we gotta. Oh, what just happened? What was that sound?
I was a little premature. Sorry.
What happened?
So much.
Oh, you touched the
Don't worry about it.
chainsaw.
Okay, you ready? I'm going.
Put that right there. Put that in
Put that
there.
there.
Look at that.
Gaming. We're gamers.
I have bad news for you.
Oh.
Oh.
That's okay. You're the first person to put an item in the cart.
Proud of you.
Let's go.
You're doing such a great job. To the left? To the left.
I need to divvy up some health after this.
Probably. I have 50.
I think I was the only one that didn't die in the first round.
Yeah, well.
Don't come over here.
I'm
Don't come
sorry.
over
Are you
here.
changing?
What's wrong?
Don't come over here.
I
Oh,
see
it's not.
why.
Oh no! Oh, I can't grab her. She's on the other side. She's on the other side of a board. I can't grab her. Oh my god. That's bad. Did they survive? Did someone grab? Did someone get her out?
Or grab the money. Not her, but.
He's very blind. So as long as he doesn't run into. Oh, he just
No.
Yeah.
did that dog scoot all over our money bag.
Kind of like ET. That's the one.
Someone got Luna out of the
Kind
brain.
of like E.T.
Huh? I got out before it.
Nice. I was so worried about you.
Wanna-
Yeah.
You don't want to go over there.
Yeah.
What's over here?
Yeah, we live here now.
We have anything to attack this thing with? I'm following him. He's leading me to the treasure.
The treasure.
Yeah, the treasure. Look at him go.
But baby, you're my treasure.
This will lower a high beam. Oh, we're good. Come on, give me something to bash him with. Mama needs a new bat.
Maybe.
Ooh, what if I... Does this count as a weapon?
Since when?
Ooh, I made a mistake. I made a big mistake. Hmm.
I just watched Rose die in front of me.
You know what? I just the idea. I wish I could use Rose as a weapon. I think they would appreciate that.
You can though.
Wait, does it do damage?
It should work. No, it should work. You can use it to knock them over. I've seen someone do it before.
We're trying it. Rose, you're gonna become the first weaponized robot. That's basically the first step to being a mech. Oh, nope. The next shot will work. It did not work. Rose, you need a thicker skull. Actually, I could put Rose back on the main point.
Yeah.
There has got to be a weapon somewhere.
Oh.
What items do we have to beat people up with?
Lena!
No, is someone else dead?
Lena died!
Oh no. I know a secret to this man.
Yeah?
If you don't,
That's what Lena did! That's what Lena did and she died!
if you crouch too soon, he'll aim down. You have to jump. He's just
Can you lead him
stuck.
away?
Give me a second. Yeah, I should be able to. Give me a moment. Oh, he's
Lena,
coming.
come grab your
Oh, it's a bathroom! I don't know how to lead him away, actually. I don't know. I think you're in the exit. Yeah, you were definitely in the exit, so I can't lead him anywhere besides point. I can lead him past you if you can hide that somewhere.
This thing?
Yeah, because you're at the exit, and the other side's point. He's coming. How far is the spawn at?
Rose, where are you?
Rose is on the point. They are no longer with us.
I know, I watched them die in front of me. It was her...
I lost a lot of health there.
Is the point down here?
Thanks for the head pet, Snowy.
Oh, Lena, I'm Rose.
Do I give them
Where should
both
we
10
go?
health? Thanks for the birds. Oh,
We got the birds.
yeah. Do we have
Oh my.
anything else to sell? I think that's like everything on the map, right?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
pretty
lie,
much.
Chief. I was walking with Rose and Lena. We had our little Kahoot table, and then they died. So I haven't had a chance to look around.
Ah!
What just happened? Oh, put the head back.
Bad.
Rose, get back in there. You wiggly little dragon.
I accidentally threw her out when I was knocked down. My bad. I'm running. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's a good time to leave. I'll give him health, and then I'll leave.
I'm waiting for them.
Okay, I'm gonna give you both 10
And
health,
I'm alive. Let's go.
or not.
Rose,
Get to
I
the
watched you
chopper.
die. Oh my god, someone else just died.
Ugh.
Oh, there's gnomes. Good Godspeed. I gave you each some. Oh, the Trudge is killing the gnomes for us. Or the brain guy.
Are they fighting each other? Are they fighting each other?
I wouldn't run in there right now. This looks like a death trap.
Yeah, that's why I'm watching from like the
A gnome
stage
behind.
of over here.
That was a catch. Good catch.
That's bad.
Right?
Look, there's 3 of us and 1 of him. We could definitely.
You know, I'm gonna spectate. You got this?
Nope, nope. The clown's coming back. I have less confidence.
No, no, no. They're all just coming to me right now. That was personal. Well, I guess we're taking Yuki with this on the adventure back to point. Oh no. Yuki's stuck. Okay. So, bad news is that if you die in a corner, it appears your head can get trapped. You think they're gonna start? Oh, balls. I need to get back before they all respawn. Which is instant right now. I hear them. I heard them.
Hello?
Hello.
I'm being attacked by gnomes. They're everywhere. I think everyone else is. Wait, actually, have we heard from Luna? Yuki got killed and their head got stuck, so I couldn't bring him.
Oh, okay.
I just don't have I don't have an individual. I just have the group.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll do this.
We're back.
I see. I see.
I think
Wait, I
that's.
know there's a way for me to turn myself around. Let me big brain it. Hold up.
You think they're dead?
Who's
sorry.
left? Yeah, I'm back. I gave you guys health too to help you survive the gnomes.
Oh, hi. How did you live?
We thought you and Yuki would be dead.
Yeah, I'm.
Yuki is
as much as I
dead.
want to get Yuki, there's an alien.
Oh, you can't get her. She's trapped. I tried to
No,
get her
whatever.
head unstuck, and I could not.
Alien? No, no.
I was ungettable. It is a bug within the beta right now where sometimes when you die, your head gets stuck and you literally can't move it.
No,
So-
you were stuck?
Yeah, I tried to get him.
I'm stuck.
Help, step bro, I'm stuck.
Yeah.
What is this? Feather drone. Wait, let's look for weapons. There's no weapon.
What about
Do we get a gun?
Would anybody else
uh,
like wings as well?
Wings are probably pretty
Here
strong.
we go. More wing.
Extra jump might be kind of
Knock
good.
knock.
Bye.
Should you be
Sorry, I didn't
interrupting
know
the
that he was in
bathroom?
here.
Yeah. There we go.
I missed.
Oh, you're taking a bath, you say?
In the toilet? Oh no. I don't think this is stream appropriate.
It is for one of you guys' streams. I don't know about Luna's.
Duck it.
Oh, mine's 18 plus. What? Where did
Whee!
Where did it go?
Oh, hello. Oh my god, you're flying!
There's
Oh wait,
so
is that
much
permanent
aspect.
flying?
Yeah,
Oh
basically.
my god, we found perma-flying.
Oh my god, that's beautiful.
I am a
A
fly.
recharge drone.
Where is the window?
This recharge drone is okay.
That's a good purchase.
Get this gnat out of here.
I'm gonna get that recharge drone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
how's
like
our health
flies,
looking?
Larry? Oh.
What? Yeah. Tell your mom I said hi. I will tell.
Hello to your mom.
Nah, you.
I will. Now my mom
6,
messaged me, and she's like, "Have you
3.
eaten today, muffin?" And I'm like, "Yes, mama, I did eat today."
Huh.
My mom calls me.
I
her
was going to
muffin.
make like a your mom joke, but then you just made that really wholesome.
Yeah.
You know, my mom would appreciate if you. Made
I
it
said
a-
hi to your mom last
a
night.
mom
Don't
joke.
worry.
Oh no.
Damn.
sorry. She's probably a
Because
nice
every-
lady.
She sounds like a nice
Really,
lady.
Because every time I try to fucking call her, she never picks up the
Oh,
damn phone.
oh my god.
The reason
How do I-
Yeah,
I
it's because
can't
she's
take
busy.
him off.
Mhm.
Get it off! I want. Thank you.
Do we have everyone? Yeah.
Oh my god, Lena, I turned to my right and you're torture church.
I think I bought somebody else
I
the
want the
wings.
strength.
This-
Who else wants wings?
What do we got?
I would also like.
We have a
I
barrel?
want to be beefy.
We got this. I bought it just for you.
I'm a.
Be the
Oh, that'd be
the
great.
macho lady you've always wanted to be.
Yeah, that'd be great, so.
Beefy.
Icefire, you live too much. Take this.
Wait, what am I
You
doing?
live too much.
Why do I need a recharge drone? I have nothing to recharge.
I think you know why.
Recharge your
I
sense of
suppose
humor.
I'll take the-
Wow.
the jump.
Do it.
Oh,
That was a there's a tumble speed. Tumble
Never mind.
wings. You want to fly? You can stack
It
the
was a
wings and
sprint.
you fly better. You can stack your flight and it makes you fly better.
But I,
So what you're saying is I can be a fairy.
You get to 9 and you can unfall from pits if you tumble when you start falling.
Oh my
I'm gonna unlock godhood.
Yeah.
god.
exactly.
I don't know why, but I instantly thought of I'm currently running on lack of sleep, suicidal thoughts, and an Oreo, and I'm ready to fight God.
That's
or
me all the
become him.
time.
No, what become him?
Anything
swear to
up
God, if I
here?
If I see the Invisible Man, I'm gonna scream and run away.
Yeah, you know, you have trauma. You had a rough first round.
Can't talk about my son like that.
This looks like golden core.
Ow.
What is it?
Ooh,
Are you
it kind
okay?
of looks like a...
I
is it
didn't know
candy?
that there was a-
Is it a fish?
Fish!
It is a fish!
Look, there's more stuff on the shelves over here.
Oh shit, what happened?
Come here.
Oh, I have 1
I fell from the
HP!
second floor, and then
Oh,
somebody hit me in the
um,
head with something.
There is a med kit in the ship, theoretically, for 50 health. You vibing? But there's a chef behind you, it's about to serve up pain.
I'm too busy being awesome.
Drop it, 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 drop it.
What weapons do we got? That's a big cup. Can I kill him with this? No, it's expensive, right? Yeah, we're not using that as a weapon.
Sign you on that.
Ooh.
Well then, that was unfortunate.
Fuck.
That was
You went
unfortunate.
backwards.
Why? Why was he waiting in the
The
corner?
Opera House, Sam. Yeah, I know, right?
That
I
was-
walked around a corner and the skull guy was there. He was just sitting there politely waiting his turn.
Well, this is gone very poorly.
Hello, Luna.
What?
Oh, my
Oh, that was
I-
weird
I
looking.
went to back up, and
What
church was right
happened?
there, and I couldn't back up.
Okay, so what happened is
The frog
came in
found-
and was like, Bon oui, motherfucker,
Bounced
killed
on
all of them.
something.
And then Death came and
And
Ted
it hit somebody
The-
else,
the
and then
frog did
tried
a
to do it
180
again,
to
and
me.
it bounced
You
off
know where the
something again.
beds are?
That was the most deaths I've seen to a frog in this game.
Somewhere over here. Yep.
You can grab them.
I got 180
Like a
no
frog.
scoped by the frog.
Dude. He did a cool
news.
spin move. Oh, bad news.
Yo. Oh,
If he kills that cup, it might kill him.
Hi, Yuki.
Hello, hello.
Oh, welcome in!
Once again, all of our hopes and dreams are
Luna's back.
The museum is going to give her like non-flashbacks now.
I didn't understand
Truly
what she was
Luna, though,
saying.
is qualified to fight the indigenous wildlife.
Yeah? All we need is one invisible man to fully set this trauma back in.
I got extra strength.
True.
There is enough money inside the thing that all she has to do is grab one item of any size. I have faith. There actually should be enough in the cart right now.
Hidden.
Yeah, there is.
Okay. So she doesn't have to grab items.
This is just like hardening
If the
her
frog
skill.
isn't over here, I should
She's
be-
becoming an
I got
expert.
a bunch of crap
True.
Yeah.
above my head.
Yeah, she should actually thank us for this. This is just like the
I'm
best
putting it
training.
back.
Yeah, it's like when you throw a kid into like the ocean so they learn how to swim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that.
Like
Then-
this.
But then,
Frog's coming.
But then nothing else happened.
yep.
Or like the
there's one less king in the
Spartans.
world.
Luna,
You
just
know?
get the cart and go.
I have faith.
I just need to wait it out. I need to wait him out. Clearly,
No, no, you don't.
clearly He doesn't want to understand that I don't have time for him and he's French cuisine right now.
French cuisine. Are frogs French?
He's. Well,
Yes, all of Frog
I
is
guess my
French.
question is: are French people frauds?
Oh.
Oh. There's down to be someone that's gonna take offense to this, and they're gonna be French.
Moved on.
That's okay with me.
Here's the thing,
You
guys.
could declare war, but they'll
Grab
surrender.
everything From these shelves around here, I'm gonna grab that fancy cup
Damn.
that Yuki was trying to carry, and I'm gonna bring you guys back.
There's enough in the
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, I gotta start talking myself up though.
No. We know she's good at
Am I a
math.
duck?
Oh, what's this? Looks like
I'm a duck.
golden tooth.
I'm ready. This is what I needed all along.
She
Consider
is
that
good
one.
at math.
I can't go.
Eh.
There's a golden fish.
Oh.
Oh, lost a little bit of money on that, but that's okay.
How do we all end up in this
We can bring it
situation?
back.
I have
I-
1 HP, so I understood.
Thanks for the head pets. I appreciate it,
I got
Novi.
360 by a frog.
I rounded a
Literally
corner
like
into a
people in the
Reaper.
Call of Duty 1v1
It's
rust.
radioactive. How much
She
do
has
I
all
have?
of our heads, right?
I have enough to bring them in.
Probably.
Do it.
So I think I'm gonna leave the cup. I'm gonna come back.
Hell yeah. She's a gamer. She's a knower.
Yeah.
Typing in chat as you're dead.
No, I'm definitely not.
No,
No, I don't know what
You're a
talking about.
cheater! You're a cheater! You're a
Wow.
cheater!
I
Damn.
don't know what you're talking about.
You're cheating.
Peter. Sean.
I'm
alive.
You're a cheater.
Shut
You're
up.
a cheater. You're a
That's
cheater.
not money bag.
Let her survive and figured it out herself.
Yeah,
She's a
being.
gamer. I had faith.
She's our leader.
Wait, where's Lena? Did I forget somebody? No,
Uh-oh.
No, you didn't.
I
Uh-oh.
did. I thought everyone was.
Who's left?
That's karmatic justice.
Ooh, that's rough. As a wise scene once said in Avatar, that's rough, buddy. Can I get down this without taking damage? I think if I jump, I die. Oh my god. That was terrifying. We found them.
I'm gonna put.
Okay, help me put this inside the
There's
cup.
stuff in here still? No.
I'm gonna put her in the cup first.
Oh, I can't move the money yet. Hold on. Okay, there you go.
Okay, we need to make as much as we can as quickly as we can. So, is that a cup? Is that a frog? What if I just put it in the middle of the room? That way the other people can collect it really fast and it'll be marked on the map. I hear the ticking of a colleague.
Is it over there?
What are we looking for? Oh yeah, there is. There's a point right here.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
I guess I'll bring the cup over here. What is this thing actually? It's not a cup. Like a little piece of bread. Is it moldy bread?
What?
What
I
is
like
this?
your cup.
I
got-
think
got
it's
this.
moldy bread. Oh,
Damn.
it's
Good, I'm hungry.
He's kind of like colorful. I kind of like him.
I got whatever this thing is. I'm
Oh,
gonna call it.
It's a figurine. Oh, George is a fitting name. It's in honor of the other George.
He's $2,000. What the hell,
Damn,
George?
it's art.
There is something else. There is something else. in
yeah,
this
let's
room
grab
that
everything we
grab.
can.
There's a
Fine.
floating milk cart. Need help with that? You got this.
I do need some assistance with my milk.
No worries. I got you. I drank my milk, so I'm big and strong.
Is it a brain?
You are.
Brain with some glass on. Rose, I found your spirit animal.
If we put this on the point, I think we're still under. We're good.
Spirit animal.
Yeah, it's this guy.
You
Look
take
at
him.
him. It's a brain with sunglasses
Oh
on.
my
it.
god.
He's such
Yeah,
a
it's
G.
exactly the same.
That's my brain because it's out on the beach getting fried.
I want to go to the
Like
beach. I
one
want to go to the
IQ
beach.
and one
I want to go to the
IQ.
beach.
Let's have a beach trip.
Hey,
Yeah.
Let's bring Lena back in.
I live 5 minutes from the
Okay.
beach and I haven't been in 3 years.
I
Damn.
want to go.
Love the beach. You have
I want to
no
go to the
idea.
beach.
I love the beach.
Why?
I don't like the sand and the sunburn
Yeah, you
and
okay?
the salt water.
Your tumble, I'll pick you up.
Good. What I'll do is I'll cover you in sunblock, but the nice kind, not the weird.
you're coming with.
kind. And walking on the
Oh.
sand, I'll carry
Nice.
you.
Wait, but I want to be in the cart.
Go on.
Okay, we're coming back to the cart.
You live.
Can I be in
I'm
the
sorry,
cart?
I thought you were in the cart. I thought you were in the cart.
It's okay. I promise it's fine.
Where's the church?
I haven't heard from him in a little while.
He just started the next
Take me to
extract.
church.
Take me to church.
Do, 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 do.
Oh, so he already found the extract. Maybe that is church.
I told you.
We didn't have faith.
Even Noah. Hi.
I'm
Ooh.
coming.
What do you want to trip to Walmart?
Oh.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
Can I have more Manchego cheese? Rose, did I tell you what I did?
Oh no.
No.
So me and Ice went on a walk and we went to a store that's called the Chef Store, and the Chef Store had this cheese, and the cheese was called Manchego. And I just watched a YouTube video about Manchego cheese, and I was so excited, right? And then I was like, oh, it's $20. That's not too bad for cheese. No, it was $20 per pound. I spent $52 on cheese.
Oh
Good
no.
stuff in the other room back there.
Was it worth it?
No.
It was.
It's not that
It was.
good.
There's a lot of cheese. I don't think any two people should have this much cheese.
Oh. I would like.
Is there anything left? Oh yeah, there's a couple items in the
Yeah,
room
a
over
whole
here.
room of stuff.
You were getting uppies.
Oh, I like your Easter egg.
I'm so tall.
Hey,
Guys,
another
we're
one.
gonna
Backing
have-
it up.
We're gonna.
Backing it up.
What enemies did we get? A Reaper and a frog? So the heaviest item is going to be this guy.
When I thought that you were carrying me, but instead you're using me as a nutrient.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, this is bad.
done
I
nothing.
heard something.
Crispy?
I heard something behind
that's the
me.
That's the French frog. He's gunned it for you.
Wee wee. I must flee.
Oh, hello there.
That's too much. How far down is this ground? There we go. What if I beat the frog up? Who is dead? Someone is dead.
Ah, would you like to go in the vent with me, Rose?
Me,
I
ma'am.
don't know
That's
where
fine.
it goes.
You two can go in the vent together. I'm gonna.
Rose, it's vent time. You're looking kind of sus. There's a frog behind you.
I just run fast.
Hey, you bitch.
Kick him. Beat him up.
You stupid ass, stupid frog.
Yeah, you tell him. Put him in their place.
Oh,
Yeah, nobody likes you.
hold on. I'll put
Your
this
mother
in
was
here.
a frog prostitute.
Okay. Okay. Are we ready to finish this out?
Yeah, actually, let me grab an item so that I
Do
can.
this.
We should probably not have the frog coming towards all the money.
That was a problem.
I know. I don't want him to.
Balls. I was too bold trying to get the frog away.
Damn it! I can't make him in time. Sorry.
At least I only had one health.
I will
Welcome.
take him back to point.
Oh, goodbye. And then there was only one. Oh.
Oh no!
If she could, oh, she could have gotten away. Oh, she.
Come on, come on.
You got this. Oh no, there's a Reaper right around that corner. Oh, he turned around.
Real issue to die.
Hi.
I'm back.
Was anybody else
Welcome back.
dead?
No, I was the only one. Ooh, that's really
I'm
bad.
hiding.
Am I dead?
Ow.
We need to not be standing. Oh, that's bad. Oh, balls. We need to stay low so they stop attacking.
Haha. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it.
Is
Yeah.
everybody still
I
alive?
left. Well,
I'm back to being a seal.
Missing
I recommend getting underneath the seat. When you go into stealth mode, you're almost invisible.
I am so angry.
What happened?
Whoever started the ship?
I did not. I don't know who.
Who started it?
yeah, that's
Not
crazy.
me.
Who would have done that?
You know what? You know what? Rose, come here. Come here.
Uh-oh.
You're gonna be so devastated.
How much are the health kits
A
for?
banana.
We probably need
I
those.
found a banana with a bow, and I was coming with the banana to gift it to you.
Oh,
And then
I'm
someone started the
oh
trend.
my god, the monster.
I was the one that started. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Do we have any weapons? No weapon.
Wow, we can get grenades.
There's no way there's no weapons. Oh, that's ridiculous.
Get that 2 frags and actually
I'm
kill
gonna go take
something.
care of myself.
maybe some
No,
health?
Don't do it.
Grab the health. That's
You can keep saving
6,000.
up.
Honestly, I feel like we probably should get some health. Wait, how much is this
I have-
50? The 100s are more valuable.
Okay.
More health per dollar.
Are you having a good time?
I think
Yes.
that's everything. Does anyone want any upgrades?
I'm rolling.
I bought a crouch upgrade.
Yeah, I guess we'll just...
What upgrade do we get?
I can't wait till we get the.
Yeah.
We
Buy.
can find a cart cannon or a cart laser.
Is there any more strength?
I put one on the point for you, actually.
Yes. Is there more strength? I want to be a beefy. I
Strength,
want to get
speed.
jacked.
Stamina.
One.
That's a good one. Range is good.
Should we get more health? Because
I got
I'm only
3,
at 1.
2 medkits on there. You can get a third if you want.
No, don't do it.
Range.
There's
Nah.
one for 2k,
Okay.
one for 6k.
The 6k at 100s are good.
What about the 2k ones? Should we
2k
keep
for
the
25. That'd be 8k for 100.
There's 4k for 50.
Wow.
100 for 6k is what? 1.3.
What's faces?
1.5
What face
per?
Am I looking? No, not that one.
Math is hard.
Hang on.
You are doing great. Hi.
Okay.
A goo goo.
I think we're golden.
Aw.
What's happening?
Do you remember Crispy when Crispy thought you were a woman?
Yeah.
He's back in chat and he's like, boss, who is everyone around you right now? I don't want to assume because I misgendered someone last week.
Oh no.
What?
Okay.
Do I have a-
I have a FOMO cook Crispy. Really nice guy, really funny. And Icefire was the dog. He's like cute little dog PNG, and he
Yeah.
assumed that Icefire was a chick.
Goo goo. Good guy.
Icefire is a chick. What do you mean?
Damn. I didn't want to be outed like this. I got my voice changer on.
He's more
desire
miniony than an
pizza.
outie.
Pizza? This is pizza.
Mother.
I knew
Technically.
it. I
I
knew it
want
was
pizza.
too good to be true.
Here you go.
I knew it.
None of this
The
is
male.
pizza.
You expect
no,
me
it's
to
in here,
marry
it's
a
in here.
man?
You just gotta you gotta put it in the oven.
You know what, Yuki? You know what, Yuki? That's pretty gay.
Nom nom nom.
Delicious.
Thank you.
It's high in fiber.
Nom 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 nom. Feed me. I am hungry, baby.
I don't know what's happening right now.
Baby,
She's
1
very-
second. We gotta take him with us.
That's how I hide my people in my food bag going to the movies.
Right.
We've
So,
adopted a new child.
Obviously, you know who Lena and Church. In front of me is Rose, my little Rose
Okay.
noodle.
Who is at
on
the
my
lowest
head
health?
Is Icefire and Yuki.
I'm a
Yeah. Who has
I am
one
a
health?
noodle.
Who has one health?
Oh my god.
Someone with one health, eat a
Okay.
med kit for 100 and then
Here's the
distribute
number.
some
I
health.
just wanted that.
I'm looking for strength. Where's the
I have
strength?
strength.
Oh, did someone eat them? Someone might have eaten it.
Beefy, beefy.
and strunk.
I will take stamina, just to be safe. And I
Or
want to bring some health. Good golly.
go like this.
Yeah,
That way?
health would be nice.
Yeah, I'm on one. I'm on one right now,
Okay.
so I get.
I
Yeah,
don't
you
trust
take that.
myself. Dabbity-dabba-die.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm at 46 now,
Alright.
so I'm
Oh,
I'm
you
at
can
60.
come
I can
down,
distribute a little bit
come down.
more.
46.
Okay. Church.
Anyone want range upgrades?
Here, one moment. Who has the
You could
least
just
amount of
be-
health?
No, just be a gamer. Watch. Be a gamer. Hold on. Come here, Rose.
I'm at,
2 seconds.
I'm
What is
trading.
happening here?
What is happening? Hold on. Stop.
Wait, I already have health.
Little
I have health.
roundabout.
I don't need any more health.
Now there we go. Okay.
Oh,
Why would you do this?
What
It's
is happening
70.
right now? I
We're,
swear.
we're healing people.
I was making sure people were healed up.
Everyone healed?
Are you able to like transfer health back and forth? Here, let me see.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
Wait, can you just have an
Everybody should
infinite
be
loop?
basically full
You give
now.
me health,
Can we
I'll
get-
give you health.
We can get infinite. Wait, 1 second. Turn around. I gotta get your button too. Turn around, Rose. We gotta heal each other.
Handshake about
Hey, Luna.
Where?
Now give me health, and we can have infinite.
He didn't give me consent.
We need to have.
God damn it, I swear.
We need to have infinite health by giving it to each other.
Yeah.
Right? We'll never be able
They'll
to die.
never see
Then.
it coming. They'll never see it coming. Swear to God. Wait.
Yeah.
What about these ones? Is anyone gonna take
I
these?
don't want them.
You want it? You can have it if you want it. Range upgrade's nice, or I can
Yeah,
grab it.
Rose.
Rose, eat him. Put it in your mouth. Om nom nom.
Eat it.
Open wide.
Wow.
Om.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very numb.
A growing robot needs one of those.
Welcome, new students. Wow, we come back to school. I won't be a wizard.
This is like American school. I have a grenade.
Let's take it to the point.
Ice fire.
Okay.
Keep that away
You're
from me.
gonna learn. You're
Cube.
gonna learn spells and shit. You're
Oh,
gonna go to Hogwarts. We're gonna get you an app.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Alright. I don't need to hear this again. Why are you always saying this?
I'm learning spells.
It's
He,
Leviosa.
okay, we were laying it on the ground together, playing with the cat, and he just started going Leviosa, and like both of us.
Leviosa.
Ronald Weasley. It's Wingardium Leviosa.
Ronald.
Have you seen the Harry
Wow.
Potter puppet pals?
Stop it, Rob.
It's
Stop.
Leviosa.
Don't go in, Church. It's not worth it.
Icefire, have you seen
But the forbidden
the puppet pals?
I don't think I have.
Go on,
Oh my God, I'm gonna send it to
You're
you.
the
Yeah.
chosen one.
Oh my God, Rose.
Run,
I don't know if you know this. I
run,
don't know if you-
Weasley.
I don't know if you've seen, but I have. I
I have a double jump.
It's a pipe bomb.
Not taking noise.
Oh my
A
god.
freaking pipe. It's a pipe bomb.
Wait. So I'm a
Do I get a kill? Can I kill something with 2 grenades?
Don't
I
die.
turned it off for my stream because I was like,
No, I appreciate the
you know,
warning.
there's no point. in
You're
it."
welcome. I'm tired of killing people.
You always scare the crap out of me, Kurt. Cause I look at you and like out of the corner of my eye, I'll think it's like.
What do we got over here?
Oh my God.
A door.
Ooh. That's great, because I adore you.
Oh, you legally have to. We're married.
Sorry, yeah, it's contractually obligated.
It's okay. I read enough contract villainous manga. I'm into it.
Okay.
Nox would understand.
Oh no. Wait, can I get up there?
One day I'll do a stream just for Nox of reading it.
Yeah. Oh, there's stuff up there. Can I get there? I think if I use the thing, I take damage if I miss.
How about I do it? Because I won't.
Nailed it.
Well, you got up there, that's for sure.
You nailed it. Quite literally.
I got a cube. Hey, come here so I can.
Give me your cube.
Hold on. There's a diamond here too. Hold on. Take this.
It's like I'm falling.
For me?
Yeah, yeah.
There you go.
Who wants my diamond?
Take it. Okay. Now you should
What's
be able
next?
to become little, and I can grab you.
Am I going up?
Oh,
Yeah, because
Ow,
there's a cube
ow.
here.
Okay.
Nope.
Maybe I should have let you know beforehand.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hold on.
Let
I
me
need
see
him.
If I can like get you back up there.
Nice. Thank
Oh,
you.
I fell. Hold
I can
on.
probably lift you
there's
up.
There's a cube over there.
Oh, the big cube?
What is that?
Yeah.
Rumbling.
Ah. Oop.
Oh, I fucked up.
Back up
Help.
you go.
Thank you. Okay, I need
wait.
to get.
We could just
One
You
get
ready?
back.
You ready?
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump and then you're gonna grab me.
Okay, okay. That was like rehearsed, basically.
Yeah.
Would you guys also like
Teamwork.
up here?
Sure. Come on,
I think you
I
can.
don't have any strength.
Oh,
I also don't have any
that's
strength,
right.
but oh,
I
careful! Don't do anything. Wait
I
for us to get our
jumped on him.
ice
Come on
fire.
now.
Drop it. Drop
No.
it.
No.
it's not like that.
It's okay. I got this.
You want help?
Here, let me see if I can.
There you go.
Oh, okay. I'll come onto this table.
Uppies.
Come here. Come here. Oh, hey, Rose. Nope. Yeah, Rose.
Yes,
grab
ma'am.
them. Grab her, and
Yes.
give her to me.
Yes.
Thank you. Hold on.
Okay.
Here is your
Okay.
child.
Thank you.
Oh,
Oh,
I
got
dropped your child.
This is how you would treat a real child.
Give it to me.
Thanks. Oh,
Ice fire. Come grab the child.
Yes.
I'm ready. I gotta get a little closer. There we go.
Thank you.
Up you go.
thank you, thank you.
Come
Right
grab
What
there.
kind of weird ass shit did I walk into?
I appreciate it.
Oh, there's
Would
a
you like to
cube
come
over
with?
there, and I have no strength.
Come
You
with.
wanna come with?
I only have one
I like
strength.
this string.
Come here. Come here and tumble. Thank you.
Up you go. I get a little
Pick
closer.
me up.
Oh, it's so close.
Pick me up.
Get a little
inside.
closer. Oh, I'm sliding.
Damn.
Oh.
Oh, I fell.
Just give me on the shelf.
Hold on.
I just launched myself back.
Oh, okay.
What's that?
Get-
I'm coming back. I did not come back.
I think I got you up there.
Walk
I
forward.
got the arm extender thing. I could probably get you to a shelf.
Fuck.
If you get in the cauldron and walk forward
Thank you.
as you're about to, like, burst or whatever, it launches you
What's
forward. in
the
the
best
direction
spot
that
to
you
get
wanna
up
go.
there
I
at?
want to go this way.
I can't see what direction
Thank
you're
you.
looking.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
backwards. I was confused because I was watching Ice Fire.
Around some stuff.
Okay.
That
Wait,
was
there's a cube in
really
there we need to grab.
Yeah, we need to get
I
the
need
key.
Rose.
It's like 10
Rose has the
grand.
strength.
Rose, come over here.
Yeah, sorry.
It's Uppies time.
The other way.
This is court mandated Uppies.
Grab Rose so we can put Rose
Get on the
up there.
table, Rose, and tumble for me.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. You might have to jump on the. On
Ooh,
the.
I don't think I can get up
bookshelf and
higher.
Grab her.
I have a range upgrade. I might be able to get her a little further.
There you go.
Nice.
Now here,
No,
grab
where
Ice
am I
Fire.
going?
Become little.
Oh, I see.
Here, grab Ice Fire as well.
Okay.
There you go. Okay.
Oop.
It's too heavy.
Just don't stand on it.
Perfect.
Let me
You guys
grab
grab
it.
that and give it to me now.
Ooh, look at that. 3 strength adding up.
Thank you. Thank
Here, let me
you.
see.
You got it?
Yeah.
Oh!
You good?
Oh,
Where do we
Got it.
put it?
So I can let
Got
go.
it. Do we put it in the cart?
Does it
Pick
actually
it up.
up these
That up
stairs?
perfect.
Can I
We
stop
haven't
myself
even
from taking
finished
fall
extra
damage?
one.
Oh, we are slow.
We were having a good time. I'm gonna go. Nobody's dead, right?
I hope so. I think everyone's alive right now. Why do I see an item? Oh, I bet it's upstairs. I'm gonna go help them.
Bottom.
You guys want some help?
Probably.
Grab from the top so it doesn't twist.
Ow! I walked into it.
That's okay. You're just too strong for your own good. Oh, too far. Scroll. Oh, oh, he's rotating. I'm holding him as high as I can. Okay.
There we go. Careful.
Where am I going? This
Wait, are
way?
you grabbing it from the top or the bottom?
Grab it from the
Let's put it down
top.
so we can
I'm on the
situate
top.
Where we're carrying it. I'm gonna put it down so I can carry it from the top too. Alright, let's go.
Yeah, because it likes to like dangle. I don't know where the door is. I'm struggling. 1 second. Found it. We're going this way. Is there a point? Yes.
There is a point right
Ooh,
next to
I
us,
caught a
but
stair.
they missed that.
Oh,
There
let
we
me
go.
assist.
Nice. You got all the strength.
Ow.
I have 2 straight.
I think I got 2 strength. I can't remember.
I don't know. Is
Oh,
point
we did it
upstairs?
Yeah, we're gonna go up.
Upstairs, yeah.
Go up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, be careful now.
Careful not to
This is
dump
where-
him.
Yeah,
you hold it?
see?
Hold it from the top. It'll want to sit upright. If you go to the bottom, it'll.
Hitting nothing.
If it rotates, it explodes. Oh, that's not a good sign. Yeah, I'm gonna set this down. I'm gonna use my grenade. Careful lifting the bottom because you're gonna tip him over.
Hey, stop that.
1 second.
Do we want to finish the
Let me go see what this guy's doing.
Oh,
thing?
there's a sword.
Oh,
There's
oh,
a sword.
oh.
There's a sword. There's a sword.
Okay, who's what died down here? Oh, let's get you up there.
Halibut?
Someone's dead. Get him on point.
No!
Are you
There's no
okay,
way back.
Chad? Are you
Okay.
alright?
What
Yeah,
died?
don't
What
worry, my
happened?
ego is hurt. Fine.
Ooh, was there a Reaper back here?
Face. Don't forget about
Huh.
Pokemon.
I think they got that handled. I guess we go to the next point and collect some stuff. Ooh, a plate.
Yo, let's play some frisbees.
Nice. Can I hold this? 1 strength is not a lot. What's the chance? What's the chance this is our point? Not at all. Is it? Nope, no one saw that. Wait a minute, there's a duck? What if I... What if, guys? We become a hero. Is that enough? There's no longer a duck. I have a ball for you.
Wait, really?
Hey, yo, you muted.
Hello.
Hello there,
Am I muted?
General
Not anymore.
Kenobi.
This thing explodes if you damage it.
Just like me.
Then how aren't you exploded?
Hello. I'm trying to find the other point. I don't
Oh,
know
it's
where
in
I'm
front of you, but I think you have to go through this doorway to your right, and then you gotta go up the stairs on the right again. Unless this flight of stairs goes somewhere. This flight of stairs does not, in fact, go somewhere.
Icefire, do you have a mod or something that makes it where you can mute in game? Because I keep hearing you talk in the other room, but not in the game.
I have, I put on push to talk so that I couldn't mumble.
Oh!
I just gotta remember to hit the push to talk button.
I'm keeping the clown.
Nice.
Okay, I can just.
This potion is
Ooh.
like...
Yeah, I'll just.
Hey yo,
Carry
you're
it.
making
I got
you're
it.
making traffic.
Sorry, my bad.
Did we
Careful.
get everything?
I'm brake checking.
There's a pit right in front.
Here.
Oh,
You
I
can walk
see,
down these
I
stairs
see.
now.
Okay.
I'm
come.
sorry. I'm just carefully looking down so I can tell where I need to be.
Behind you, Luna.
Huh?
Got this.
I think somebody's coming with one more item I saw.
Let me check.
So I won't...
Yeah, I could
Yeah,
see it
yeah.
moving on the map.
Welcome in.
So
Nice
efficient.
cup.
Cup.
Oh!
Well then. Well then.
Well,
I was just about to say to you, watch out for the pit, and he takes a step forward.
okay,
Oh my god.
I know Church just died, but look what I did with my bottle.
Oh, that's
I
impressive.
need,
You did the bottle flip challenge.
Yeah.
I need to go grab water. I'm gonna go into the point and wait.
I believe in you.
Okay.
Okay,
That everything? It's time to go.
that's everything.
Direction. What direction was the point? This way?
Church, so I can give it
I fucked up.
It's a good question.
I was right.
Ah,
Oh, actually,
Oh, there's a...
ice fire.
What? What's up?
Come here.
There's that
Grab
enemy.
me. Take me to the point.
This is a dangerous idea. There's an enemy right in front of us.
oh no.
Guess we're babysitting today.
Yeah, that's different than every other day.
We got a Riley one.
Oh,
Ooh. Bad. That's bad. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Well, Yuki did not survive. There's an upstream and a sword lady ahead.
Oh,
And a duck. The bushes count as a stealth if you crouch in them. You having a good time with the duck?
Hey, we're vibing.
I'm glad. I'm glad. He seems like a nice person. Get that.
are you alive?
Babysitting did not work out.
Watch out.
Hey, you killed the child.
Oh, fuck. This might be the end of me. Oh, I came out of stealth. Wait, what happened to...
No.
We're gonna wait? Because it looks like it's death.
the head.
I think I have a head. Whose head is this? This might be a different head.
We should be fine. Uh-oh, I hear Church screaming in the next room. What did I do?
They have sword
And I
lady.
just saw her poof in front of
Uh-oh.
I think it's safe to say Church may have died.
Hmm. Oh, I see a head.
Rose! No! I'll take you back to trunk.
Oh, if I respawn them in the ship, they will die. The lady will attack.
She's coming back this way.
Doing a U back under the table again. Oh, you did flip.
Can I get her under the table? Come on. To the table. Come on. Did it work? Table.
Hello.
I got upscreamed right when you left and it killed us, or it killed you and sent me flying.
Is that everybody?
Yeah.
Rose!
Wait, was Rose already in the
Where's my
ship
head?
once?
Oh, we're good. Yeah, she can't come back because she got healed already.
Ah,
Rest in
It's all
peace.
good.
shame.
Rest in peace, Queen.
I got
Guys.
your
She
Bury
will be
me where the
remembered.
sun shines.
I will. I'll make sure it's the prettiest place ever in my forest. I'll make sure to come visit you.
Please have a gun.
Damn.
Nothing.
A forward.
What is this?
Why are we not having any guns?
Girl, I don't know.
We finally have so much money.
Okay, 4K.
Yeah, it's like not giving us any weapons.
Look, guys, all we need to do
Upgrades are
is
kind of
just-
meh.
Come here, everyone group up. Everyone group up.
Okay.
I'm just gonna have a moment of just. We may not have the stuff, but at least we got the money.
Oh,
You do have the money.
There's a zero gravity drone, but at 25. Ain't worth it. Hell no.
Guess we had some upgrades.
Do
We got some health.
Indestructible. Yeah, we got the indestructible drone again, but do we
Come
want
on.
to spend 26 on it though?
Look at me. I am. Oh, I was gonna say surfing, but I
What
was
is
no longer
this?
surfing.
What does that? Is crouch rest make you just recover while crouching?
It increases it.
The faster you.
Ooh, that actually seems pretty sick.
Well, surfer.
I think I'm gonna go with
I
speed
need to
this
make it
time.
bigger.
Good stamina upgrade.
Alright, I say once we get those upgrades, some health, we should be good to go. Might as well.
Yeah. What do we have on health?
Now,
8,000 for 100. 4,000 for 50 is also half. So it was 7,000. Get that out of here, garbage.
We're all kind of low, right?
Unless we want both.
yeah, I say we get both of these 50s, because why not?
8,000 for
Our
100.
store got upgraded. It now has a dual bathroom.
Ooh.
Honestly, I feel like we should go for the
Wait.
two 50k worth of healing just in case.
Oh,
Mainly because we don't really know what's gonna. I feel like if we pick 2 people to carry it in their pockets just in case.
wait, can you? You can put them in your pocket?
Yeah, you can. You certainly
Oh,
can. Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
I'm
Okay,
curious.
we'll do that. I think we should be
If I
golden.
extend
Go.
this, but leave it in here.
Whee!
Hey.
And
We got a pocket cart. We could get a cart, actually, if you guys really were determined.
True, true.
Hmm.
how much is a cart? 39k.
Why?
It's expensive, but it does let you carry
17K.
stuff. We could get some chart. We could get rid of the.
extra jump. Get rid of the wings.
Get rid of that.
Get
Can we
rid
get
of
the cart?
Rose, click in the cart. In the cart. Or something. Ready? Now you fly.
I'm ready.
Goodbye. I send you out of space.
I am flying.
Oh, that might be a problem.
bother you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come back here. You're about to get Willy Wonka'd into a fan.
No, send me up.
You know?
Wanna go up? Are you sure?
Prepare for my arrival.
Time to go to
One.
space.
Alright, ready?
Up. It's the new space program.
And for
Goodbye.
semi
Let's
bar.
go.
Just
Bye.
bye.
What's up
Have
there?
a safe trip.
What? Yeah. well-
Almost escape. Oh wait,
Oh,
I'm stuck.
You're stuck.
Uh-oh.
I'm stuck.
Huh. I didn't plan this far.
Wait, see if we can land in the cart.
Can you tumble? Oh, yeah, they're good.
Ow.
Okay, maybe let's not have the
We
gravity.
missing? No, we didn't.
What? 7, 8, 9, 10. How much is this?
Like that.
A lot.
Yeah,
6,000?
let's try for the-
Want a
let's try
pocket
for the
cart?
small one.
Okay.
I say the pocket cart because think about it. You're able to put someone's head in that and then bag it, put it in your pocket. You technically can carry them without like the casualty.
You are right.
It's really funny to be over there by church and to hear you, the echo.
Mm.
Oh, his door's open. That's what.
Uh-oh. I think that's everything. Time to skedoodle.
Alright.
Oh, he's
Taking my bridge.
behind me.
It's gonna become a wall.
Something funny?
Yeah. Ow.
Okay. Look at church. Ready?
no.
Release
You
me, Leon.
spin me right round, baby. So if I get rid of some health, then I have more than 100 capacity, so I can get a full 100, and then I can distribute.
Well, you can get the wings. What's this barrel? Anti-duck
Eh?
barrel. What?
What's our health at? Oh, we never
Can you
brought
put this
that.
on the duck?
Yeah, you can. He
Put it on the
actually
duck,
stops the
then
duck
you
from
put a
working.
grenade in with the duck, but we don't have a grenade.
I have one grenade.
That's not what this is.
I've been saving it for emergencies. Is everyone above 50? I think everyone's above
Especially
50
designed for
almost.
that.
Rose, are you above 50? I think you're a little lower.
Okay,
There we
Ready
go.
to go? Let's go.
I'm ready.
Do I want...
Me.
This is a bucket. Dear God. There's
As
Where are we?
I think it's the farthest I've ever made it.
I want this. I want this. There's an indestructible drone and a recharge drone. We finally have a reason to have a recharge drone.
Yugi. Wait, where's Yugi?
I'll put this in my
Hello?
pocket.
We have wings for you. Extra wings.
Oh my god, more wings? 3 wings now.
I can put this in my pocket too.
What does that do?
It's you.
I don't
You
know.
glide. When you have more wings, you glide better.
Whoa,
You get to 8 or 9, you'll start
far.
actually going into the air.
Well, yeah, now you're like an aggressive housefly.
A gnat.
Oh,
Hey.
You look like a pirate, but that missed the memo, and instead of getting a peg leg, you just got a peg bottom.
I'll peg your bottom.
Damn.
oh.
Got
Wee
it.
wee.
Don't go
Nice and
French
help-
on me.
You could help, or I could watch. It's like supervising.
No, Roger, it did work.
I don't need a cuck
But
chair
I'm
for
trying to
Rico,
stay
thank you.
quiet 'cause you can
But
hear
this is it's a chair. Wait, what is this actually? That might be too much.
Oh, picking up.
Oh. I'm not admitting fault to this. What do we have in here? A fan. Ooh.
Missing.
Are you stuck? Oh my god. Perfect. Rose, I found your biggest
When I wake up in the
fan.
morning. Beautiful.
Oh, he's stuck. Do not get that baby unstuck. I want him dead. Can I hit him with a grenade?
Ow.
Screw that baby.
Oh, sorry, I killed a child.
It was all in the job description, sorry. Just doing what I'm paid to.
Guy.
Oh, balls.
I found another fan.
My orb.
My whore.
That would have paid for another grenade. Ooh, what's this? A deep dark basement? With a cage? It's just like home. Is this a weapon? Oops. Is this a good weapon? I'm gonna die. If that guy turns around and hits me, I'm dead. Where are the enemies at?
Go. Alright, there's a truck in there somewhere.
I don't know if I'm trudging. I don't think I'm ready for a trudge. Is there a child? I kinda thought I just murdered him.
You want to put that in?
Oops. Sure. Ooh.
Drop it.
That was scary.
you.
I almost lost him.
Oh.
I'm gonna bring Luna back.
Not a bad plan. There's a trudge. We're gonna want to be very, very quiet. Damn, isn't that hard strafe? Ooh, this is a. Can I even get this back? I don't have strength.
Oh yeah, server rock.
Did I die and my head went into a cart?
That's when you heard me say, "Oh my god," and I died.
Oh yeah, Lena was proposing to me.
Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be back.
She's cheating on the wives. I see.
On who?
The wives.
Oh, she has wives. Crazy. Ah!
Hello
Hey,
there.
babe.
Yeah, I was about to open an extract and you guys stole it.
Oh, you're going to the bathroom. I see.
Do you know who is alive or dead? Here's a server.
And
if we
and
want to
life
get
has
it up
mysteries. Oh, okay.
there. Oh,
Well,
okay, let me go this way. We're gonna stand it up off to the side. Perfect.
Joe,
I'm back.
So,
Welcome back,
Yuki
baby.
I'm
died,
doing that.
Thank you. They found the cart with my head in it.
and we were talking, and then they got blasted.
I died.
Like 100
Blast.
times.
I bopped
Use the fucking-
that guy like
I don't know what
5 times with a globe.
Oh, that's
Nada.
funny.
And so I think he was almost dead. Lena has discovered the cart with my head in it.
Oh my god. Welcome.
So I bought a
in,
hat.
Cheesemoot. Wait. There's the thing. Lena,
Hell yeah.
I
Lena
put this
proposed
in
to
my
me, and
pocket.
Luna came in and died.
Oh
Now she's back.
no.
We're good.
I got a ring for you.
Apparently, Lena's
Because you're still
collecting
proposing
wives.
to Yuki.
You know,
I
that's
see what
that's
you-
a good way to live your life.
Ice fire too. Damn.
Hey, how do you make a family? Well, you put Icefire and Yuki together with a ring, put them in the giant blender. Oh, wait. We gotta put the server in.
Are we gonna go in the blender together, babe?
I'm ready when you
Is that
are.
what it is?
Yeah.
I put the cards in.
Okay. Go.
Cheese moot. Thank you so much for the
And then this
stuff,
is how you
and
make a
thank you so
family.
much for follow. I hope you enjoy the follow. I like your little dancing pigeon.
I'm alive!
There's health in the
No.
I can see again!
Pigeon.
Wee!
Yuki,
Oh, thank
I
you.
lose my grenade?
the fuck did he shoot you from?
I don't know, because he was not in the room.
He wasn't in
Oh,
the
thank you.
room.
I don't understand how it happened, but you know, I was just having a great time talking, yapping away. Where's that money bag?
I hope they have
Where's
it.
the money?
And how are you doing today, Cheesy?
Careful
Oh.
going in there.
Ice fire.
Is this a server? No.
There's a box around this corner. on hill.
People might have just died.
I think so too.
Where are we bringing this to actually now that we...
How much health do you have? Because I'm on 1 health.
I got 20. Here, turn around. We can share. There. Now we're both at. I got 11. You got 10. No, you're also 11.
I'm also 11.
Nice. Okay, now we gotta figure out where to put this thing, and should we figure out the damage the Trudge just did?
You go check the damage. I'm gonna check on the left to see what the next point is.
I see one casualty.
Yeah, I'll do for it.
Okay.
Where? Oh my god, it's the point. Right, I'm gonna go get that big heavy box and just bring it here.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. I just fucking broke the door.
Damn, you don't know your own strength.
Shit, man. I'm doing good, just pulling an all-nighter. Well, I hope... Holy shit.
Nobody's home.
Almost died. I spy why is Grandpa so mad?
Ugh, he hasn't taken his medicine. Grandpa's not himself when he hasn't had his Snickers.
I'm not gonna lie, I've been shoving nuts in my mouth. So I think the M&M nut.
Grandpa's back. Uh-oh, someone died.
I heard church laugh.
How do we get this over there? We need a game plan, and I don't think it's gonna be easy. He's leaving. Maybe I should have held it high.
Careful now. So, where's Church's body?
I think it's behind you. The cracking sounds means we're doing a good job, right?
Yeah. It's still 10K. What?
Yeah.
Careful now.
Oh, oops.
We are professionals, I swear.
I actually do a moving business in my spare time.
Okay, let's put it down here.
We can leave it right on the point. Slide it over a little.
Oh. Wait, how much is it asking? How much is point up?
11. And it's only 10.
Oh.
We can just leave it in the corner.
Wait, pull them onto your side so it stands up straight.
I have no strength.
Oh.
A little more. Oh. Okay. There we go. We're getting closer.
My god, Squidward just...
There we go. Is it a shrimp? What is this thing?
You see, my sister had a baby, and shortly after she passed away, and he's nothing but a little dump. I still like extra hours at the factory. I'm sorry, I think of shrimp, I think of that guy. I fucking love Shark Tale.
You grab that. Wait, is there anyone we're missing? My duck bucket. Put the duck bucket in my pocket. There's items here. Is that an upstairs I'm missing? Oh, there's stuff in here. I knew that there's shrimp. Oh my god, we got all the stuff in here. Wait, why do squats I recover faster? Oh,
We're missing Lena. I'm gonna go find the cart.
we have another shrimp in here actually. I swear to God, you piece of garbage! Where you're dead. Fuck you. Die. I need a new item. I need something else to abuse the child with. What is that? A laptop. We can beat him up with a laptop. Is a nuclear cup? Where'd the baby go? Crap, I looked away for 1 second. The child's gone. Where is the child? The child didn't go to point, right? Guess we'll leave this here. Did the child despawn? Do you have a child?
I have the child that's running around.
Okay.
So we might want to be quick so it doesn't fuck up everything.
I was gonna try and murder him, actually.
Do you want to try? I mean,
Yeah.
might as well.
Where is he at? Little child, I have a present for you. I think the child despawned. I don't see him. There seems to be a couple items in here.
Yeah, I'm moving this door out of the way. Oh, what?
It was... I found it like that, I swear.
You know what? You know what? It's fine. It's the perfect number.
Nice. How do I get up there?
Another shrimp?
If it's not candy, it won't be interested. I have the perfect gift. The sweet embrace of death. Where is he at? Do you want a plate?
Where are you right now? Oh, you're up there.
Can you grab that? Is that close enough?
Yeah, I got it.
Nice.
Carefully. Carefully.
Do I just... Is this the only item up here? Yeah, let's just go.
I think all we're missing is the little shrimp. And then we can bring these guys in and build extraction 3. Or should we save the shrimp for the 4th one?
Oh, we do have another
Save
shrimp.
the
It,
4th one.
if we put the shrimp on the point, we get a bigger money bag, and we have to
I say we
lug it.
Save the shrimp for the 4th extraction.
If we put on the thing, it turns into... We save the shrimp.
I guess we have to make that decision for us.
It's road trip time.
Guys, Grandpa's up there. Shush.
Can I put a bucket on his head?
Probably.
Lena. I bought your color.
No, not the money. Not the money.
That little child needs to die.
Right? Their money bag is worth only 10K now.
Oof, that's rough. Wait, they might wander off.
Ow.
No bonking. That child has it coming. He just lost 10 grand.
At least we still have.
I feel like you'd be just as upset if you lost 10
other ice
grand.
block,
There's an
which
ice block.
I think it looks like a mantis block, by the way.
Oh. Yeah, there's an ice block in a car.
Yeah.
Can we put him in a small cart? I think that would work.
Ooh, my ear. Sorry, I was scratching for a moment. Yeah, we'll put it right here.
Can I get it? Does it fit? Can we like scoot it on the thing?
I mean, it won't stay on it, but
Beautiful. Oh, he's got to delicately move it. This is not working one bit, actually.
yeah, no, definitely not.
Wait a minute. Yeah, that's not happening. Unfortunate. Okay. Do we find the point and then bring it over? Let the child try to pay me
yeah, we
back
could do
first. This
that.
child is not paying it back. He's going to take everything you have and throw it at a wall.
Yeah. A little bit more out of the. Yeah, like some sort of weird cybernetic, like mantis claw.
Okay. I'm kind of worried. What if we put this on the thing? Wait, can the baby... Oh, I'm not strong enough. If you're strong enough, you can put it on a table, and I don't think the baby can get to it. Wait, can we double team it onto a box?
He's walking back and forth behind the stairs over there.
Someone's still alive.
It's coming this way.
This is for science, guys. If I die, just know that. I don't think this is worth doing.
You just get the point. Getting the hell out.
Yeah. Do you want a cart? I can drop one for you.
Stop.
No.
This is bad.
This goddamn baby.
I was trying to kill him and then the grandpa came by.
No.
No.
Fucking child.
Oh my god. The grandpa is the only thing that stopped me from killing the child.
I'm just saying, throw it in the hole.
Oh my god.
Life is cruel.
I'm up.
Well, this is the end.
Wee ha!
Ah.
Hi.
Lena just making it rain.
What even hit me?
I think you hit yourself in the face with the pan.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I yanked my.
Oh my god. There's Luna going, I'm sorry.
Yay!
I was looking around. I was like, wait, am I actually the last one?
You won.
I did it.
God.
I come.
Dude, that run was cursed. We can get a single weapon.
Oh, man,
That run.
it's top of my fucking list.
Are you finally proud of me, Papa? I have achieved greatness.
They gave us a single gun after the second quota, we would have been set for life.
Right.
Honestly,
Yeah.
the rest of us that was there,
Done.
we were like, you guys should just cash in. And then the child came in and was like, oh, never mind.
Right.
It's like, how could you? You
I can't believe we went
undeveloped-
that. Yeah, I can't believe we went that entire round, whatever, without finding a single weapon.
I know. We're gonna try again though, right? Right?
We're gonna do
Or
it.
are we done for the night?
Oh,
No, no,
we're
no.
we're
I'm
we're
in
gonna
it.
find
I'm
a
in
gun
it
on
to
the
win it.
first round.
Okay,
Okay.
got this.
In we
Even
go.
give us a fucking
Yeah.
fry pan at this stage. Holy shit.
Yeah. No, we're gonna find the best weapon in the game first shop and not be able to afford it.
Let's do it,
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do this.
Are you fucking?
I saw that, but I'm gonna act like I didn't.
So
Yeah.
what?
I saw nothing. Oh, there's some stuff over here. A diamond.
Put it in. That's everything in here, right?
Oh, I see something on the. Yeah. There we go.
A little bit to the left.
Wait. Oh, good enough. There we go. Okay, we're good.
Okay, we're gonna clear this place out in record time. What was
What
that?
the hell?
I don't even know what that sound comes from.
Oh, here's some stuff though. Got a bonsai. Got a ring.
Oh no, someone lost their pocket watch.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay, there's something right here.
Oh, there's a propane tank up here.
Why is it just now telling me Rose is playing repo?
They just started. Obviously. Oh, there's an item back here. Is there an item back here? Oh. There he is.
Perfect. I think that's everything.
Something right here. Bonsai? There we go. before they start it. I got a bonsai tree.
Wait, did Rose get kicked?
Did they? I don't.
Yeah.
Did Rose die?
Their internet might have died. Maybe that. Wait, did they get crash?
What?
Because their game restarted, didn't
Can't
they?
hear anymore, yeah.
Actually, I probably shouldn't be in here. I should go back to the ship. Rose is talking in the Discord, but I can't hear the Discord.
Wait, what?
We had to finish the round out to remake the lobby and invite him again, I think.
Okay, I'm gonna
turn her up so I can hear her. Rose, my little noodle to strudel, did you die?
I got stuck in the loading screen. It was just infinitely loading.
Huh.
Oh,
So I had to
she
quit.
was stuck in the loading screen.
Yeah.
An
Interesting.
infinite amount of loading.
Weird.
Let me
Okay.
stand up, please. I know y'all are having fun ragdolling me, but I don't appreciate it.
Ah, I'm dying. Alright, we'll remake the lobby then.
then.
Let's do it.
Alright, Rose, we're gonna make a new lobby.
We speedrun that?
tight.
I think I can pull us to the shop and we can do the shopping after we get Rose back.
Yes, we can.
Main.
Here, let's see if there's a weapon.
Oh.
And if not, we'll just say fuck this shop.
And burn it down. Frying pan.
Frying
That's a
pan.
weapon.
Whoop. There's a frying pan.
How much is a frying pan?
Wow, it's like, oh my god, Rose, there's a frying pan in the store.
Actually, there is a pulse pistol.
How much is a pulse pistol? What's the price on that bad boy? 16. Can we get both? No.
You're getting bullied.
What? Wait, what? Bully me? No, I'm American. Americans don't bully people.
Yeah, surely not.
Yeah.
You guys never.
Oh
Mhm.
my god, I just realized.
I'm sorry. No,
Fuzzy
I'm
Wuzzies on your stream.
I am not American. I am Australian.
That's right, Lena, you're Australian now. You're
I
not
found a
American
beeping
no more.
I found a beeping frisbee.
Okay,
Rose sent
Do we
help.
want to buy the frying pan or we want to restart?
Church has some mine and he's leaving it under my feet.
Frying pan.
Back to the menu. Does this bring everyone back or does it kick everyone? It would appear that it would kick everyone. Yes. Pick best region. Wait, can I get back to this one? I think this is us. Go in here. I get rid of the password. And then I invite everyone. Invite. Invite.
Hi.
Invite.
Oh, hello. I messed up and accidentally quit the game.
Welcome back.
Oh.
My game didn't even crash. I just hit quit.
All I heard was long, long man as I entered this lobby. I'm all kinds of sexy now.
Is Rose here again?
Oh, there's Rose.
Yay!
Noodle to strudel.
Hmm?
Alright, take two.
Yeah, I was just
We act like nothing happened.
Here we go, chat. Let me give you some stars.
Okay, good job, Dynam.
There Rose is. Are you good?
We have new weapons.
Yeah.
Whoa!
sword!
What the?
We
photon
can't
blaster?
afford.
What the
That's
hell
the
is
cart thing. It's a cart gun, but it's in mobile form.
Oh my god.
Look!
Oh my
I'm
god.
so sorry.
What
I did
the
not
hell?
mean to smack you in the game.
Beautiful
And
trash.
I got a sword. So what
Whee!
happened?
Oh, I
Damn.
Is
missed
I
my
started
game.
blasting.
Glorious.
Dang. Nap time.
I didn't realize this. Oh my god!
Mine's bigger.
Oh.
Oh,
Well,
Rose, do you know how to use it? It might be too big for you to handle.
I
got good aim with that thing.
It's a trank gun.
Damn, I'm a casualty now.
Strength.
Speed dodge.
I like how you
Shoot 'em and then
preemptively fell over.
have him sell a Ford Falcon.
Hey, I'm a good shot. You can't dodge me.
No, I just use a desk.
I'm so fast.
I missed. No. I still got you. Let's go.
Whoa, shit.
Oh god, I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark.
Just whoa.
Wait a minute, can I use this?
So Rose came in and started
Shield?
blasting. Hello, kitten. Welcome in.
Oh my god, I'm Captain America.
He blocks everything.
The only thing you can't avoid, a plate.
It's all good. I got you. I
It's
got
a
you.
mine, but yeah.
Ow.
Uh-oh.
I got your
You got
mines.
him.
Oh god, it's a grenade.
My eyes.
Okay, what do we got?
Eyes.
Stamina? We don't have a weapon, do we?
Oh my god,
That we can
I realized
afford.
what the bleep was.
Do we have any weapons we can
Do you
afford?
feel powerful?
A little bit.
Do you feel powerful
And
with
this
that
sword. I do.
You should go
Hmm.
practice on church. He can
What?
thick it.
You can what?
He can thick it.
What does that mean?
It means he's durable.
Ah, I thought he was just thick.
He's
How
both.
is that durable?
Ooh.
We can get the sword instead of upgrades.
I don't think we have a whole lot of upgrades
That is
here.
mine. Oh,
Honestly, if not, how much is the trank gun?
How is the trank gun?
that's a good question.
We
It is
do we have
17. We can
do
afford
we
it.
have the strength to get someone off a cliff with a trank gun?
How many shots does the trunk gun do?
Well,
Like
the trank
five?
gun
Minute?
also,
Five-ish?
trank gun also requires energy.
Yeah.
Well, they both do.
You know, I'm gonna leave purchasing up to you guys. You got this.
Uh-oh.
And how much was the sword again?
19.
Okay, hear me out. I say we don't risk it this first round with weapon. We get perks
Uh-oh.
and pray that we get a weapon next round.
Where'd she go?
Hmm?
Did Rose die again?
Is Rose dead? 1 second.
I think I'm having error issues that'll just go out randomly.
Rose DC'd again.
No.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go ahead and buy, and then we
I
can
think
get her
I
back
might,
in.
Yeah, we can try again.
Keep Asher
After we
close.
buy.
Will it reset
Um,
the store if we don't buy anything else?
Yes, it will.
Yes.
It'll reset every time we load.
Let's do that. I say we
Okay.
reset the store and see what we can get.
Main menu.
To the main menu. Okay. And we're back. I need a thingy. Fight. Fight. Invite. Invite. Okay.
So I wouldn't want to impose on. No.
Did everyone lose their
Silent.
color?
If it DCs Rose again, we could always try to change servers to make it a bit nicer on her end.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a server thing. It's
Is
a
it
it's a me
a
thing, I
thing?
think.
The internet. Were we
Oh.
missing? There they are.
We have everyone.
At least it's giving us a chance to reset the store.
You know, it was.
Hell yeah. We pray for a gun. Pray for a gun.
Come on,
A
game.
gun.
Hey, what do we got? I didn't realize the table in the store rotates. We got a feather drone. We got a rubber duck.
Pistol again.
That's
Is that
probably the best thing we can
Yeah.
get.
Right?
That and a frag grenade's always
If
nice.
we get it though, we need to get energy for it, don't we?
We have one crystal. We have one crystal in the ship. But the energy crystals do go up in price if we wait. They did make it better. In this update, energy crystals and health packs are cheaper, as you might have noticed.
This duck is my favorite thing in the store.
Yeah?
I don't like you. He kill me. I feel like every time he comes after me and I get scared.
Ow!
This time
Are
it
we getting
went
the
to
gun?
church.
Oh, I think so.
I just put it there so that we know where
Let's
it's
do
at.
it. Should we buy more crystals?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I'm thinking. I say buy a gun, buy a crystal.
Wait,
and
this
that
crystal's
should-
9k. Jesus. Is there a cheaper crystal?
That's what I'm looking for. I
think
can't see any other ones, so.
might
The duck
be-
might have thrown it somewhere.
I didn't realize that all the items on the shelves here are just JPEGs.
Yeah. Wow, that might
This
be
looks
the
3D
only
to me.
crystal.
Nope.
Oh. Huh.
Oh wait, that's
Damn.
not.
Oh well.
Wait,
Can't believe
Car
I'm paying all this
fluid.
money for
No specific type of car
razor
fluid, just
thin hammer.
car fluid.
It just cuts and
I'd like to
hammers.
partake
Car
in my
fluid.
duck. I'd like to partake and throw in my duck.
You know what would have been funny?
Sure.
Fling it.
They really need to add one of these bottles or whatever, but have it just like headlight fluid.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
god.
Blinker fluid.
I'm ready.
Somehow the duck got over there and hurt Church.
I've
again.
eaten food.
Oh
I'm ready to
no.
go.
What the fuck did I do?
No, I just find it funny that we threw the duck as Yuki was like, I don't like the duck, it hurts me, and it blew you up.
Oh, yeah.
It's all good,
Yeah.
Yuki. The duck. Oh!
Oh!
Hit
Can we
my
name the
light
duck?
before my eyes?
My duck! Hi, Gabe.
Hubert.
Alright, I don't know about you guys, but I think Icefire should have the gun.
Oh god, that's a lot of.
Keen to go kill the monsters.
I'm ready.
We leave the
I don't want the gun. I don't want that.
I was
You're
born to
playing- You're a
kill.
little topsy-turvy right now.
I'm excited for you.
I'm
Hi,
drunk.
Gabe.
You're drunk?
Drunk on water.
Life.
Yeah, it's fine. Topsy turvy.
Same. I've been drinking so much water. Icefire yells at me if I
You drunk
don't.
on water?
Yeah, you're supposed to drink water. It's good for you.
Ugh.
You drink the water just to sweat and piss out the water again? What's the point?
Yeah.
You know, I didn't think of it that way.
Rose is spitting facts right now.
Yeah, I'm done
Oh
drinking
my god, I
water.
can use that as my argument against drinking water to Icefire.
Nope.
Perfection.
Rose, you're a bad example.
I'm a good example. You take that back.
Oh,
Icefire, come here.
Church!
I didn't move! No.
What does this look like to you?
Mm-hmm.
The light from right
Yeah.
here.
From right here, right here.
What does it look like?
Yeah. What did it look like to you? You should share your opinions on it first. I don't want to flavor your thoughts.
A shiitake mushroom.
Yeah, I could see that. That's what I was gonna say as
Thank you.
well.
It actually kind of does too, right? Yeah. Right, Church,
Oh, hi, Church!
come here.
It's okay.
What'd I do?
What does this light look like to you?
There's a lot of hesitation. You're really thinking about it.
Hey, yo, it looks like a nipple.
I'm glad someone has to say it.
I'm glad. I was thinking shiitake mushroom, but you know.
Took a nipple
Might
shoot
be
with
on-
that, though.
Listen, I wake up every morning and I see them. I know what.
I forgot men had nipples for a second there. and
No,
was like,
I
what,
actually
do you not
don't.
Look at nipple.
Have you seen that
Oh.
swimmer anime? That's real life.
Free?
Yeah. I have no
What's
nipples.
the gayest anime? You free? Yuri on Ice?
Here on
Like
Ice
you?
is a classic, and I don't want to take any shit for this.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I triggered him.
Oh god. Oh,
Ooh,
sorry.
nicely done.
Oh, head.
Boy, that's a head.
You didn't know you married a gay guy?
Listen, I'm
Man,
not
I would
opposed
have
to
it
the
no
idea
other
of
way.
What happens if I shoot this man?
Ooh, there's a crown over here. There's 2 crowns over here.
Blast him. Blast him in the
I'm kind of worried this isn't gonna kill him.
You killed him.
Oh,
Look, and he dropped
dropped-
his eyeballs and everything.
ooh.
What?
That's worth $6,000. We gotta be careful with that thing.
All right. Now, I would feel the need to carry this, but I'm kind of scared to carry it because
I
I
am
always
too.
run into somebody.
This is like 1 energy crystal if we can get it back. What direction am I going? This? Oh, I'm going this way. I understand now.
What?
That's gonna be good though, because now we don't have the head that's gonna harass everyone. Kind of want to stick this in the corner. I'm really worried about putting this down, guys. Okay, how can we get rid of 6,000 off this point? We're at 7, 8, 9, so we need 3,000? Ooh, I get rid of 2 items. Put that down very carefully. Take that as well. Put this down very carefully. Then we grab this and we put this in the corner. Ooh, beautiful. And we put it right there. Because that's delicate. And if that touches anything wrong, it explodes. We lose $6,000. Just like that vase. Ah. Okay.
You too. Hello.
Back.
But don't we need to save money for the second extraction?
We're free. No, it'll drop in a bag.
Yeah, it'll get turned into like a
Oh,
bag.
We have a couple minutes before a head spawns. We probably don't want to spend too much time here because that's gonna be scary.
Okay.
You're so knowledgeable.
Oh no, I murdered him. He's long dead. It is in cold blood too. I actually hunted him down and killed him from behind.
Heck yeah.
My headset's dying. Can I? I'm gonna plug my headset in. Beautiful. I have a headset cable running across my hands. I hope they got everything over there.
It's endearing. Don't worry.
Look at that.
Hello.
I carefully navigated the
Do you
orb
like
back
my
to spawn.
large stack?
It's a pretty nice sack. I would rub that sack.
What happened
It's
to
full of
please,
money.
I don't want it to lose money.
What happened to the orb you had, Ice? Or did you put that at the other extraction?
The orb?
Yeah.
Oh, I tucked it neatly into the corner of the extract and moved the other stuff out so it wouldn't go. I didn't want anyone to have to touch it. Those things are temperamental. You look at it wrong and it explodes.
Right? Every single time I get one of
I don't
those
think
little,
so. Pretty sure we cleared the map. Nice.
Dang. Alright.
No
Guess
player
there's
remains
Lee.
alive.
Oh, the head's gonna respawn.
Problem.
I know. That's why I'm running.
Be ready to get under something.
Okay.
Unless we just get straight back. Where does he respawn at?
I don't know.
Does he respawn at the ship?
I don't think so.
I
'Cause
know
he can't
he's
respawn in front of us.
They will be beelining to the ship though, so we gotta get under something. Oh, actually, I have health. Does anyone need health before I get over 100?
You didn't damage it.
You need
No,
damage?
I'm at 100 right now.
Nice. Okay, under the thing we go.
Okay, we need everybody else here.
Do you need help?
Yeah, I'm gonna hide.
Do
Rose
you
is gone.
need help?
No,
What
I want
happened to
100.
Rose?
Oh no.
I watched her disappear.
Like DC?
No!
Rose is a
Disappear,
ghost.
Yeah.
Rose, you dead
She got
again?
Thanos snapped again?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
mid
Okay, come here, come back.
sentence.
Let's go so we can get her back in.
Okay.
To the ship.
It's okay.
Oh no, I hear it in their voice.
And no one-
They've become one with the Matrix.
It is such a sad day. So sad. Ooh.
Who do I address
Maybe
my
we can
angry
just
letter
get
to fix
everyone
the
around,
internet?
yeah.
Connecting.
Check the shop.
Yeah, but...
What we got?
It might also be quite awful.
Here, let's see what the store has first.
That's true.
No, it's
I shall sit in Discord call and
bridge
keep her company.
and
That's it.
some stuff.
Anything here? you
Nothing
guys
really
wanted to
good,
see?
actually. Everything's pretty bad.
We can reset.
The crystal's 12k.
Yeah.
That's so much.
I'm sending us
Okay.
back.
Main menu.
Ah!
Man.
Judge is beating me with a hammer. So...
Yeah.
Your
Going back to the
internet
menu.
is not being the nicest to you now, is
Private.
it?
Yeah.
It never is, but again, I want to keep disconnecting and resetting it for you guys.
You're okay.
So I'll just head out
Honestly-
instead.
We actually didn't
Honestly,
even
I was like,
lose
if
any
it's
progress.
too irritating for you, just let us know because we want to keep playing with you.
Yeah. I'm not
It
bothered
feels
by
wrong
it.
not to play with you. No, the invite's in. Leo.
Game. We actually didn't even have to wait.
Alright, here's the plan, okay? We're
Mhm.
gonna go over to Rose's place,
Yeah.
get her internet cables and chew them,
Mhm.
and then get new ones.
Mm, oh, that's a great idea, actually. You break those bad boys, they gotta replace them.
Right?
Still plugging
And
in
then,
those
and then
places.
Yeah.
they'll be like, what the fuck happened? And then Rose will be like, I don't know, some rodent
Damn.
came in and chewed them. You gotta get me a new net, pronto.
We back.
A frying pan!
Oh,
But it's 18k.
Any of these crystals?
could do it.
This crystal's
probably
10k.
The 10k.
It's still
I say
a lot.
The 10k one.
Ooh,
Yeah,
frag
but-
grenades.
I say we still go for the 10k regardless.
You know, the upgrades are kind of cheap. You guys want some strength?
Yes. Do you even need to ask?
Yeah,
What
you're right.
else did
I threw it over the point. I'm too strong.
I want to be beefy.
I mean, this is only 1k.
So nothing.
I saw that. Oh, can I check the room?
Yeah, yeah. You want me to help you up there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we get someone
Where's
up
the
there?
room?
We'll be back here, right?
Should be right there. No, it's
Am I
right here.
Oh, she got
blind?
it. Okay.
Oh, nice eyes.
Yep.
Where are you? There you are.
Hey.
Oh, I can't.
In we get.
Ooh, too far.
Oh.
What?
Almost had you.
Maybe one of you.
We're good.
Just
Oh!
one of you.
Just
one of you.
let her go.
One of you.
Yeah.
Like 3 different times.
Anything up there?
No, we could have done this the easier way. Look.
That's not the easier way.
That is not.
What do you mean?
6k for duck bucket.
Wait a minute.
There's a
Heck
bucket.
yeah.
Huh,
You know,
I
when we get to the pit
Goes like,
levels, we
"Where's
can kill
Rose?"
the
Oh,
duck.
there you are.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, I've been hiding.
That everything?
Alright.
Your eyes are so large.
So round. Your pupils so small. Small's not a bad thing though.
Oh, yeah?
We're accepting.
I don't know how
I
to
like
use
how
them
you,
so small
I
as
like how
that.
you say that, Ice, considering I'm probably bigger than everyone here combined. Thanks. Duh.
I want to argue, but you're probably right. Can I have stamina?
Yeah. Whatever you want.
Oh yeah, Yuki, I'm like
I'm just on a warpath.
9 to 10 feet tall. I'm a beast.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Giant woman.
So large.
It's funny because like the soft form that you guys see, my little one, is like 4 foot tall, but like actual me is like 10 feet.
Large. Tall. I want to be tall.
Luna, do you get your
Is anyone
strength?
gonna
I'll
take
give you
that
my height, I can.
Because I don't mind double strength if nobody wants this other strength.
Do it. Become the strongest.
I've been wearing
Aw,
heels
comrade.
to work, bros. It's been great.
I want
I'm
to
so
ride
tall.
my big, fuzzy Siberian
You like it?
Sandwich.
Yeah. I feel like a boss lady.
Being
I have an
tall.
office job.
Who makes these
Kinda cool,
pictures?
sometimes.
I love it. I have my little.
Ooh, what's on the radio today?
Yeah.
I don't like
Don't
the
worry, where's
radio.
off, Yuki?
What's wrong with the radio?
Oh. It's fine. Once I work from home, it'll be fine. I'll never have to think about it again. There you go.
It's true.
Go in there.
Coming through, big tough lady with the TV.
Hmm. We have, what's the other item? More cash. That a... Okay. I guess we've taken the cash. One of them go missing? No, here it is.
I think we're doing the same extract over and over.
Oh god. What the who's the grandma gave this?
Wait, guys. Wait, actually, though. Look, we only have 2 extracts.
So far. Have you been playing it, Gabe?
It's supposed to be 3.
Put that there.
2, 3, and then it goes up from there.
Is it?
Because the
Ice
last one that
fire.
we had was it had 2, 2.
I fired.
What's up?
Would you like? a
Does the
hand that
extracts go
works?
1, 2, 2, 3?
I could not tell you that one.
Allow me to take this
I
from
can't
my
count.
hand. I have the strength.
Well, I don't want to touch that.
Beefy.
Thank you.
Careful, that will
Take the whole thing.
explode on impact.
Okay,
I'm sure we'll let that
I'm
one
gonna
take,
wait for the
take the
cut.
big valuable vase.
What? What do you mean by that, Church? Oh, we could do a first extraction, by the way. Because
Yeah.
the TV currently there.
Where is the second extract at? This is I'm not a big fan of this map layout. The mansions are kind of rough. You have to deal with the little tight corners that's easy to damage everything on. Ooh, do I? I messed up. I didn't mess up. Easy peasy.
Nice.
One less enemy on the map. Where's the extract at before we... Oh, crap.
No idea.
Well, I'm on an adventure now. Fuck! Damn it! No! My screen!
Sounds good.
My grenade! My 100 health! All gone.
A show that I watched with a really good friend of mine.
I hope they find my stuff. Oh.
Hi, Bunja. Hey, hi.
Oh,
I want to see what's... Oh, hello.
hey.
Yeah, I found the same guy. I rounded a corner into him and it was a dead end. It was
Yep.
just such a bad time.
Oh man, that jump scared.
I'm coming to save you. As soon
Oh,
as
no.
death pops off.
Luna's coming.
Go away. Go away.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
I
Holy
think they're
moly.
okay. Uh-oh, they might. Oh, yeah, they're good.
Back off, you diddler.
Oh,
Done this.
good find.
Fucking nailed it.
I wonder if they're gonna find my gun. I literally killed an upscream, and then I got a head attached to me, and then I turned a corner and got reapered. I wish I had a little more time. Maybe I'll have to play slower so I can make sure I kill everything.
Okay, I'm gonna get onto this chair real quick. See where I am. Okay.
House where the event took place, and this one time I opened the door to the outhouse and somebody was just inside of it crouched.
Oh, they're
And I was just
taking
like,
me.
oh, I'm sorry, and I closed the door.
That's
They're
good.
so
Did
kind.
Luna get you?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't Luna so sweet?
She keeping me alive.
Yeah.
She trying her best. I thought she meant. Dude, can you imagine being 10 feet tall?
Yeah. I think they're 5'5" in real
I
life.
have no idea what anybody else
Just like me,
is.
for real, for real.
Wait, let me...
Don't
I'm
say
going to
anything. I'm
assume they're
5'5".
either moving something big
They
or
are...
not
I think they're 5'4" in real life.
Oh, that's even better. I'm finally taller.
You got 1 inch. Make it
Oh,
count.
that's all I need, baby.
Nice.
Oh, there's a girl. She's screaming.
Rose is doing pretty good keeping it away.
Yeah, she is. She's a gamer. We knew this.
Nice.
Hell
Stupid
yeah.
doll.
Even got them propped in the corner.
Not this stupid doll. I cannot believe it got me for all 100 HP. That's
The
I
insane.
took an
doll?
pushing them away from you while you're oling it.
No, the nun.
Oh, the Reaper
Lord.
guy?
Yeah,
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. I think it actually does 100 damage.
that sucks. I
Yeah.
literally rounded a
I'm not a-
corner, and she
I
was
don't have to do
there.
Are they alive?
Rose is locked in.
All I can question?
I love the little legs. They're so cute.
Oh, they are.
You ready to try to get off the... You ready to try and leave the extract with 1 health?
No.
Oh, is he going the way I need to go? I think Death is down there. Yuki's in the cart. Yuki got killed by Death.
No.
Death went somewhere
Dad.
to the left. Is that where the extraction is?
Death is mean to me.
Kinda, yeah.
They went straight left. So if we go this way.
Careful, Death is in here.
Okay.
They're trying desperately to get to me, even though it cannot.
What was that?
Look out, Death is
I
there.
saw. Unfortunately, Death has
Hello.
taken Yuki from us.
Oh,
There's a
no.
bunch of stuff in here. There's the dog, there's a ship in a bottle over here. And stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you hand the doll down?
I think the doll is the most fickle thing.
Oh,
I already got one in the extraction.
I saw that coming.
I will grab it from you. Yeah.
Attack. Oh, sorry. Here, let me.
Okay, off to the extraction we go. I think that's everything. I think That's everything. Wait, where's our?
Yeah.
She screamed.
Got it.
Has anyone seen Icefire?
Ah, see. Yeah. His head is in here.
I don't think they know you
He
died.
is dead. Jesus.
Oh, they
Yes.
definitely know that you
Alright, do
died.
wanna
Never
put that
mind.
doll down before we push it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, just push it in. Push it. Push it.
Oh no.
Oh.
The cart.
Perfect.
Did the cart get crushed?
That perfectly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, it's the end. It doesn't matter.
Hello.
Grown.
Hello.
Hello.
Yuki, I'm sorry. It's okay. Wait, don't move.
Thank you. Thank
The reason why are you crouching for a
Getting
reason?
my stamina back.
Ah.
I just went around a corner.
Yeah, and then he was there, and then he didn't leave, and then I was like, "What the hell, asshole?"
Dude, I could not believe it. It's a. I just saw something. It surprised me.
Reaper head.
I'm gonna put myself inside the refrigerator.
Okay.
We should close the
Same.
door for privacy purposes.
Oh.
Not with my ham.
Oh,
Oh,
come here often?
and it's the leggy guy.
Is there any way to get past this? No.
Yeah, cause you're so cool.
Oh, upstream. That's spooky.
I look like I'm on drugs.
Yeah.
You know what? I'd say I'm the same, but it's mainly because I'm healthy.
That actually worked out really well. Taking aggro, taking it back to the ship. That means everyone else can move closer.
Oh, that
Snap.
sounds so good right now. Hold on.
Ah, balls. Reaper coming back. I get under the couch? No.
I'm scared. This is the corner where it happened.
Okay. Just make it back. Wee.
Yeah, no.
Hello, welcome.
Is that
Hello.
everybody?
All accounted for.
Everything
Where's church?
Yep.
but my gun.
Hello.
There he
Where's your
is.
gun?
It's somewhere.
These nuts.
Got him.
Oh.
I always forget how scary this game can actually be.
Yeah, it's actually terrifying.
Yeah, baby.
Okay.
65K.
Any
Tumble
weapons?
drone?
Oh my god, Royce,
It's the
look!
prod zap.
You can.
I
you
don't
can
like the
have your-
prods that.
You can have your ultimate rolling.
Yeah,
with
it's
your
kind of
little
hard to
drone.
use.
If I had the wings, I'd be
There's a
even
wing.
better. There's no wing.
I got the wing. I put in the thing.
Okay, here's a +1 jump.
Roll,
Sprint
church,
speed. There's a
roll.
lot of sprint speed. Dang.
Roll,
Right.
church.
Stamina. Oh, sorry.
Well,
Look at him go.
That one wasn't me.
Flying around at the speed.
Yep. The third drone.
Got places to go. Gotta find my way back. Oh, fuck.
Oh my god. A drone within a drone within
Hey,
a
Yuki.
drone.
what?
Yes.
The
Oh,
feather
I'm into
drone
it,
is
do it.
on the other drone.
Nice.
Elf
I
might
would
not
play
be
an
bad.
uwu noise, but I think I'd get banned in your
Any-
chat.
Oh.
Not a single strength.
Honey, my chat's very,
I am so sad.
I know.
There is no
Okay.
string. What
I
is
could make
this life?
what's a
Wait,
masculine
Church,
sounding
Church,
man?
stop, stop.
like a
Oh
deep
my
grunt,
God.
like you're getting up. Like
Yeah,
you're
I want to do like the masculine version
Dang.
of an
We
uwu.
almost bought two
What is
drones.
the masculine version of an uwu?
Joke's on you. I
Uh.
enjoyed this. Hoya.
that, exactly that.
Hello.
Oh.
Hoya. Flip me. Ah!
You spin me right round, baby, right around like
I
a
think
record.
Chuck
Why won't
is
it
in
zap
his
You
own-
struggling?
It's like a
Hold on,
light show.
why isn't it not working?
I'm invincible. I'm
You have
shocked.
to hit him
that-
with it.
You didn't have to tell him. I was living the high life knowing it couldn't hit me.
I was like holding it to your throat, pressing.
Wow, Church. We got
Church, are you
places to go. He is.
Yeah, I got a weapon for you. Take this.
Not okay.
Where's Church?
Become our attack
He's in the
drone.
sky.
Yeah, we're becoming the U.S. military. Take this.
That was the
Attack from the sky. Oh, this is perfect.
Oh my god, thank you so much for the follow.
Look at this. We're weaponizing.
This is perfect. And who?
You see, he's the
Now
ultimate
we have our own
weapon.
drone.
Like, he's the ultimate weapon they didn't see coming.
Yeah.
Oh,
God,
We just need to give him a gun.
That's what it feels
prepare
like
for
to
my
be done.
arrival, world.
Uh-oh, he's been moved. He's going too fast.
Where are we going
too
now?
slow.
Are we done?
Goodbye. Ah.
That was great.
Okay, low key, if we see any enemies
Whoa.
those 3 drones again, can we just deploy the church?
Yeah. I'm down.
deploy the church.
I want. I'm so
We'll call
down.
you the torpedo, don't worry.
Best band ever, yeah, true. Hey, Boomcha.
Oh no,
Yeah,
the
Yuki doesn't know
museum
his
again.
Does someone have the gun?
No.
Oh, I
Grab
missed
your
stuff.
upgrades.
Oh, if you want, you can use it.
Luna!
I just thought we lost it. I was worried.
No!
Nah, I got it. That was good.
This time I'm
I think if you let go, if you click and let go,
Drop it. E, right?
hit left click again.
Right?
Left click. Oop.
No.
Okay. Do you want any
By
upgrades?
the way.
What do you say? Oh, hells yeah. I'm ready. The taser gun doesn't do a whole lot of damage.
Yes.
So the grenade is a much better use.
Hey.
What do we
Okay,
have?
someone bring the cart this way. I found something.
Anything else in this room? Oh, a globe.
Yes, yes.
Oh my god. It's so shiny.
Oh God, I love it.
Right? It's just burning the back of my retinas.
Yeah.
Oh! Oh!
Stare into the light, hypnotoad.
Kevin!
Oh,
It's Kevin!
Put the bucket on him.
Put the bucket
He
on him.
craves the bucket.
Do it.
hey, come here, you
Ah.
fucker.
Wait, don't finish it.
I had a bucket.
Oop, he's done. Do you need help?
Is what I was
Kevin
doing.
has fun. Kevin, me boy, get inside the bucket.
Where is he? Get back here. I need.
Oh,
Oop,
Oh dear.
1 second.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, he's in the bucket.
I'm a duck. 1 second. Oh, he's by our stuff. I can't blow him up yet.
Yeah, you can do it.
There we go.
And he's dead.
Thank you. Money bag.
Wait, hold the
leave it,
duck.
leave it.
Oh, I took the duck. And he's inside. Oh, no, I didn't mean to shoot it. No one saw that. There's another upgrade. What do we got? Range? Nice. I'll take that. Never hurts to be able to grab things a little bit farther away. Look at the ducks slowly making their way to the point.
He's trying.
Stay.
Oh. Goodbye.
Oh, bye.
How's that? How much is that ball worth?
Like,
Ah!
Ooh.
I caught. Okay.
I love that the duck is just roaming. Can I stand on it? Oh! I have a new mode of transportation.
It's like, you know those cats that get on the Roombas?
Ah.
Okay, so we're going this way.
What do
grab
we-
the boombox.
what
Can
do
you
we-
grab the boombox?
Yeah. I'll see you later, duck. The duck, it can be appreciated by me standing on him. Oh, wrong button. I can't see what I'm holding.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Hmm. $7,000. Oh, that's what I like to see. That right there. You guys wanna be in a little friend huddle? 1 second. I gotta figure out how to rotate. Put you right there. Gotta look at me though. Right there. You get the corner. Corner safest. I'm leaving you in here because I don't want to remove you. I'm gonna break the globe. Do we just full send this and move to the next point?
Might as well. Okay,
Everybody.
wait, before we, I just wanna. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So who died? Welcome back.
Yuki's so mad at you guys.
What happened?
Yuki started cussing y'all
She's got the milk.
And we were.
Wait, she went to get the milk? My dad did that.
So Yuki was cussing you guys out, and Kevin was still moving at 1 mile per hour.
I love Kevin. You can ride him.
Where's the next extract?
Look, there's Kevin right over there. Look
Oh,
at him.
you want to see something sick? Check this out.
Don't take him off the bucket. Oh my god, he's like a Roomba.
Free
I
room.
know. This is great. I'm like a little turret now. Hands up.
We heard. Me and Rose.
Wait, you went. I'm being gooned. I'm being gooned. I missed. Come back. Where are your stinky little feet? Where are you, Mr. Gooner? This is a no gooning zone.
Hello there.
Ah, no! Not another one! Where is he? Come out with your hands up. I can't see him. Oh no, it shot when it fell. No, it's shooting when it's falling. The gun.
No. That's fine.
I can't see it. It's hard to shoot this man.
Right?
Where was I?
Uh-oh.
Goodbye.
Uh-oh.
Don't break the ball like last time. I am the ball expert. No one knows how to handle balls better than I do. Exactly. Thanks for the head pets. You understand my talents. Oops. Drop that in here. I need to be careful. I'm wasting so much power. Is that the duck? Look at him go. Look at the little toes. Oh crap. No, I don't want to drop it.
Okay.
There's a gooner nearby.
Yeah, I know. He grabbed me.
I can't free him. No, the duck kills people. They're bad.
How far in is it? That's crazy.
It is a diamond burger.
Hey, I'm gonna pass this to you. Can I? Nope.
Wait,
Oh, I have to like actually back out.
my church.
And then there's some other stuff.
Okay, hold on.
Where's everybody at?
So you dare.
I don't know. Guys? Hey,
Yuki?
Oh, and I could open that. The more you know.
I'm gonna see how hard it is.
There's a whole bunch of money.
Okay, I might stay in a group so I can try and shoot things a little more effectively without getting shot when or killed when I round a corner.
With two.
People going up?
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have
Drop it, I got it.
strength, but I do.
Diamond burger.
Just good luck. Just... We have it?
We got it.
Ooh, I have a
And
less.
then.
Where is this going?
Like one of those.
This
Behind
way?
you.
Sure. I die. I'd like you to point out that
Is
I'm
this
about to die.
Hamburger gem?
Yeah. This is the ultimate form for rich people. Like, they started out with gold covered foods, and now they just crystallize it.
Yeah, you also like the
Crystal hamburger.
Oh. That is a magnificent
Crystal
crispy
burger.
burgie.
Thank you. I stole it myself.
I knew there was more
That's a
items.
what?
I felt it in my Coke burrow. Careful.
7,000. This is too
Anyway.
much for point.
Yeah, it's okay. Put it inside the cart. He'll fit.
Nice.
We have so much though.
I think that's everything. Oh, nope. They got some little stuff.
Yeah, they're bringing some things. Oh, it's a tooth. You're a tooth fairy.
Oh.
Now Yuki is. She's got the links.
True.
Is that everything? And
I
where's
think so.
Lena?
Here, you guys go ahead and head to the... Oh, I don't know.
Uh-oh. Where's Lena at?
Lena.
I'm sure it's fine.
There's like one thing over here. It's Timothy.
Wait, it's moving. It might be Lena.
You know?
Yeah.
You're alive. Okay, we could send the cart. Oh, you have an item. Don't send the cart.
Hey, drop him, we'll catch
Got
it.
it.
Okay.
What?
And I believe that's it. I don't see anything else.
Yeah. No, don't do it.
No! Oh.
Where's the extract? That way. To the entrance we go. As long as I don't get hit by the gooner, we should be okay. Yeah, ride the duck to the point. That gives you bonus points.
Right?
I want my thing back though.
I'm trying to get on top of Kevin.
You taking the
Did we name
binky?
him Kevin? Yeah.
Kevin's a pretty good name.
I like it. I don't think I've ever met anything named Kevin.
What about Call Me Kevin?
You're free, Kevin.
Get my gun on the ground!
Grab him.
Who took the bucket off?
I did.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, we get it back without grabbing it. We get it back, no matter what.
Well,
Oh, that would have
Yeah.
been good to know.
But she
Bye,
wanted
Kevin.
it. Bye, Kevin.
God damn it, Kevin! I
No,
hate
no, you
so
can't come on. No, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh god, oh god.
I just went volatile. What the heck?
Why was he so angry?
I don't know.
Never leave
Because
your
we're
children behind.
leaving.
No, you know that's fair.
So
He's
cute.
probably
Have you guys
sad.
ever watched? Have you guys ever watched a show called Deep Space?
Love in Deep Space? No.
Yeah.
What game? What is it?
I think it's called like Deep Space, and it's like this
And there's no
adult
bridge.
swim animated. Oh my god, you should. That's
Oh,
why I
no.
called-
Drink.
Oh, Deep Space
Kevin,
999.
Yeah.
Or
I
2099?
Oh,
Let me-
Spring
2077.
Seed for only 3K.
2077 is the survival game.
Something, something.
Want this? Okay, I think. Anything else?
Is there stamina? Grab some stamina.
Humble lunch for 2K.
Do it. I won't use it.
Yeah, I never figured out tumble launch. Range upgrades are nice. You get the crystal?
Hold on.
Oh, Sea Lab. It's called
Okay.
Sea Lab.
I'm buying.
Sea Lab like 999 or something.
Yeah. Is that everything? Do you want any med kits?
Oh,
8,000, 3,000, 7.
Sending us in. Oh,
There we go, we're ready.
okay, you got it?
Yeah.
There we go. I hear type, but type.
Typa.
I'm trying to
So
find it.
nothing.
I'm going to.
Look at all
lose
of
my
that.
brain if I can't
So
find
nothing.
it.
It's called Sea Lab. Sea Lab.
Sea Lab.
Granada.
Final space. That's what
Final
it's
space?
called.
I've never heard of that.
Okay, I got what I
Final
wanted.
Space?
Yeah.
Everybody get your stuff.
Grab any
Grab
upgrade
an
you might
upgrade.
want.
Grab an upgrade.
Oh, with the little green dude.
Do you have an
Yeah, with
upgrade,
mooncake.
Lena?
Mooncake.
I saw
I
it 2
grabbed
seasons ago.
the crouch then.
Yeah.
Okay, okay,
think-
okay. Rose, do you have an
Honestly,
upgrade?
I have 1 stamina.
You
Get
can grab
yourself
more.
an upgrade.
I'm
Otherwise,
so
they're not
strong, I
getting
have 3
used.
strength.
Okay,
I'll use you.
Damn.
everybody make sure to grab the upgrades, otherwise they're just gonna sit there.
So it's a
Church,
show called.
thank you for the follow.
Where have I heard that name
Take
before?
me to church.
Hmm.
Nah, fuck that, dude.
Alright.
I am stuck at church that this whole time you never followed road, and I've raided them how many times?
Huh?
Do you want this?
What is it?
It's speed boost.
Sure.
Do 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 do.
Oh, we have 2 carts now. Forgot we have 2 carts. Sick. Got that area. I'll move to the next.
This nothing.
I got you a ring.
Oh, put it in. Nice.
Rocking the trip.
Not to be
That's what you were
disrespectful, but
saying.
I'm about to pawn that bad boy off.
I spent 2 weeks of my savings tonight.
Damn, and I'm about to
I need a
get
pawn
1
now.
week of savings back.
That's kind of rude, actually, to say that.
I mean,
How dare you?
I'll split it. You can get your quarter of your savings back.
Wow, you jumped right over me. Holy shit. I was gonna headbutt you.
Random two.
What do we got in here? Some math equations? Disgusting. I didn't bring a cart with me.
I think for me, this might be my last one.
Okay.
I've been up since 5 this morning.
Oh geez, that's a long time.
Oh, I just realized
Yeah,
we had
it's
2
12
cards.
o'clock
I
at
am so
night.
mind right now.
Yeah, I just bought them.
We have so much
I
cart
like 2
space.
carts. I like having
Right.
2 parts.
Oh,
You okay?
Lena?
Oh, you're getting health. Okay, I see.
Yeah, I panicked a little bit. I was like, huh, and then I realized Lena was just touching. things.
Yeah, I thought you were dying. I heard noises.
Don't do this point. We're gonna save it for
No, my fan! back in there.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oop,
No problem.
oop.
Here, I'm gonna put everything in yours. You want to take it back to the first one?
We doing the first point already?
And then I'll go find the third one. Thank you.
9,000. I don't even have enough to do the first point unless there's something
Oh,
next to
here
it.
you
What? Put the globe in the basket.
What are you at then with that?
We're at 11. We're not quite there.
11. Nope, you still need more. Let's grab you one more thing.
Yeah. I'll leave this right here in the corner where it won't get beaten up. We need one more item, and then I'll send the first one, and we'll do the farthest point.
Are you getting gnomed? Is that what's happening?
Who's gnoming who?
We kill-
Hello, I like your box. You want any help? You,
me?
you got, yeah,
Oh,
you gotta.
no, I can't see.
Go
I'm
on.
distinct going off.
Do you want help?
No.
Okay, I'm
But yes,
supervising.
but no.
Okay.
No.
I'm getting mixed signals here.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I.
I don't know where I am right now. I'm lost.
We could go
This way?
Go this way.
No,
We'll
this
leave it
way.
At this point.
Oh yeah, that's not a
We'll
bad
leave it at
idea.
this point.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll leave it at this point. You know, trust the process.
Okay. The hitting against walls builds character.
Yeah, don't worry about it. The shrimp from
Gentle.
Shark Tale will be fine.
Very
okay?
gently put him down. He must defrost before dinner.
Oh my god, shrimp for dinner? Yeah.
Uh-oh. I don't have a
I
weapon.
didn't like that sound. I didn't like that sound, whatever it was.
What's an old man? Do we have the gun? I'll send the first point so we can get the thing over there. I think we've gotten everything over here.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh my god, that scared the— oh, if I die to an upstream, I'll be so sad. Wait, were we over? No, $300. Yeah, we should be right on the money. Okay, where did that upscream go? I have one grenade. I don't think that's enough to kill him. Unless he's a small guy. That might be enough. We'll try and hit him with a grenade. There he is. Target spotted. Gotcha. You're coming with me, mister. Oh, that's bad. We're gonna go this way. Trudge ahead, careful. Luckily, Trudge is really blind. I think if I go this way, he probably won't even notice.
And no, I was trapped in this room alone. There's some little dude with like 2 hands crawling on the ground that
Oh,
just scares you.
He's dead now.
Wait,
Good,
which
he
one? The big mace
beat the
guy or the
shit out
little
of me.
guy?
The upscream.
Oh.
This thing is heavy.
Okay. Wait,
Mario
where's
has
the,
like half of his expense trying to move it.
where's the closest extraction? Is that where you're heading to now? Behind you?
I think you're right in the middle of 2 right now. Got some help?
I think Rose might need help on her end. I have restraint. I can pick this
I
up
have
on my end.
determination.
You have determination.
This is an Undertale.
Yeah. The fact that we've moved 3 feet closer to point fills me with determination.
I'm still getting used to a mouse and keyboard. I do apologize if I fuck this up.
You're okay.
Ah,
It's okay.
You're doing better than I am. Oh, there's a jetpack behind you. Godspeed getting this up here.
Upstairs?
You gotta go up here.
right?
No, go.
Can we get this over the railing, or do we have to go all the way around?
I'll just go around. Let's not take any risks.
Very gently. This is 17,000. This will full send the point. Do we set it back? We got planned. We probably want to plan
Just
this.
off to the side.
Yeah, let's plan this out before we dump
Set
it.
up straight.
Can we set it up straight? I'm not.
Yes, we can.
Godspeed. I'm gonna hold up.
There we go.
Oop, a little more. Look at that. We have a brand new server.
Yeah. Well, it used to be worth 25,000.
It's
But,
it was
you know,
discounted. Gotta like that.
And we got
discounted.
this guy. Do you want me to bring this guy up as well?
Oh, my favorite thing. Hold on, press the button.
Oops.
Actually, wait, hi, Spike, come here.
1 second, I'm falling. I've fallen.
Okay, okay.
Uh-oh. You don't need to do this to me.
Oh, and you moved.
You could try and kill a trudge with it if you would like to die.
Well,
Neat
dying is
flamethrower.
not on my bucket list. I know that's kind of surprising.
But we do have a bucket. Is that on your list?
The bucket? Yeah.
There's a bucket for your bucket list.
That's Rosie.
That's half of the
Oh, thank you.
objective.
It's filled with trash just like me.
Damn. I feel that on a personal level.
I want to get past the part.
It's the day.
Okay, we're good. I think it'll go in. Nice. There we go.
Cool. So
Okay.
if we'll take one of these because we got big ticket items there. You can take the other one if you really want.
We got that.
'Cause
No,
if
put 'em
of
both
aren't gonna
in.
fit,
Alright, we have a server up here.
the device. Yeah.
Yeah, they should both fit.
I lied. This is not the place to go.
Oh.
It's this way.
Yeah, I'm just lost.
I'm always lost.
Yeah, you could just put the server in the corner.
All right.
And the corner.
It's 17.
Ooh.
Just the rail.
The carts are so hard to get up these stairs. Here, maybe I can help you on the other side.
Go!
Okay, I'm gonna wait.
Nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's what I said. Just wait for them to get up here. Get that
How
stuff
do we get the
situated.
server in here?
I'll lift
Hold
it
on.
up and over.
Help me. Yeah, because I guess we can do that too. Yeah, let's do it.
I have no strength, but I
Okay,
have.
You guys ready? Yeah, because you can just hold it at a distance, and it'll
Can
be
we?
fine. See? There you go.
We good?
Am I far enough
Yep.
off? I think so.
Here, back up.
Oh, we need to get the bottom
Luna.
down a little bit. Get the bottom in.
Nope, back up.
It's gonna get.
Oh
There we
no.
go.
Oh, my God.
Are you alive?
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness.
Scary.
It's
Yeah,
all
it
good.
was.
If I got crushed, it was for the good of the money.
Yeah.
No, I don't want you to get
When
crushed.
I could have them.
Where's
all.
Lena?
Hi, Tyler.
I don't know. I've not seen her in a bit.
That's concerning.
Lena was at the in between fork between the 2 points, but then I and we started moving stuff. So I don't know where she's gone since then.
Be prepared. There's gonna be a trudge ahead.
Oh,
Okay.
no. Do you have your gun?
I think that's a dead
Wait,
end
this
you're going
is
on.
not-
Actually, I think someone else
Yeah.
has the gun. Although I did have a
I do
grenade.
not. Oh, I do. Hey, take it. I will never use this.
Nice.
How do I drop? Oh, you got
Put
it.
it in my pocket. I don't think I'm gonna kill a trudge though. That thing has 1,000 health. And this gun does
I thought it
5
was
damage.
500.
Gun on a trudge is just a panic
Is this
option.
up here to the right?
Oh, yep, it is. This
Yeah, they
way.
should get us back.
Oh, it's here and it's fallen over.
Trudge fell over? Or
Backing up.
upstream or trudge?
What was that?
What is
Okay,
happening?
The point is right there. I don't know.
Why do I hear flapping? Is he okay?
No.
He's
I'm
having
alive.
Trudge is having a
I'm.
bad time.
Yeah. He's
You are
He's been distracted by me.
you're
this whole
doing the
time.
Lord's work right now.
Yeah, you are.
Right. I've just been sitting here.
I've never seen him
watching
do this.
ride.
Wow.
He's just compulsing right now.
It kind of looks like you're playing patty cake, but with his face.
Actually doing the Lord's work. You were correct. Wait, everybody's alive? Yep, everybody's alive. We're good.
I need help with this before we put that on.
Okay, I'll help. There you go. Ah, yeah, that's fine.
Are you
Good enough.
able to get out of that?
I can shoot him. Let me know when you're running.
Thank you.
Okay, now we need to run. I stunned him. I stunned him for a second. Let's go.
You stunned him for a second.
Because if he does that hammer, he'll pull like 4 of us.
Battle.
You got it. You got it.
Get outta
You
here.
got it.
We have a door.
This
Oh
guy.
shit! No.
I grabbed
This
it,
guy.
so it attacked me.
Enemy downstairs.
I shot him. Let's go.
Run, run, run. Everybody. Yep, everybody's alive.
Gun.
Get out of here, no.
Come on, Lena.
Let's do- Wait.
Start the ship.
I think
Wait, who's is
Just
anyone
sounds
anyone
vicious.
missing?
Oh, that's church. Everybody's alive, so.
Let's go.
I have to get out of
1, 2,
here.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yay! Thank you,
everyone?
Lena, for keeping it
Nicely
away.
done.
We did it.
These rings
Yeah,
would not be
no.
so awesome, Kara.
It happened, and I'm like,
Ah.
I know my purpose.
I don't know the zombies.
This is my destiny.
Lena, I swear to God, you know that the Rick and Morty episode with like the butter? It's like, what is my purpose? Pass the butter.
A
In
purpose.
that moment, you were like, I know my purpose.
Ooh,
This is
ooh,
where I
ooh,
belong.
forget that.
God gives his
Heart
strongest
laser.
battles to his bravest soldiers.
What
It's
is
a cart laser.
that? How
Here.
is it? We have
10,000.
more than enough. Hell yeah.
No. Here. Come on.
Art laser.
Come on.
I don't know how this
To
works.
it.
You can
Cart
pilot
laser.
it.
Oh, I see.
It's a gun.
We have 2 cards,
Oh.
too, guys.
That means 2 lasers.
Wait.
Oh.
Ow. I walked into that. I'm a dumbass. I walked into it because I wanted to go in here. I need
so
a pee.
Guys,
But yeah, the
So
cart
Lena-
laser.
Lena
Oh,
is
that
literally
wasn't
the
me.
equivalent.
What?
Lena is literally the equivalent of I started blasting.
Wait, where's Yuki's head
But
at?
yeah, cart laser.
I'll put it in. I got this today. I also put more strength there. Just say. I wish to be beefy.
Yeah.
I wish. In all honesty, the only thing I would really want is probably more stamina. And
Stamina
strength,
is
if I
nice. I have 4 upgrades though. People probably need upgrades.
I want these to upgrade. That's all I would need for a while.
Here's the wings again if anybody wants it.
You know what? I feel like Yuki would want that. I say get it for Yuki. Where is you? Where are you? Where's your body? Rose, are you hiding Yuki? Are you concealing Yuki?
Am I hiding Yuki? I put her in my pocket.
You put her in your you put him in your pocket.
I didn't do it.
Aw, I'm sorry, Yuki. I didn't realize I killed you.
I'm going into the great beyond.
Should we buy this stuff or did you want to check
Oh
stuff
my
there?
A
god. what?
grenade. There's a grenade. How determined am I? Cluster grenade? Is there anything else up here? Here, cat behind me. Got a cluster grenade. This is a good purchase. Is there a human grenade down here?
We should probably get one more stamina, just in case someone needs it. But
We're purchasing another Yuki.
Yuki, no!
My leg.
I think
My bad,
that's more
sorry.
than enough.
You're okay.
Watch me go fly. Blah! Yuki, are you alive?
Wait, where are they? We take them with us. We can take them now. Uppies.
No.
In the corner. Time out.
she just kind of fell over.
Oh no, the wings!
The wings are out. The moth is in here. Get the moth out.
Oh my god. Just buzzing around.
Not even kidding. Last night I watched this horror, and you wanna know what their solution in this horror was? Literally mothballs. That's it. Just mothballs.
I think those actually are supposed to work. Because don't moths eat clothes?
Yeah, but it was against spiders.
You never know. What if the spiders become moths? You don't want flying spiders. This is how we get flying spiders.
I think a praying mantis is a flying spider.
No.
Think about
Praying
it.
mantises are cute.
Yuki, you're
No,
back.
they're
Don't
praying.
think that's
I am
how they
back. I see. Praying mantises are disgusting.
Honestly, a praying mantis is probably one of the coolest fucking bugs to exist. In my
I
Yeah!
disagree. Spiders are cooler.
Praying
Icefire
mantises
wants
are
us to
so
get a-
cool!
Yuki.
No, Icefire wants us to get a praying mantis, and I said no.
Yuki.
Yes.
Yuki. I'm from Australia.
I'm just
I
saying,
see
one bites the
spiders
hands
every
off of the husbands and one
Yeah,
doesn't.
and you're lucky because spiders are cool.
No, they're not. They scare
Yes.
you.
No, they're not. This is why I kill the spiders in the house.
I don't think you want to see a huntsman, though.
What's it called? Okay,
Cuba. Our mission.
Why? What is
There's more cubes! They are
Ow.
cool as in the praying mantises or the spooters. What is happening here?
Okay. Go kill the child. I hear him.
I don't know where
So
they
this
are.
finish point. Yep. Oh, you're right. I'm wrong. Okay. That's E. Oh. Look at church. Do it.
What must you admit? Thank you.
There's a cube up here.
I put this on the point now.
It's like a cube.
Yeah, there's another cube. If you're really, you can kind of like push them if you're feeling lazy.
Down the stairs.
If you go behind it, I think you lift it and push. Now push it with yourself. Thanks for the follow, Tarzan. Can I get this down the stairs without breaking it? I don't think I can. You okay over there, Yuki? You become a phone.
I couldn't stop myself. I'm sorry. Hold on, I'm grabbing the cart. I'm gonna sing. Wait, no, he's not. What is happening? Oh. Good. What? Oh, there we go.
Am I pushing it? God, I'm so good at this.
Hey.
I have a mission now, guys. I must murder an old man. Thanks for the hydrate, Nox. I'll hydrate before I murder. Oh god, I heard a gooner.
Yeah, take that, old man.
Holy crap. That old man did not see that coming.
We have
That was
one more shot, by the
impressive.
way.
You put it back in the ship, you can recharge it.
Go back to the ship.
What happened?
They did not make it. I think they got 360 no scoped.
Look at how full that was.
Thanks for the birds, Novi. And I have hydrated sufficiently. Let me put them in here. Thanks for the head pets. I appreciate it. I gotta put them right
Exactly,
here.
exactly.
There we go.
Okay,
Right
you wanna,
there.
if you hop out of the cart, I'll carry it in there.
Look at our big, strong woman at work.
Thank you.
And
Okay, we
look at
full
all
sending
these
this?
Orbs so
I
far.
might be able to drag the cube in if you want to try and get the rest. Let me just rotate this. You want to try and sell real quick? Everyone else is alive right now, right?
think
We
Chuck
still have a
is
lot of
the
extracts. We can put this stuff in there and then
I'm scared to put this in.
Are you
with
ready?
being in there.
Well, here.
I'm
let's
gonna.
just put the
We can
orbs-
sell and put it back later. Tell me when you're ready. I'll
Yeah.
scooch the cart.
Yeah, put the orbs in as well, just so we can sell them together.
Here. Look at this.
We'll send. Is that a baby I hear? Oh, that's not. Oh, balls.
Oh,
Come back to us. Bird is peeking out. Look at him. Ah, he come.
Oh, oh, oh!
Peekaboo.
There we go. I mean,
Well, that was eventful.
Did you see?
It requires substance.
I did.
Child,
Go join Lena on
you're
Second
adopted.
Class. It's pretty
Huh.
fucking funny. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like it's not gonna end well for me personally.
Okay, what should I do with this? Am I able to just put it?
You want him back? Here, let me. So he gets to be right here. How do I rotate him?
now
Like that. There we go.
protecting the money.
There we go.
Okay, which way are we going?
I'll bring him back this
I
time.
don't know.
I think we're going left.
I like that we have a tank now.
Right? This is
Yeah, you can finally see the orb. I forgot that I can just move them.
Almighty cart laser, there's a head. Can you help?
Oh, I can.
Yep.
Where?
is he?
Where is he? Where's the head? The
Is
right?
that the other cart?
I went the wrong way.
I got it. I'll put it in the other cart.
Where
He's that
is
way.
head?
Careful not to use up all the stuff before we get
I
there.
got him.
Yeah.
Is he dead?
Yes, I saw little pieces.
Sorry, I tried saving you.
I'm putting him in the cart. He will be. They will
Wait,
be
was that-
protected.
Was that Rose who died? Or-
No,
Yeah, the head was attacking
Rose.
her.
Where did the head go then? It's a head hunt now.
The orb once.
I will follow you just in case something else happens.
Oh, I heard the point.
I heard a bomb. Careful.
There's a point that way, babe.
There's a bomb. Did we get 3 bombs? They spawn in clusters.
I threw two of them off a cliff.
Ah, okay. Can I slide this bad boy into the point?
We need Rose's head. I think Rose is dead.
Yeah, they're in the tank cart.
Okay.
I push him maybe? Oh, look at that. God, I'm so good at this game. A little push this way, and then you just gotta scooch it in. This is how you move. If anyone needs advice on moving, this is how you do it. It builds character. Let me scooch that. This is still too much for the point, though. Yep. Maybe a little further. That piece of brick is gonna be the bane of my existence. I think if I push this, it hits it, right? No. Nice. He's ready to go on the point. I think that's all there is in here to worry about. I don't think a single item can spawn in the room with an extract. Hello.
We have the head for Rose.
Rose is in the other cart.
Okay, we need to grab Rose's head.
Is all the enemies are dead, aren't they? Let's grab the let's get Rose. Back we go.
Okay, I need Rose's head. Thank you. Is there anything up there, baby?
Let me check. You have a double jump? I do. Oop. We got a sword.
Okay, I'll come help. Let me give you some help, Lena.
I grab the tip. and slide him.
I'm gonna get some health first.
Oops, my finger slipped.
I need someone to help me with my sword.
I'm coming. I can help. Oh, here, Luna's got you.
I just.
Okay, I'm gonna put this down.
And then I'm gonna move it back.
Okay.
There's also a cube.
Sword?
Oh, it's this guy. Oh, you are so strong.
Thank you, thank you. I have no idea where the extraction.
Oh, it's behind
Everybody
us.
wants- there's a ring right here in the cart.
Oh, it's behind us. Sneaky. Also, hello, it's lost.
Thank you so much. Wanna put that in the other cart?
Valuable cart. I got it. There we go. We have so much in here. We probably just do the next point immediately. We might just finish the next point right after we finish this one. There's so much.
Here, put the sword in here.
Will it fit?
Yeah, you just set it on there, and we're gonna use it to put it into the point. Watch out.
Let me know. I'll try and slide
Like
this
a
bad
Luna?
boy in.
I got you, Queen.
There we
Thank
go.
you. Okay.
Oop, too far.
Do you need help, Faith?
I'm just aligning this to the point. There we go.
You're good. I'm gonna move the sword to the other side.
I know when you are ready, and I'll
Just push
jam
the
it in.
bucket I'll push the bucket
Okay.
in if you
Oh,
want.
cool.
Let's go.
Well done.
The sword needs to go
Nicely
back
done.
a little bit. Okay, there we go. Pull the sword back a little.
No!
That's bad. That's bad.
No, it doesn't. Too late. Damn.
Shit.
That was my bad. I was trying to pull the sword back. I didn't expect to be strong
I was
enough
the
to
prize
move it.
inside the box.
Wow.
It's true.
Yeah.
That explains the thrashing.
No. Wait, what had happened?
I'm so sorry. While we were going on the headless punch, you were a casual.
Gotta be a
I
point.
can't actually see where the pits are, so good luck.
There has to be.
As long as I don't go down a pit.
There is
Can you go off a jump? What happens if I go fast down the stairs? That's pretty cool. Oh, I hear something to kill.
Right?
What direction is he? I need you to sniff him out.
Oh, wait.
What direction?
Did somebody die?
Who needs to die?
No.
Oh no.
Alright, Rose, let's go put Church in the other car.
Oh no, the extraction's gone. Where's the next extraction? It's by the spawn, isn't it?
I believe so.
Gotta be over here.
Yeah, I think, go straight across. Oh.
That's
Oh,
bad.
hello. Ow.
I got him out of the cart. You alive?
Yeah, I'm alive.
Alright, thank goodness.
Yeah, here it is. It's
Okay.
right here.
Hit
I knew
that.
that I saw it.
Okay. Ooh. Very quiet.
Oh no, there's a. Okay.
Good job.
Thank you.
Nice shooting.
Grabbing orb. Grabbing the orb.
That
Watch
came out
out.
of the darkness.
That was
Came out
wild.
of the fucking darkness. I loved him.
The hunter has become the hunted.
That card is too much power.
This is beautiful.
That's why I got so excited when I saw
There you
it.
go. How much
Thank
health you
you. 21.
got? Hey.
Blackjack.
My age forever.
What was?
I
Oh,
will
that was
shall
just the
live
baby.
forever.
We have $50,000 in that card. Wow.
I know, I'm
I
grabbing
know,
more.
right?
I'm gonna put you right here. You're on watch.
You're on what?
Set
Right.
up a turret.
Okay, nothing else up here.
When
There's a
Sparkle-
child.
Where? Oh, I hate this thing.
Yeah.
Good child.
Oh,
Where?
it's up top the stairs.
Which stair?
Anything else?
Our only weakness, angles.
Don't look at the top of the stairs.
Okay.
I mean, I guess now you can, because
No, he teleported.
beating it up.
No, he teleported.
You wasted a grenade.
I know.
What happens if you shoot it?
You can kill him.
Child? It dies. It just
Yeah,
dies. It just-
yeah. Same thing that happens in real life.
Yeah. I wonder.
Lena,
There's
it's
the
behind
baby.
you.
Hi, church.
Oh yeah,
Hi.
that's gone.
I'm okay. I'm one
Yeah?
health. It's my one health that gave me the difference.
Are we tank moding this bag?
They're gonna
That's bad.
Oh, right. Get down.
Get down, Mr. President.
Yeah, buddy. What are you gonna do? Nothing.
Oh, oh, oh.
Let's see if I can stun him.
Oh. Oh.
Guys, there's a head.
I've been unalived. I'm sorry. I've let everyone down. Yeah, I know. My man,
Got you back.
he's got good aim.
Oh no.
This isn't looking so hot. Welcome in,
Yeah,
Kay.
I didn't realize
Yuki
what
needs
you
to
were
just
doing. I thought
escape.
you were gonna get the alien, so I went to shoot the
Escape.
old man.
How could you do this to me, Nox?
Did we lose the gun? Did we escape?
Alright.
No. We anything that gets left behind, we get back.
There's a head coming. Hide.
Okay.
One day we'll have to play Repo together. I'd be down.
Child sounds funny.
They can just go. Like, we have so much money.
Yeah. Think you can give him a little munch? Thanks for the head, Pet Snowy. Do I have one here? Oh, I have my keybinds
There's 2
unbound.
people dead right now. So
That was
stay
almost
hidden.
Perfect.
They say
though.
2, but
At
I
least
see
still killed
3.
the
They're
head.
coming with the cart right now.
Wait, oh
Oops, there's
snap! They
another
bring
head.
them all.
Too many hens.
I want to actually try out like the actual cart cannon.
Oh, oh yeah, I forgot there's 2 of them.
I
Oh, that's
apologize.
bad. That's real bad. Oh, I'm alive.
Oh, hello. I was
I'm
not prepared.
alive.
Do we start it?
Thank you.
Do we start ship?
Oh, it's out.
Oh, I'm hiding. Okay, this is okay. We're gonna wait a few seconds. We'll wait a few seconds, and then we're gonna come back. I swear to God, though, if everyone's dead in the ship, I'm gonna be very sad.
Lose that cart. That cart's so good.
No.
Oh no, you don't need to worry.
What?
It'll
I
spawn
said
back
to
with
get
us
it
again.
I got your grenade, and I got your bucket, right?
We made it.
Tell your wife I miss her. I will. 1 second.
Okay, let's
Oh
get
my
some
god, there's
help.
another one.
Oh god.
Oh my
no,
god,
I-
this is the cart cannon.
Oh. Oh my God, we need the crystals. We need all the
Wait,
power.
We could do this.
16 and 18.
That was a 12 crystal I put on there.
Wait, are we buying 2 cart cannons?
I don't see why not.
What's this
I
one do?
don't know. if we
This
should
one
have
do-
Oh, okay, we can get another cart. We get another cart and a cart cannon. We have 2 tanks.
Move.
We can also use a
What if we
small
do-
pocket cart.
What to do?
Oh my god.
You want a pocket cart the tank cannon?
Yeah, let's do it.
Or do you want to do full
It's an
cart?
actual cannon.
There you go. Throw it
That's
in.
18. Is this one cheaper? Oh, same price.
Yeah, somebody can carry this one around, and then like in emergency situations, they could just pop it out of their pocket and just shoot it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, can you put it in your...
This is payback. This is payback.
Yeah,
I think so.
we need to...
You're good.
Put them in
Luna.
their
You can have
place.
whatever you want.
I'm trying. I'm like,
Lord.
am I bad up first can right now?
Okay.
18.
I think we are
Why
good.
do we even need?
Because I
We
saw-
definitely
I saw
need
you
crystals.
check.
Crystals
Yeah.
are gonna be
Yeah.
I put... There's a couple in there.
Every crystal we could. I don't think we can afford all of them though.
18?
Nope.
Can I-
This
Wait, was
one's
that
20k almost.
Was that?
Can I... No, I don't have strength.
Fourth extraction or third one?
I think that was 4.
Okay,
was 4.
You're not gonna believe me. I've never done 5.
Wait. Yeah, no,
Okay.
we don't. That was the last one.
I've
Okay, are you
never
guys ready?
done a 5 extraction.
Here, let me.
Period. This is the
Okay,
first
Yeah, because it
this
goes
one.
1,
I've never done a 3.
2, 2, 3.
Really?
Wait, no, that was a 4 point. So
Yeah.
we're on to 6.
We're on to
Right?
6 one?
Damn.
Yeah, because
I
it goes
have-
1, 2, 2, 3, 4. And that
Wait,
one
let's
we just
put
did was
it-
a 4-point extraction.
Alright, we're gonna purchase this.
Okay.
God, we have a
extra
new...
stamina and extra health, because Lord knows.
Yeah, I
somehow
grabbed some
I'm
health.
living. Somehow I'm living. I'm not questioning it.
I fear Icefire with 2 cannons.
Hmm? We were just like Tokyo drifting the other cannon.
I fear what Icefire and Lena are gonna do.
Wait. Icefire.
Oh,
here's
a
your
grenade.
grenade,
Thank you.
And Rose, I have your bucket.
Thank you.
Everybody
This is
grab
my
your
one
stuff.
Possession.
My gun.
Everybody grab your item.
I'm grabbing extra health. Who got strength for themselves?
Not me. I got health. Does anybody need more health?
I got more stamina because I got,
Who's hurt
I got
here?
extra health and stamina. If no one wants the strength, I'm down.
Yo,
to
you
take it.
need to be the
Okay.
biggest, strongest lady around.
Yeah, take
Yeah, I'll
both
give you
these.
this. I'll
Alright,
give
sorry,
you the
come here.
stamina. I'll get the stamina next time.
Oh, thank you.
Strong.
Here, I wanna test this.
There you go.
So if
Have
I
you been
grab
working
this-
out?
Aw, it doesn't.
Can you
But
put this
still.
guy
in
in?
your pocket though?
No.
Yeah, but we
Yeah,
can put him
no.
on the little guy, and then we got our gift of death cannon.
Right?
But can we put the gun in the bucket?
No.
Do you wanna test
And then
it?
somebody could just walk around with this and like, like ah.
I
Oh my
bad
god.
implication.
It's not attaching.
It's okay, same.
He's struggling to get it in the hole.
Rocket cannon.
We should
The ducket cannon.
Hmm.
release the quack. Release the quacking.
I wish you could pick the duck up with the bucket.
It's
The
just a parade of
quacking.
duck. The quacking.
Hey.
Here we go.
Okay, oh, we gotta reset this. Where's our mini card at?
Oh, that's over here.
You guys do
Plop
what
'em
you can
back
and
in.
stuff. I'll go explore.
Alright, put in this one.
Yeep.
No.
Come on, right
Alright,
there.
you three go with them. I'm gonna go with these
Anyone-
guys.
does anyone wanna use this one?
Help with value.
Because we need another gunman. Unless I can put 2 guns on that cart.
Right.
I don't think we're gonna
We
see
could,
enemies.
but I suppose we would risk the chance of like accidentally shooting one with the other. And then
Yeah.
like
Would it break? I think you can do damage to the items. I don't think we're gonna see enemies for the first 5 or so minutes. What do we got? Sector cleared. Moving in. Here you go. An offering to the cannon.
it definitely doesn't like going up and down stairs.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some stuff over. Ooh, there's a dinosaur.
Oh, we have a clown. I don't think I have the strength for the dinosaur. Here you go. He's gonna keep you company. He's your mascot.
Yeah, there's a dinosaur right there. Can't
I don't
forget
think we're
about it.
gonna. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to make that one. They'll see it on the map.
There's a
Tell me
dinosaur
why.
fossil in the room that we just came from. On the
Oh.
upstairs. Yeah.
Okay.
That's nothing. That's dead end.
There's also a clown in there.
Luna.
You want a helio?
Oh, Death is in front of us.
What is?
There's a clown on the right and death on the forward.
How close are we? I wanna get you killed.
I don't know if I actually got it.
I'll keep you in the far corner.
Hello.
There we go.
Keep that globe.
I'll put this in your cart.
Okay. That's one less.
Oh, move.
Watch out! Did you win? Did you win?
I don't know.
I need your strength.
I definitely stopped him from shooting his laser.
Oh yeah, he's gone.
I have one more
Can I stick this
one more shot left.
right there? Okay. I think most of our enemies are dead because those are two tier 2 and 3s, right? I think those are high tier enemies, so I don't think we got too much more to deal with.
Right?
I'll just take us back. We can recharge it. Unless you want to try the other cannon. Because this is like 20 grand. Wonder if I can shuffle it. Maybe I can put this stuff in here and we can empty out a cart.
If it were me.
I'm charging my laser.
Judge, wait. Don't move.
Put that
you.
there.
There we go.
Oop, wrong spot. Ooh. Sorry.
I need more strength just
I
to
got
be
you.
able to manhandle this thing.
I have.
Okay.
That almost go. There we go.
I'm
there
waiting
we go.
until they put that in. Here, I'll scoot out of the way for you guys a little bit.
There we go.
We have 2 crystals left.
And put him in the hole.
Okay, I'm gonna put this in after you guys put that in, okay?
Yeah, let me know if you guys want some help.
Okay. Where's the point? There.
But right behind you. I need space for the cop. Okay.
Oh, wait.
What do you, how,
I kind of walked the other way. There we go.
Okay. Perfection. Excuse me.
Good.
Oh, I'm moving back.
Excuse me.
Get that back on there.
Okay, I'm gonna move the bottom.
Oh, that's not enough to trigger it. Nice.
He's good.
that should be good. That should
Yeah,
be
that's good. That's good.
You have all the way till the end of the ramp. Still are here.
I think the line on the ground's even a little bit forgiving.
Second extraction point has a rhino box already there.
Hmm.
I didn't get a chance to go up the stair. So I'm gonna guess that there might be something at the top. I'm not
Right.
sure.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna go back up there.
Beautiful.
Hey.
You got some help?
Oops.
Wait, can I push a cart while in a cart?
Yes.
Oh my god. 2 cannons. Okay, do we need to go this way? Oh, yeah. Shuffle. Oop. We lost him. Come back.
It's on the other side.
That way you can shoot around corners.
How do I get up? Hey, can one of you guys
This is a little bit of a... There we go. A little bit further.
We are.
Can one of you guys lift me up top so I can look?
Yes.
Hey, what's up here?
Thanks.
Ah. I wiggled. I'm a
Some
squirrel.
vases up top.
I could probably...
There's one less now, but.
Huh? So you're saying there's vase up top.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hi.
Oh,
Hello. I've never actually gone up here before.
oh, there's a doll. Oh,
Oh, that kind of doll. I thought you meant the little
hey,
wiggly
Ice Fire,
guy.
you want to pass me stuff? Thank you.
Sure. Where are you?
Oh, thank you.
What else is up here? It's kind of cool.
Lena, you are ready.
Okay.
I am totally ready.
Where do I put
You
this?
felt ultimate power.
Okay, we're gonna drop it and hope for the best. 10 points to Gryffindor.
Good job, you're muted.
Oh, there's another one. That's the big one game now. Okay. The moment of truth. My practice round has come all to this. Will I get it in the cart? I'm a little bit off. I think it's right here. And good luck. Oh,
Good job.
hole in one.
Okay.
There's a child around here.
Oh, child beat is.
Okay,
Where is
I
he?
know who has the mission.
Onward.
Frisbee.
I get him in front. There we go. Where's this child at? Let me just catch that. Stick it back in the front. There's a hole.
Ah.
Yep, you're good. You can let go.
What we got in here? Watch out for that
I'm gonna just
hole.
let it go right here. The last thing I want is to accidentally dump it into the hole.
A globe.
Ball.
There's gotta be. Where's this child at?
I got it.
Hmm. I'm going backwards. Turn back.
What the?
Let me check upstairs real quick. 1 second. Oh, there's a lot more stair than I thought. I'll be back. This is a this is a very long stairway.
Yeah.
Oh, this is bad. I got eyeball. I should be okay. He's gone, right? Come to the top so we may flush the toilet of justice. Justice runneth over. Oh, a book. Oh, well. It did that to itself.
Yeah. Perfect.
Thank you. Have you guys found any enemies yet?
After you, we're trying to find that baby. I heard there was child support owed.
This is just extract up here.
Yep, nothing. Oh wait, don't push that. Don't
Did
push
you
that,
guys kill
please.
the Reaper and the clown?
I'm back. I don't. Where's the Reaper and the Clown at? Can I get a sit rep?
Oh, right here.
Ooh. Ooh, I'm gonna stick on this side of the pit.
Get a little closer.
You wanna get close? You're gonna blow.
Bam.
Nicely done.
Nice.
Want my balls? Here you go.
Sure. Thank you. No, wait!
Wait, hold up. There's a clown coming. Come here, my face.
Clown? Let me swing you around.
I see he wants to have another laser petal.
Ooh. Ooh, nope.
Hello there.
Hell yeah. I also found a
Here you go.
that went all the way to the top. That's all I could find.
Watch, how's your power looking? Like 2?
I know, right? We have a whole cannon that we can swap it out with once we run out of energy.
There we go. Okay, last point. I don't know where it is.
That's
Keep it
it.
warm.
I see an item over here. Is it in the cart? Oh, I see.
Oh, yeah, there might be something. Yeah, you want the globe?
Yep. Okay,
Yeah,
where's
there's
this last point?
There's a limit to how many globes the enemies will drop. So you can't just keep farming them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think every
Where's
round...
your guys' extra cart?
That's right there in the corner.
Oh, okay.
Right here.
Where's this last extract?
Hi, where you at? Here you go.
No, I can't do it. I need you
We'll
to
just-
come with me. I think.
Okay, let me put this in the corner.
Yeah, here.
I'll put this in a corner.
Yeah,
He's saying we need to put him in out of his misery? Oh, it's
careful
off.
now. There's a
There's
plank.
a- 1 second. That's a... Am I straight on it?
Yeah, you're straight on it right now.
Ooh. I let go.
If you
Oops.
go straight, take a right, take a left, and on your first left, he's just leaning against the wall.
He sounds like a kind of cool
Unless I'm
guy.
saying shit. Yeah, look.
Is that him?
Your left. Your straight left. Look. He's just leaning on the wall. Unless I'm saying shit. He was here. He was leaning on that wall right there when I came around.
I think
No,
Luna's
he's in the
going...
courtyard.
I think...
He's right behind you.
Oh.
He's right behind you. Turn around. Turn around. He's in the courtyard over there.
What do we got? Right there. Nice. Nicely
Jeez.
done. His ball eviscerated or he's out of spawn. Oh, there's a doll in here. Oh, here it is. How did it get back here?
Pardon
Like-
me.
I come with a trophy. Here, take this and I'll move out of the way.
Thank you. Oh, nope, don't have it yet. Now I do.
There's a
I have
doll
one more
back there
shot.
if you're feeling really determined. Do you want to hot swap barrels?
You got the globe.
Point is right there. 1 second. What's up?
Have you? I got help from church.
Nice.
Church is very helpful. It's nice.
Let's go. Don't point that at me.
What? What was that?
I'm rotating everything. Oh no, I'm large. I'm large and in charge.
I feel like I'm a hell diver,
Yeah, we're protecting the country.
right?
Do we have... Where's the rest? The extracts over there. We have a couple items here.
Just think-
I don't think there's anything
It'd be
over here.
nice if there was like item upgrades.
Yeah. We need a better cart can. Oh, that's a hole.
Oh, oh yeah.
Stay out, please. Nothing's here.
Turn around.
Thank you. Let's grab everything left.
Oh, watch out. Here, go back towards the small cart.
Is there anything over here? Just a pit of death.
Yeah. And then there's the hole.
I'm on the center, right?
Middle.
Cool.
Yep.
Okay. I feel like the other cannon's more likely to kill yourself.
Yeah. I just figured by now there's probably a likely chance that something spawned.
We're...
Over
Yeah,
this
we're
way.
pretty far into this. I'd assume we should get a spawn soon. Oh,
There's the eye.
1 second. I'm pulling you out. Come back.
There we go.
Okay, you should be gone now. Can you shoot the eye?
Okay, it's gone.
Probably not.
Rugrat.
Baby.
Yeah. Get fucked, Rugrat.
Nicely done. I didn't even see where he went. I'm just gonna bring this back to the ship. Ooh, I'm not bringing this back to the ship.
Where
We got
is
a
this?
Clayman. One second, I want to go in there. I'd back up a little. I dropped a gun on the ground. Okay, one Clayman down.
Hell.
Actually, do you want to swap the gun?
You want to help me swap this out?
Yeah, here, let me
Well,
set
not really
this down
swap it out,
very
but-
gently.
Actually, this is working really well. Damn.
We just stick this on the ground. We gotta streamline this, make it lightweight.
Yeah, I know, right?
Put this guy in there. I don't know if he'll survive, but hopefully he does. Okay, we got that. I used my cluster bomb, but Clayman is dangerous around holes. Where are we?
Yeah, we might as well head back to the extract.
See if they want some stuff. Where's that hole
Watch
at?
the gap. Yep. In the middle.
We bring money. Oh, hello.
Wait. Get to extraction, quick.
We have money.
Quick, go to extraction.
Ah, snap, we're far away. We're farther than I thought. Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot further.
We have money.
And don't forget
We
that
have
there's
a hole.
here.
You're right. We have some
Oh,
money. How
yeah.
far am I?
Here, just wait.
I'll
gonna
grab
put
the
you
orb
right
and then
there.
You guys all go back. How many
Yes,
orbs
yes,
you
yes.
got? Just the one?
Yeah, just
Yeah, I murdered him.
Pass it over. Okay, bye you guys. Go have fun.
we technically had two, but fuck the Rugrat one.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let me just
Have fun, you
carefully
guys.
not kill you real quick.
I don't think that's
There we go. Where's this? I don't have a hole behind me. I can keep going. Nice. Everything's gonna respawn. Whoa, your gun has become mobile.
Uh-oh. Yeah, it really doesn't like going up and downstairs.
God, the beta version of this game is so much better than the main version right now.
Oh, hell yeah.
Where's our...
To right there, you're good.
Yeah. The hallway might be dangerous for us to be in. I'm gonna see if I get us to the main room.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, just a little bit, yeah.
We have that. We have the hallway ahead. We hold it, or we go to the ship?
There are many bad things in this room. There's a red death will be found.
Okay, we're gonna sit here.
Keep me right here.
Yeah, you sit there. I'll have my gun in case we get flanked. Oh, he's dead. Nice.
Dead.
Is there anything else? 1 second. The Grim Reaper coming?
Yeah.
Nice. They instantly respawn, so we might not want to kill them all. We'll see if we can slide in there.
Oh.
I don't remember if they instantly respawn on point or not. We'll find out. This is our learning experience.
Might as well go while we can.
If they exist, then they spawn at point.
What the hell is that?
I'm gonna put you on a ship. How's your health? No, you're good. Put you right here, and then you're on
guys.
turret duty. We have protection.
Hello.
I charged your other cannon. It's
Oh.
only got 2 things on it though.
Ah,
yeah.
balls.
One.
What just happened? Where did it
There's
go?
not enough energy.
I put it. Wait. Huh?
Behind.
Oh, it flew. On my screen, I dropped it in. It disappeared.
I'm curious about what the hell this is. What is that?
that a trudge? It's an eyeball.
What the? It's in
so
the
that's the-
floor below.
Yeah.
Huh, I've never seen that.
Yeah, me either.
That's weird. I kind of want to shoot it.
There's a clown outside.
Oh yeah, I murdered that.
I'm gonna guess the other two may have not made it.
No, they're gonna make it. We could full send this. We could.
There.
They're here?
We're here.
Yeah.
You're good. You're good.
Nicely done.
I couldn't
Oh, we're all
find your
gamers.
bucket. I couldn't find it.
Oh no, my bucket.
No, not the bucket.
Hi, Kelly. Hi.
Anyways, I started blasting. Mousy, that's literally what
Yeah,
this happened.
exactly.
That's literally what these two are doing.
It's been working pretty well.
I don't understand.
Okay, this one is 12.
We almost just need them.
One was 20.
17.
Here's the handheld version. If anybody needs it.
I think we're out of gun space. We have 2 cannons.
Do you guys have a recharge
Does
room?
anyone want the little hand cannon that I have so they have protection? It stuns them.
I'm like always using the cart, so maybe Church would help. Because Church is usually hanging out with me.
Oh.
Yeah, because that way you guys can
that's
protect
right. Why
yourselves.
don't we get this?
Why would we need that when we have you and your big strong arm?
Yeah.
What if I die though?
No, you
What
can't
if
die.
I die?
We won't allow
Is
it.
it more strength?
Yeah, I put a strength on the thing.
Cool. Yeah, this time I'm actually gonna get stabbed.
I want you to just manhandle these enemies. I want you to just manhandle them all.
Should I?
I swear to God.
Should I do it?
Do it.
Please.
Wait, did you point that at me and say, should you do it? I have an idea.
Pretty please?
What? No.
No.
1 second. I'm struggling here.
Wait, it's like Russian roulette.
Rush roulette, fire!
Nice.
While you guys are blowing each other up,
Oh shit! Ow!
I'm trying to get-
Wait, okay.
trying to make myself beefy as heck. I need that. And
You're
I
going to
need
become the biggest, strongest
Doing
woman.
great.
I literally bought 4 packs. I'm gonna be indestructible. Feather drone. I wish.
Yeah. Oh, nice. We put that guy in there. Is that everything we need? Well, I don't have any frag grenades, but we can make it work.
Should we get more health?
Oh, I didn't mean to throw that in there.
Oh, what's up here?
Oh, you want to check it? We had that gravity drone. You can get up there.
That's what I'm hoping.
The gravity. I think though I am going to
almost.
head to bed. Cause I'm really tired now.
Oh, it's 1 a.m.
Yep.
Is it?
Yeah, it's
Oh
1
my
a.m.
god, it is.
God,
can't I
speed.
fly?
It is not for me, so.
I don't believe in time. It can't hurt me.
I am very eager.
Yeah, I can.
Hell yeah.
At least you got to
Before I go.
experience late game repo.
Oh, right.
You can do better than that.
Phew.
The cart cannon, amazing.
Where'd it go?
10 out of 10. Would
Throw 'em
laser
in.
would fire my laser again.
Why is it not going in?
But I want to put him in the ceiling.
That actually might be a problem. That might spin all the. Oh no!
So that's
Oh
an
no,
issue.
Wilbur, stop!
Oh my
This
god.
is why we don't play with grenades.
But I wanted to.
Rest in peace.
Listen.
Everything on the
I don't
point
know
is
what we all
gone.
Look at
Bad.
the bang.
I know the
With
things I
crystals.
Oh, we do need the crystals. I think
Um,
that's everything.
We had a bunch of
What the fuck?
upgrades.
Use a
No, we
20K
were at
Get the
crystal.
strength.
105,000
Okay, strength.
That
Use
looks
this
right.
here.
And then I had
tumbleweeds.
the
Stamina.
crouch. Yeah, and then I had the crouch one.
I think we're good. And did we spend everything?
Oh,
I think so. I think that's everything.
Okay,
That,
perfect.
that looks
We're gonna
pretty
buy.
close to what we had.
hi. You wouldn't
Hi.
use that, would you?
Do it.
I
Do
wouldn't
it,
shoot a
Rose.
black man, would I?
Oh!
Pistol whip.
Oh, we talked about going out with a bang and then
Damn. Rose is out here trying to get banned.
Oh my god. I can't.
Oh, my God, Church just looks at Rose.
But he's a boy man.
True. That is true. Why are we buying more
It is
Dumbledore?
different.
Okay. Let's finish out this day.
Yeah.
Oh god. And then everyone should definitely go get their rest. God, this is so much fun.
Right.
We finally got our rhythm on
We need to
this.
Pick this up.
Yeah, we did.
Definitely. We definitely need to pick it up another
I'm
time
down.
because you're right.
Okay, let me make myself.
Luna?
You're
It came
bucket!
back!
May I have more wings?
Yeah.
That one.
Thank you.
Who doesn't have a lot of
The next
upgrades?
time there's strength,
Rose,
I
I
definitely
also-
need a strength because these are so hard to manhandle.
But Luna's our big,
Is there an
strong
I
woman.
already had it. I didn't know.
No, we need you to be strong.
Here,
It's
Rose, I
okay.
bought you-
20 push-ups. Actually, I could probably do that real
You
quick.
could be dying with your bucket.
It's alright. If
Thank
we
you.
leave now, the
Have
strength will
fun.
be there the next time we load in.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Hold on, let me heal everybody real quick. Let me heal. Oh
you
wait,
might-
are we resetting?
Are we calling it here?
Kirk's
Your
signs are
eyes
crossed.
Thanks for petting my face, Snowy.
There we go. Now I'm healed and you're healed. We didn't waste any. Because I was at 41.
Hell yeah. 63.
Everybody's feeling good?
Oh god, this is. Look at how whole. I feel so confident.
I
in
know.
capability.
I feel
Rose,
we're
how
doing
healthy are you?
so good at this
Yeah.
today.
96.
With how many
Okay.
enemies we kill, the crystals pay for themselves.
Yeah, they do.
Literally.
Yeah, true.
I also find it funny how like I'm just a designated strong person. Now I am strong. Look, my
You're
muscle.
very strong.
Okay! Now we're set.
Alright. Well,
Who's
that
that?
being said. Wait, actually. Church
It actually-
bucket.
Hurt my head a little bit. I went a little too hard on the head wobble.
Man.
Wait. No, wait.
Uh-oh.
Get fucked.
I want in. I want the bucket.
Bucket
Get in.
man.
What is happening?
Oh, I've been pooped.
Oh my god, you phased through it.
Put
Get
it.
back in.
Put the bucket down.
It's like
We
put
can both go in.
the bucket
Get in.
down.
Go in. Go in. Go in here, and I. Oh, I can't tumble in it.
Yes,
In
oh
the
my god.
bag.
Come on. Oh, look at
Put the
that.
bucket in the
I feel like I'm
bag.
protected in here. I feel
I
so
don't think the
safe.
bucket
I feel safe.
fit
Oh my god,
in
they
the
get
bag.
muffled.
What could possibly go wrong in here, right?
Sacrifice him
Guys?
to the cannon gods.
Oh.
Oh.
Sacrifice.
Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Sacrifice.
Oh god.
Okay.
We won't lose this run to the mobs. We're gonna lose this to the sacrifice.
Like,
Right.
Church, have a look at your DMs real quick while you're getting
I
situated in the
saw.
bucket.
Put the bucket back on.
The eyes, the sad eyes.
Oh my god.
I want in.
I've accepted my fate.
Oh, it's
You know,
great
I'm not gonna
in
lie,
That was too
I
easy.
think I feel like
This is
might-
great.
Alright.
You like it?
like it. Oh, I don't like that.
Go back in.
Okay.
Oh god.
Can I
Okay.
wear this?
That's what you get, you housefly.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Icefire, be ready for some strawberries.
Oh, I'm
Ready for
so ready.
strawberries. Our nightly ritual.
Got it.
strawberries.
Oh no.
I'm gonna raid out.
Dude,
guys.
it's
I'm
great.
actually
Every
gonna
night
go-
we like sit
Wait,
down and
who are you
watch
raiding?
anime.
I was gonna raid Brady Kitten. They're playing Phasmo.
I have an
So I
idea.
was like gonna run in there and be like,
Yeah,
guns
do it.
blazing, like so I started.
I gotta do push-ups. I gotta do push-ups, and then I'm gonna raid you. Give me like 3 seconds.
I'm gonna hear him do
1, 2,
push-ups in the
3.
room next to us.
Where's my cam?
Do we want to go raid the same person? I'm down to do that.
You should. You all, I don't know who all.
Yeah, I gotta do push-ups first.
Hold up. I'll send you
Yeah, yeah.
her name. Okay, hold up.
The burrow light.
This
yeah.
creature here. It disgusts me.
Did you wait? No, it was Nox.
It reminds me.
You
Look how
did
fancy
this.
cat it is.
Where's my? Oh, I'm sweating. There we go.
Alright, I
Oh,
voted. I
when you
sent
create
you
me, you
guys
gonna
her
cry?
name.
No.
I'm gonna
Hold on, I'm
change-
watching
I'm gonna-
my
I'm also gonna
husband do
change my-
push-up.
I'm gonna change my
That must be
raid
great.
message to
Kick it.
It is. I've started making him because we have stairs
Yeah,
in the
get
house we just got.
bullied.
I've started making him carry me up.
How
the
could you
stairs
do
like a
this to me,
princess.
Nox?
It's 10 out of 10.
I
I
know.
recommend.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get yourself a man that can carry you up the stairs.
It's like a princess. It's great.
Oh, it's so
Okay. We are going to raid
know? Isn't
into
it
Luna,
great?
and then Luna is
It's
gonna
actually
raid
kinda
into
cool.
someone
It's like
else.
muffled and shit.
Actually,
Wait, flip
like
it so
it.
she can't get out.
I appreciate you all for
Alright,
stopping
I
by. I
know
hope you have a
this is
wonderful
my,
rest of your
raid
night,
message to be like,
Demonese.
group
and
raid, group
Nox,
raid, prepare to be
and
influenced by
Denovi.
us, 'cause it's us guys going to raid
Who else
them.
has been chatting?
It's perfect. It's foolproof.
this
Yes.
is so
And if you're
cozy, though.
still there, Kay,
I'm in my
In
little
the
hobbit
bucket.
hole.
Okay,
Have a
there we go. Now
wonderful
she's
night.
stuck.
In the bucket.
now we go.
Boom. There we go.
How many push-ups is
Let me-
I saw you doing?
Send that.
20? I think he's done now.
Help, I can't get out.
Yeah, speaking
And
of
then-
flowers,
Help.
We go. I have
Are you
headphones.
done?
Yeah, I'm sending them over. We're going.
Where is it? You
Do
stuck
it.
in the bucket? Look,
Onward we go.